fight Tristan here, because it's the showdown between us and Tristan. Okay, and I believe this is just a solo fight with Castoria. Did I get my perfect SSS trim medals before the game mode went poof? Yeah, Mr. Troy, I did get. I'm pretty sure I got all 4 of the perfect run medals. But I think what annoyed me when I pulled up Arknights tonight was I didn't do the last cycles what is it? The last cycles is SSS clears. So, and now they completely revamped the game mode. So I was planning on actually doing that tonight. Shades of that 1 CC event where even though I got the rainbow medal, I didn't get the entire medal list because the event ended 1 day earlier than I thought it would. So yeah, I'm kind of annoyed because I missed out on that cycles as the module rewards, and I'm pretty sure there's no way to get that back. So yeah, I'm kind of really fucking annoyed because there was still technically 3 days left on that cycle, and I was planning on getting it done like today or tomorrow. But then now it's like, well, they revamped it, so there goes those rewards, I guess. Damn, first pull was reach. He loves you. Wow, cool. Meanwhile, me sitting here sinking 27 tickets, 10 multi-tickets, 45k, 44 or 45k a random, and then 40 or 50 more Originite Prime just for a single copy. Yeah, she sure loves you, alright. But yeah, Mr. Try, no need to worry about the perfect medals, but I am still kind of annoyed that I didn't get the get the module rewards for this cycle. Not that it really matters, because I can't really spam module upgrades as much as I'd like to, because obviously we're gated by the module blocks, right? But it's still kind of fucking annoying, so oh well. That's like one thing that I think Arknights will always annoy me about. It's like, well, you cannot procrastinate on their events at all. Otherwise, like, you never know when you're gonna miss out on something. SSS sucks big dookie. The game, I don't mind the game mode. It's just that one particular thing, this one particular thing just kind of gets on my nerves. Cause like they don't even warn you that, oh, by the way, we are completely revamping this particular game mode, so if you don't get this done before maintenance, you're gonna miss out on the rewards. At least with the CC event, that was my bad, because I should have paid more attention to when that CC event was ending. So as much as I'd like to bitch and moan about that, it's still my fault. But here it's like, well, shit. Like, how could I have known, right? So, yeah, that shit's gonna annoy me for a little bit. And here I am saying Arknights is the best gacha game, huh? Hey, Pavilion, welcome back. Alright, let's get started. Sorry I'm late. It took me longer to get in than I thought. Was that Bargas? I was just... Oh, wait, hold on. We already fucking read this scene. Because, yeah, as soon as we got into the fight, what is it? The game kicked us out for the data thingy, or the data update to drop us over on. So oh yeah, that's right. What's the best quest for farming bond? If you want to farm it, if you're talking about bond efficiency, I'm not sure actually. I don't know which quest gives you the most amount of bond. However, I do know the node for time efficiency. If you want to just, if you want to be able to speed run a bond farming, then it should still be Hidden Village in Camelot, Part 1 Camelot, not Lostbelt 6, because Hidden Village in in Singularity Camelot is only 2 waves, so it's very quick, or a lot faster than a 3-wave node. So if you want to grind Bond very fast, then just go to Hidden Village in Camelot and then bring a 2-wave team, and you're good to go. I believe the fastest farming team is like Paul Bunyan and then like Berserker Kentucky or something, if I recall correctly. Not sure if the team's changed since then, but hey, congrats on Oberon, K-Dub. Best gacha doesn't mean a perfect gacha. I know that nothing's perfect. I didn't call Arknights the perfect gacha either. Hidden Village is still bond efficient? Yeah, figures. Because, yeah, I don't know of any other node that has only 2 waves on it. Which is kind of surprising, because, like, I'd have expected JP to get, like, another 2-wave node at some point, but I guess not. Anyways, what the fuck am I doing? I know that all of her skills are at, level, what is it? Level 10 now. So I wonder if it's worth doing this. Though Tamlin Tristan does have a, what is it? She does have a 3-turn NP. Because she's an archer, so checks out. Hey, Bag of Gaming, welcome to the stream. You just signed out because you haven't finished Lostbelt 6. Yeah, Aragon. I'm doing a Lostbelt simulator or Lostbelt audiobook for the whole day today, or for the whole stream today. So yeah, if you don't want to get spoiled, we'll see you next time. Sorry about that. Very good. What are we doing today, Tuhu? Just reading through FGO's story, the Lostbelt 6. That's funny. Castoria basically loops her shit every single time. God, my voice cracks so easily these days because of all the audiobook simulator I've been doing. I'm thinking maybe I should have brought what is it, Atlas Academy into this instead of normal. Because if we have to kill both the Ifrita and Tristan, then... PGR got their English dubs with their recent patch as well. Nice. How long does her ignore sure hit last for? Actually, doesn't this should expire when it's her turn again. I think that's how enemy buffs work. Because yeah, Tristan's sure hit should only be one turn on her NP. That's usually how long they last for. Yeah, for one turn. So I should be able to give Castoria here evade, and Tristan will lose her what is it? Sure hit by the time she what is it? Attacks. Will Castoria deal 5k attack? Yes, you will. 5k damage. Since she got you had the invul. Are you talking about the first turn, Lazy Devil? Because I disagree. The true invul would only protects her for one attack. So the true invul, what is it? Actually, no, you're right. I didn't need to use the NP there because the true invul would have gotten wasted anyway. But I still would have preferred the damage. Though then again, given how this fight's going, we'll see if I need to save that that NP or not for soon here. But she needs to Castoria needs to survive this turn first. She literally had 1 HP. So, let's try this again with Castoria with the mages. See if that makes any difference.
いいね。モルガンの娘同士、マスター同士の戦いってわけだ。楽しもうぜ、後輩。援護は必要か？レディースピネル。
So yeah, this time I will just do that, where I just give her invul and then don't use her NP as such. You been enjoying Lostbelt 6 so far? Yeah. It's been cool. Though, to be fair, I think this run is a bust, too. Because, yeah, we're already at half HP, but then we're only just breaking her bar. I think it might be doable if we were at half HP and then we'd already broken her first bar. Not sure about this one now. Let's try killing the Ifrit first. Yeah, she's dead for sure. Yeah, I have to use Castoria's NP here because the amount of curse stack she has, including the evil curse the evil curse amp she's got, even if we're assuming Tristan deals the normal amount of curse damage she has as a playable servant, which is 1,000 damage for 5 turns, for each turn. If she didn't have disastrous curse. Even if she didn't, she'd only have 2 invul stacks, which means that Tristan will probably attack 3 times, unless she doesn't. If she uses a skill, then we might be okay. But then again, if she just uses her Fey Vampirism thing, I actually don't know what happens if an enemy servant uses an HP drain on an enemy. Or on us, if our servants are low HP. I actually don't know if they just straight up die. I mean, they probably do. I don't know. I don't think who is it? I can't use Atlas Academy invul here because she's Castoria just died to the evil curse. It shouldn't kill. What if I only use invul? UDMP? Yeah, I agree. Yeah. If I don't use my MP, then the curse stacks will just kill Castoria. If Sith uses a skill on you on low HP, okay. It doesn't kill you, just leaves you at 1 HP. Gotcha. But yeah, I agree. I feel like I need to use her NP here, otherwise she won't survive the curse stacks. I think here, I have to pray that Fairy Tristan doesn't attack 3 times, and that she uses at least 1 skill. Yeah, exactly. Because we need at least 2 more turns if we're gonna have a chance at this. So. You can survive 1 attack. I don't know about that. That crit helps. So if we survive this, we'll win. But 2. Ooh, barely. That was close. Unless crit, yeah, that was super close though. Hey Makos, welcome back. Easy GG first try, more like our second, but I'll take a second try. Yeah, I can see how that fight can be pretty RNG. Oh well, at least it's only 5 AP. They knew that this fight was RNG, so they intentionally made it only 5 AP. Is it really that RNG related? It feels like it, yeah. Kind of does, honestly. Because yeah, remember enemy damage calculations also have the 10% damage range. And of course, you have to factor crits into there as well. And obviously, you know, enemy behavior as well. Like maybe they use Fairy Tristan uses her skill more often, more times than not, or something. Yeah. Like maybe Fairy Tristan's enemy behavior there is more or less scripted, but yeah, like you still have to deal with like crits and shit. And of course, your own crits as well. Because if you get super lucky and your Castoria just always hits her like 20, 30, 40% crits, then like that fight is a lot easier. But if she doesn't, then it's like, kind of sketch. You spammed Archchains to beat it with a big HP leeway. Maybe you just got ultra lucky. I'm assuming so, yeah, because I didn't survive with a huge HP leeway like you did. You did leave the Ifrit for last. Maybe the strat is to go for Tristan first and leave the Ifrit alone, so that the Ifrit can waste enemy turns. Maybe that's why. All right. No, it's leaving me. Wait, come back. Mother's gonna be furious with me again. She's gonna ask me why I'm like this, why I'm always like this. The Tamlin lost after Bargas. That makes 2. Fantastic. I knew Einzel's prophecy was right. From here on, the child of prophecy's the one to invest in. Corpa. Invest into the child of prophecy today. Stonks. Chart with trend up. All that aside, where have I seen Tristan before? Oh, I remember now. I know exactly who she is. I saw her 100 years ago back in Lord Grimalkin's mansion. Her real name is Balban Sith. She was a prostitute in Darlington and a vampire. A vampire? What in the world was the High Queen thinking? I can't imagine anything more disgusting than living on human blood. No wonder she stinks like a sewer. I can only wonder how many humans she sold her body to. The resurrection 100 years ago. Remember how Darlington was overrun with corpses? She and Morgan must have been responsible for Darlington's destruction and Lord Grimalkin becoming a night call. No wonder that damn vampire is the only one who made it out of that place alive. No, you've got it all wrong. I just... Stop it. Don't badmouth Mother. Mother always knows best. So what if I suck blood from dead bodies? So what if I'm undead? Darlington wasn't my fault. She's running away. Balban Sith was running away. I knew the queen wasn't thinking straight. Why else would she choose a low-class fairy like that as her successor? Which is weird considering sex isn't a concept in this Lostbelt. Well, no. Just because, what is it? Just because fairies and humans aren't, like, born in the way that we know it doesn't mean sex doesn't exist at all. Like, they can still have the concept of sex, they just don't associate it with, like, oh, this is what we gotta do to, you know, make babies and shit. So in this in Lostbelt 6, sex is probably a purely, like, it's purely for pleasure, and that's it. Yeah, just the reproduction part is like, the reproduction part is it doesn't exist. But yeah, it can still, but sex can still exist as like a pastime or something. Pastime. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. Fairies would probably imitate sex because it's like, oh, this is what the humans do, so we gotta do it too, right? Because it's never said in Lostbelt 6 that, like, sex is, like, explicitly says that, oh yeah, fairies don't know what sex is. And just from this scene alone, when they called Balban Sith a prostitute, like, they clearly know what it is, so... Because, yeah, like, things like prostitution and stuff like that would need to exist first for it to be taboo, right? In the first place. Anyways. So she was lying about everything, huh? I guess that's no surprise. Well, shit, you really handed me my ass. You're as good as I've heard, Tuhu. Pretty sure there's no way I'll ever beat you in a master battle anymore. So, what are you gonna do now? Gonna have your lady friend there kill me, or are you gonna sell this yourself? As you can see, I'm totally unarmed now, and I don't have Balban Sith to protect me anymore. Seems to me you're not gonna get a better chance than this to off me, am I right? Tuhu. Gotcha. That's too bad. I really thought I could end this here. Looks like you've got an even better nose for danger than Kadok. Now I'm really impressed. Well, time to show myself out. Besides, I don't see the point in playing with you anymore while Mash is still missing. So long, saviors. See you in Camelot someday. Woohoo! Whoa there, Zara. Calm down there, buddy. I know she's 1,000 years old, but still, come on, bro. Huh? Sorry, fam. Pepe called dibs on your ass, yeah. Hey, yo. Great work out there, everyone. I'm so glad you enjoyed yourselves. That so? Pretty sure you were the only one here enjoying herself. Your dumbass show made me pull out all the tricks I've been saving and wait earlier than I'd liked. Oh, well, what tricks? Did you join the fight while I wasn't looking? No, shut up. Damn it! So much for saving it for Camelot. By the way, Tuhu, I really have to thank you for this lovely outfit. I had no idea you've been working on it in secret all this time. Whoa. Canonically, Gudao and Gudako are really good seamstresses? Or a seamster and a seamster slash seamstress? Were you just too shy to say something sooner? You considerate little Dickens, you, huh? Is this a phrase that's too British for me to understand? Marion looks like one of BB's alter egos. Yeah, isn't she one of the Sakura 5? Yeah, maybe one day she'll become playable. Maybe one day. Go ask Kana Yoshiki when she will be. Look, that screams not one word. Oh, it's not us. Okay, we're just playing it low key. British. Thank you. I feel so dashing and gallant in this. When I think about people seeing me like that, it's enough to even make a timid thing like me want to give it my all. It seems like you're all working together much better now that you were the last time you came here. Oh, someone a little upset about being the odd fairy out? Not anymore now. It's not like you to be so acerbic, Oberon. Are you feeling left out too or something? Just a little, if I'm being honest. No fair making an outfit like that behind my back. Man, I was really hoping to put Artoria's official Child of Prophecy debut off until later, when we could really do it up in style at Ladinium. Now, don't be like that. I'd say this debut worked out just as well as we could have hoped. You all saw those upper-class fairies in the auction house too, right? They all saw Artoria beat Tristan fair and square, and in a manner befitting of the Child of Prophecy. So it won't be long before they've told all of Britain as well. Plus, we also gotta ring a third bell while we're at it. Does this mean the Wing Clan officially recognizes the Child of Prophecy, Murian? Of course. Now that the bells recognized her, I have nothing more to say. That being said, Gloucester's still gonna remain neutral. This was Tristan's show. I didn't decide to offer you the bell myself. As such, I haven't technically defied the Queen. While we're at it, let's get one thing straight. I have no plans to help the Round Table Army. Fairies and humans may be both equal, or may both be equal in Gloucester, since we, value brands and trends more than anything. But in general, I still hate humans, and the Round Table Army is no exception. So please don't expect me to help them in any way, shape, or form, unless they have an exceptionally good business deal for me. Corpa. Corpa, it's only business, okay business. Now I see. If we can work out a deal, you'll have no problem coming over to our side, huh? Oh, would you knock it off with the can't we all just get along nonsense? Your blockheaded idealism just really pisses me off. Huh? The hell you talking about? Never mind, just forget it. Anyway, I'm really busy right now. Or I really am busy right now. You guys want to wage war? Knock yourselves out. Me? I got books to get back to. All the old Fey era documents I found in the records I just bought from Camelot aren't going to read themselves. You all showed Baoban Sith who's boss and rang the bell like you wanted, right? So if there's nothing else you want from me, would you just get lost already? Oh, Lady Fox? She's out on business at the moment. Apparently, she's found something she was looking for. I would wish her good luck. I would wish her good luck with her work, but I know she doesn't need anything of the sort. Can you give Murray a sexier voice to match your headcanon? No. To me, Murray is a little fucking gremlin. Thanks for waiting, you two. We made it back. We made it back from the ball in one piece. Whoa! I don't know much about fashion, so I don't have words to describe it well. But you look awesome, Artoria. Your battle dress was good, but this is great. You think so? You know, maybe it does. That reminds me, your new armor looks really cool too, Gareth. Hey, Fade Echo, welcome back. Habitrot's like, no way! Someone who's better at making clothes than me? No way! Yeah, gremlins get gremlin voices. Does she know? Me? I'm fine. I was just a little taken aback by Artoria's new outfit. Well, I'll be damned. I guess fairies from paradise really do have all the same taste in clothes. Foreshadowing. I'm glad to see you and Gareth are no worse for wear either, Habitrot. Okay, let's get out of Gloucester then. We don't want to keep Percival waiting too long. Oh, don't worry. I already bought a souvenir for Regibit. He's much more innocent than he looks. So I know he's gonna be he'd be disappointed if we didn't bring something back for him. Hey, that's real considerate, you Oberon. Now, if only a certain someone I could name would start following your example. Speaking of souvenirs, we got some the last time we left Gloucester too, didn't we? I wonder how those fairies are doing now. Want to go say hi before we leave, Artoria? They'll actually believe you if you introduce yourself as the Child of Prophecy now. Huh? You mean those fairies from last time? No, not today. It's a little too late for a surprise visit now. We can thank them the next time we're in town. Right, Artoria? You can see them anytime you come back here. You can see them anytime you come back here, can't you? Alright, besides, I don't have anything to give them now anyway. Next time, I'll make sure to have lots of thank you gifts before I pay them a visit. Got it. Then let's get going. Time is money, and we still have to discuss our next move. Oh? How come you're hanging back, to? Did you forget something? Oh, did you want to pick up some of the good tea while you're here? Sure. What is it? I think Barrow may have been more than right about you than he realized. You really do almost have a sixth sense for danger, or maybe your life has forced you to develop one. Well, there's no point in keeping it a secret, especially since it looks like you've already figured it out. So, I'll be straight with you. That night, I was here in Gloucester negotiating a deal that would help us defeat Woodwoes. It wasn't with Murian either. It was with Koinskaya, one of your enemies. I can tell she's a horrible monster, probably at least as much of an obstacle to you as Morgan. But even poison can be useful depending on how you use it. Poison is still poison? Well, exactly. That's why I took steps to ensure it would be used against our enemy, Woodwoes, rather than against us. Morgan was absolutely going to send reinforcements to help him, no question about it. Woodwoes is one of her most valued soldiers, after all. And once the reinforcements arrived, Londinium would have fallen. Percival is a great knight, sure. But he has a bad habit of assuming every other soldier can fight just as well as him. He loves the Round Table army so much that he can't help but overestimate their abilities. Don't get me wrong, that's a good thing. It may be one of Percival's weaknesses, but as commander of the Round Table army, it's inarguably a strength, which is why I had no choice but to employ an underhanded trick. Woodrose was fully aware of how many soldiers the Round Table army had and what tactic they were going to use. He could have easily handled whatever the Round Table army alone threw at him. So, I chose to deploy something he could never see coming, a foreign poison known as Koyanskaya, which never previously existed in Britain. I knew where she could find something she was looking for. So, I used that as leverage to convince her to stall the Queen's reinforcements for us. But she did much more than that, much more than I ever expected. She somehow made every single soldier disappear without a trace. It was a cowardly move, I know, and believe me, I'm not proud of it. But if that's what I have to do to advance our cause, I won't think twice. When this is over, I'd like you to decide my punishment. That's why you took the time to ask me about this, right? You could have said nothing, but you're my friend, and friends don't let friends do that kind of thing, right? We're giving stuff to the fox. we do a little bit of trolling. What the fuck? Where the hell are we? In 19th century Japan, around the end of the Edo period, the Satsuma domain sent a number of promising young men overseas. Is this, Pepe's? Is this like an intermission to explain Pepe's shit or something? So that one day, they could one day help Japan prepare for the age to come. Their ultimate destination was London, the capital of the British Empire, and the city leading the charge into the modern era. This man was not chosen for the exchange program. He had been born to a poor samurai family. He had no property and no social standing to merit his inclusion in history. While he may have not been chosen as one of the students, he was able to stow away on the boat carrying them, disguised as one of his crew. At this point, he no longer remembers why he left his homeland. Maybe he didn't want to be there for the end of an era. Maybe he was simply fed up with its culture. Or maybe he just wanted to see what life was like in another country. Either way, he no longer remembers. Still, there was one thing he loved more than his country, his family, his friends, or even people in general: art. The only memory from that time he still barely retains is the premonition he felt upon arriving at the harbor. His eyes sparkle at the new world that lay before him. Compared to the stagnant hometown he had left behind, it may as well have been another planet. The man slipped away from his work at the ship and began exploring this new city with only a map as his guide. It was like a dream come true. He wished he could stay longer. But he was cunning, and he knew the reality of his situation. He knew that dreams inevitably end, and timetables need to be followed. As long as he returned to the harbor by sunrise, he would still be punished, but at least he would have a way home. So, after checking the time and confirming he still had plenty of it, he snuck into a third noble's mansion. The mansion in question was home to many beautiful works of art, but there was one picture in particular which was so eerie and disturbing that it took the man's breath away. Reluctantly, he slipped back out of the mansion and returned to the harbor where the exchange students' ship was docked right on time. It took him a full day to realize they had inadvertently wandered into an even stranger, more unfamiliar land. Somebody, anybody, help, please, I just want to go back to Japan. From that point on, the man's life was filled with adventure. Soon afterwards, he was captured by fairies and made into a slave. As the fairies' captive, he endured countless hardships. When the fairies thought he had reached his expiration date of 30 years, they set him free. But since he was not originally bred and raised in Fairy Britain, he still had many years ahead of him. While the land of the Fae was far too harsh an environment for a man of 55 to endure, he had made sure to observe the fairies around him closely over his 30 years of slavery. Don't tell me this is Spriggan. The fuck? He erased his old identity, hired fairy workers of his own, and founded a company. He had his fairies kill other fairies, dissect them, and study them. He then created a serum of perennial youth to slow his aging process. Its effects were nearly imperceptible. Okay, I said that right. But it was better than nothing. He continued his efforts for the next 40 years, becoming a 90-something-year-old man who still looked like a young fairy. Even then, he made it a point to only deceive the Earth Clan. The Earth Clan fairies were narrow-minded and obstinate, but they also valued technology and were willing to trust someone based on the quality of their goods rather than their personality. They were completely lacking in business acumen. And so, the man became the Earth Clan leader's secretary and found he got along with the leader better than any other fairy. There was even something of a friendship between the two. The Earth Clan's leader genuinely cared for the man, and together they started their own company. And so, Spriggan and Capless, Fairy Britain's very first general department store, was born. Sometime later, the man murdered the Earth Clan's leader in cold blood. He needed his name to develop Norwich further in service of his goals. There is no one left in Fairy Britain who knows the man's original name. I doubt proper human history is any different. kind of weird that I'm now that we know he's actually ethnically Japanese. It's kind of weird that I'm trying to give him like an old husky Russian accent, a really bad one. I swear, I don't know when I'm going to get a decent night's rest again. Orders have been pouring in non-stop ever since yesterday. Camelot, Londinium, Edinburgh, our iron weapons are sailing as fast as we can make them. And then there's the remnants of Woodrose's army and Gloucester's pilgrimage. Fairies calling for Morgan's downfall have been popping up in villages all throughout the land, and not just in the major cities. Good grief! And I can only imagine how the Queen must feel, seeing her 2,000 years of rule come to this. Queen Morgan may be a great ruler, but the masses still have no idea just how great her accomplishments really are. Only a scant handful of them could even begin to comprehend the sheer scale of her strategy. It's a lot like how those who live in cities only see their own homes and completely miss the fact that their city wouldn't exist at all if not for the ground it's built on. Well, this is a surprise. It almost sounds like you want Morgan to keep ruling. Oh, not at all. I'm simply stating facts. Personally, I agree with the ward at large. It's time Her Majesty stepped down. I'm not even saying she's at fault. She's simply been in power for far too long. The Queen has made an excellent country, but her values are simply too old-fashioned. I can hardly blame her, seeing as she's over 2,000 years old. Countless generations of her subjects have come and gone, and in that time their values have changed. If the Queen continues a policy of being at one with nature while tightly controlling the human population, this island will never grow beyond its current tiny size. There are a few things more frightening than the harm perpetrated by an out-of-touch gerontocracy. Old parts are meant to be changed out, not left running forever. Of course, I have no intentions of becoming king myself. Even in the world of proper human history I came from, Britain was ruled by a queen. So I believe Fairy Britain is also best ruled by a queen. Wouldn't you agree? Then who did you have in mind for the next one? Ideally, I would prefer a bright and cheery fairy who genuinely loves her people. One of surpassing beauty, but who is more wicked still, and preferably ignorant of her own foolishness. Now that would be a queen worth supporting. If I never serve another overly intelligent ruler in my life, it would still be too soon. So that's why you chose her. True, she does seem like she would be a good fit for you. But the chances of that coming to pass are negligible. She has no hope of defeating Morgan, much less assuming the throne. Oh, right you are. As far as I know, there's only one person out there capable of defeating her. And as luck would have it, my soldiers are keeping an eye on the battlefield, just to happen to find them. All I have to do now is decide when to send them in. I must say, I'm glad we're in Britain. No one else here is familiar with the idea of using a piece captured from the enemy for your own ends. You're not born with a trump card. You gain them as the spoils of battle. That said, I haven't exactly had many opponents to play with over these last 100 or so years. Knowing him, he'd fake the accent. True. They let me escape. They let me escape. They took pity on me, the High Queen's daughter. Barrow was there helping me. I wasn't holding anything back. So why? Why couldn't I win? Me? The High Queen's own daughter? Ah! Tantrum time. Mother doesn't need any daughters but me. There doesn't need to be any other mage than me. If only I had some magecraft that was just mine. Something special. Fit for the High Queen's daughter, for the Queen's own High Daughter. Oh. What was I thinking? I haven't lost at all. All I have to do is bring the garden from Mother's throne. Booba Sith. Alright, I believe... Are we going to chapter 17? Yes, okay. Not a fragment chapter yet. Garden, we're gonna see what it is. Oh, okay, we're going back. We're going to visit Bargas in Manchester. Oh, excuse me. Percival, we're back. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to see you're all safe and sound. Giga Chad. Congratulations on another job well done, Autoria. To who? I think everyone in Britain must have heard that that Belga pilgrimage ring. As your exclusive knight rider, I too couldn't be happier about this latest success. On a different subject, did you happen to pick me up a souvenir? I don't know if you remember this, but it was no easy feat for us ferry horses to transport you all from Londinium to Gloucester in only half a day. Of course I remember. Here you go. A 2-in-1 hair restorer and suntan oil. I found at a shady-looking hole in the wall. It's just one of the many different magecraft trinkets being sold there now thanks to Artoria's previous escapade. Hair restorer? For a horse? There's no need to hide it. I already know you're a fashionable fairy who cares a great deal about his appearance. Be honest, aren't you itching to change your look now that Artoria has done the same? Huh, you're a great fairy, Oberon. A shady-looking hole in wall, you say? Sounds like the perfect place to me. All right, now that Regibit's spirits have been lifted, what say we head back to Londinium? Yeah, walks around the corner like literally carrying a plot of land. And Morgan's following Tristan, being like, "What the fuck are you doing with my garden?" Alright, next on our list is Oxford's Bell. Once we ring that, this war will really kick into high gear. Actually, there's something else we should take care of first. Would you mind if we change venues so we could discuss our future plans a little more privately? That, huh? Okay then. Why don't we try going to those woods over there, away from the highway? Damn, sorry about that. I had no idea this forest was actually a Moor's nest. Please stand back, fairies. The Round Table Army will handle this. Giga Chad. No need to worry about us. Those Moors won't be able to so much as touch me. I am Regibit, the fairy steed of flame. See for yourselves how my body burns. Come, Sir Percival. Come, Lady Gareth. Let us demonstrate what the Knights of the Round Table truly aspire to. Gareth is like... Garrett's just like, you what? Garrett's just like, you fucking what, mate? You fucking what, mate? Oh, you fucking what, mate? Alright, let's see here. Who do I want to use for this? Actually, does Bargas have a party support skill? I think she does, right? Actually, nope, she doesn't. That would be regular Gawain, not Bargas. You got Morgan to Bond 6 already? I mean, what do you mean already? That's pretty standard. If anything, it's actually pretty slow. Like, I haven't like grinded anybody to like max Bond in a long time. Like, there are people out there who already have like Bond 10 Morgans already, much less or even Bond 15s, depending on who you ask. So Morgan being at Bond 6 is not really that impressive. That's right. I can just bring my own Morgan here. So, oh yeah, that's right. I can just bring my own Morgan here. Wonderful. Or, not my Morgan, my own Koyanskaya. So, oh yeah, that's right. I can do that now, can't I? How was the Harmonious rolls too? Pretty bad. I had to spend like 27 singles, 8 or 9 multi-tickets, 45k Arundum, and like 40 or 50 Urgenite Prime just to get a single copy. So Yeah, that was bad. Suppose my good luck with the gotcha rolls couldn't last forever. Yeah, despair. So, as I was saying, I was actually thinking of ringing a different bell of pilgrimage next. We know exactly where Oxbird's bell is, and now that Woodwose is gone, we can ring it any time. So I propose that we head to Orkney next. Morgan is bound to be watching Oxford right now, which should mean Orkney is ripe for the picking. I see. That's a good point. We will have to make our way to Orkney eventually, after all. Giga Chad! And since none of the Queen's troops have been deployed there, now would seem to be our best chance. Unfortunately, it's not quite that simple. The Queen will send her army after us the moment we head to Orkney, to say nothing of Knocknorea's army in the north. So I think it would be safer to advance the Round Table army up near Camelot, then have some troops protect us, and then have some troops protect us on the way to Orkney. No, if we go there as an army, Knocknorea will mobilize her army in response. She's already gone on the record saying she sees the Child of Prophecy as an obstacle and Artoria as a rival. So if Artoria makes any overt moves, she'll have no choice but to get in our way by virtue of her position as queen. But we really don't want to fight the Northern Fairies unless we absolutely have to. We need them on our side fighting Morgan instead. Right, Percival? Artoria? Right. We would like nothing more than to form an alliance with the Northern Fairies. Giga Chad! Not as allies in the fight against the Queen, but as fellow citizens of Britain. We've tried sending messengers to Knocknorea several times, but unfortunately she won't even give us a time of day. I mean, Knocknorea does hate humans. Actually, I don't know if I'd say hate so much as... well, never mind. That doesn't matter now. Anyway, I agree with Da Vinci. I think the fourth bell I ring should be Orkney's. Once I do that, we can stop by Knocknorea's camp on the way home. She should be willing to negotiate with us now. Yeah, you're the Child of Prophecy in both name and deed now. The Chocolate Queen can't afford to ignore you anymore. Okay, then the question is, how do we get to Orkney without anyone finding out? What if we went through the Lake District? Giga Chad! It's a marshland in northwestern Britain, and constantly mired in fog. The terrain is much too treacherous for an army to cross, and it's full of moors too. Both Knocknorea's army and the Royal Army always keep their distance. It would be much more dangerous route than taking the highway, but sounds like a good idea to me. Let's do it. We only got but so many people with us. We'd be better off dodging moors than an army. I guess that's true. What do you think, Tuhu? I see. I guess that's that. Personally, I don't think splitting off from our army is a good idea, but I guess you guys are used to moving about as a small elite unit. For a team with your skills, the Lake District shouldn't be much of a problem. Good luck. I'll be rooting for you. Huh? You're not coming with us, Oberon? Of course not. The Round Table army is still in the middle of a rapid growth period. Someone has to stay in and keep an eye on them. Powering up the Child of Prophecy with the bells and pilgrimage is important, of course, but so is improving our army. Percival, I'd like you to come along and command the Round Table army too, so we can secure Oxford's bell. It'll leave Londinium a little thinly guarded, but if we can occupy Oxford, we arguably won't need it anymore. And once that happens, the Queen's army won't have any more reason to attack there. Then it's settled. Artoria, Tuhu, Muramasa, Da Vinci, Gareth, and Habitrot will set out for Orkney's bell by way of the Lake District. Regibit, would you be willing to help them? Giga Chad. I could certainly take them as far as the edge of the lake, but I won't be able to bring the wagon there. So once I've seen all of you off, I'll lay low in Edinburgh and pretend to be a wandering knight. You'll all be stopped by Edinburgh on the way back from Orkney, right? So I'll rendezvous with you there. That sounds perfect. So that sounds perfect. Where have you been hiding all these smarts? For that matter, why were you toiling away as Aurora's secret wagon horse all this time? You could have had a much more prestigious career under Woodrose. Well, as you can see, I've always had an affinity for the wind, and so the Wind Clan City feels like home to me. All right then, Oberon and I will head back to Londinium. Wait, I'm going with you too. I'm sorry, Artoria. I know this is selfish of me, especially after I declared myself the Child of Prophecy's #1 knight. I know my going back to Londinium probably won't make that much a difference, but I can still help there. I just can't leave its people to fend for themselves. Of course, Gareth. You have nothing to apologize for. I think it's great you have somewhere you belong. Don't worry about me. With Tuhu, Da Vinci, and Muramasa, I'll be just fine. Sure, I'll miss having you around, but it won't be long before we'll get to see each other again in Londinium. So let's make sure we both gotten stronger by then. Another death flag. Haha. You got it. In the meantime, I'll be keeping my ears peeled for the ring of the next bell. Hey, Complex, welcome back, man. Right. Take care out there. Be warned, there's a ton of ash over on that far shore, and it also gets freezing cold out there. Excuse me. And since neither Blanco nor I can cross the ocean, we have no idea what may be going on inside Orkney. Still, whatever you find there, I'm sure it won't be as bad as whatever you had to overcome in the Russian Lostbelt. Oh, and keep an eye on Artoria. The more nonchalant she acts, the more she's tearing up inside. I guess I needn't have bothered warning you then, huh? I'm glad she's in good hands. Once we've rung the Orkney and Oxford bells, we'll have to move faster than ever. So in the meantime, I'll do whatever is necessary to find out where the 6th bell is located. After that, it'll finally be time to face Morgan, regardless of how the odds are stacked against us. What's more, something tells me that even defeating her won't be enough to solve all our problems. There's something else in Britain. Something cursing every living creature here. Unfortunately, we don't have the least idea what it could be. Remember this, Tuhu. We still know almost nothing about Britain's history. If we're lucky, maybe you'll find a clue as to how this world came to be the way it is in Orkney. Why are we just getting this exposition now? Has Oberon ever mentioned this bit to us about how, oh yeah, there's some bigger problem other than Morgan? Because if he has, I must have forgotten about it. And if we're really lucky, that clue may just give us the edge we need to defeat Morgan. Why is he just telling us this now? It feels a little sudden. Anyways. He's mentioned calamities in Norway? You mean Norwich? Well, yeah, but that's just part of that's just part of Britain's lore though. He's never mentioned specifically that, oh yeah, by the way, defeating Morgan might actually not be the end all be all, by the way. Just letting you know now. Nudge nudge, wink wink. The Moors, you think? Well, the story Lostbelt 6 justified the Moors' existence because that's what fairies turn into when they die. Or they can turn into them when they die. Right? Unless that's like a huge bait, right? It's like, oh, that's what you think, that's what everyone thinks that what happens, but in reality, I hear a bell ringing. I hear a voice, my voice, called to me in a dream that hasn't changed once in my entire life. But this is everything we can do for her right now. We think it'll be at least some use. So please make sure she gets it, okay? Okay, I will. I think the Child of Prophecy will be thrilled to receive this. Yeah? Yeah, we think so too. You guys should make sure to keep her safe, okay? I didn't really want to accept those gifts. It was all junk. Any upper-class fairy who saw it would think it was just a pile of trash. But for those fairies who struggled just to make it through the day, it was their most precious treasure. I could see their hopes, their feelings in those gifts, and I could see their future. I saw the hope they were clinging to. I saw their joy in believing in something warm. I saw them tear up from the sheer gratitude of being alive, no matter how hard life was for them. And I saw how they would probably be gone by the next morning. The next time we came to Gloucester, those fairies were nowhere to be seen. They didn't entrust their hopes to the Child of Prophecy because they knew they weren't long for this world. They would have loved to live longer, but they wanted to help the Child of Prophecy even more. So they gave the only treasure they had, their lives. I really wish they hadn't. Hey, Rexia, welcome back. I see a Briton I don't recognize in a world I know nothing about. I see a young squire standing alone in a town lit only by the rays of the setting sun. It's me as a little girl, though raised as a boy. This other Artoria is placing her hand on the sword of selection, even though no one told her to. Britain's destruction. Merlin the mage. What voice did I give Merlin again? Britain's destruction is all but certain now. Anyone who would claim its throne is destined to be a sacrificial lamb. If you become its king, the people will place all their hopes on your shoulders, asking you to make everything right. If you fail, they'll be just as quick to curse you, blaming you for everything going wrong. You will gain nothing from this. Truthfully, you'll only be making life harder for yourself. A lone mage with a kind face stands behind her, encouraging her not to go through with this. Yeah, the actually voice. You should think long and hard before you make your choice. Once you draw that sword, you'll never be able to go back to an ordinary human life. Yeah, think about it. No, there's nothing to think about. This just doesn't make sense. The world ending is everyone's problem to solve. If it's gonna end, it should end with everyone cursing each other equally. So why? Why are you... I saw a great many people smiling. I don't think that was a mistake. Hey, it's the CE, guys! And this is what happened as a result. A pariah to even her own knights and subjects, even after she rebuilt the entire country, crushed beneath the weight of a world's hope, without ever knowing joy of her own. All she built came to ruin, and her trusted companions killed each other. Everyone she knew was dead, so she died alone. How does Castoria dream about Artoria from PHH? Merlin shenanigans. Is this some kind of joke? It's not funny, it's just cruel. How could you just use her to get what you wanted and then ignore her forever? How could you forget her like she was just some story you'd finish enjoying? Why did she have to do all that? Why did she feel like she had to? There was no reason at all for her to become king. It just seemed like she had the power to. I don't understand. I've seen her whole life play out now, and it hardly seems like something to aspire to. Why did it have to be you? couldn't you have just let someone else do it? The worst thing I could say slipped out of my mouth before I could stop myself. My other self quietly turned around to face me and said, perhaps. I do think there may have been someone else suitable for this role. Then why? Why in the world did you do this? Why? I think you know the answer better than anyone. She's star attribute, guys. Actually, is Castoria a star attribute? We've been heading north on the highway all night, and it's almost noon now. At this pace, we should arrive at the entrance to the Lake District by nightfall. Just please remember that we'll be parting ways temporarily once we get there. Oh, right, about that. I was actually hoping we could tweak our plans a little, and you could head west from here. That's the way to Manchester, right? I want to stop by there before the Lake District, actually. Manchester? As in Bargas domain? Are you sure about this? To who? You're a dog person too? What about you, Muramasa? What? Is it really that surprising? I just assumed you'd work out that Da Vinci worked. I just assumed you'd work that out when Da Vinci said she wanted to go to Orkney. Well, I didn't. Okay. What about you, Habitrot? Did you know? Me? Da Vinci talked to me about it before we got on the wagon. She wanted to know if I'd mind stopping there before Orkney. So you already knew about this Habby Cat? But I'm supposed to be the leader. I'm sorry, Artoria, but even if you were on board with this plan, I don't think you'd be able to keep it to yourself. Bargas is still technically one of the Queen's Tamlins, so I didn't want Percival or Oberon to know about this. Well, good point. Percival would certainly worry if he knew we'd be stopped by an enemy's territory. And I doubt Oberon would have been happy about it either, since she, burned down his forest. Manchester is a nice place. It's very unlike Oxford, which has been getting more modernized with its restaurants. It's still an idyllic fairy town I'd like you to see in a story. Fighting may be against the rules in Gloucester, but Manchester doesn't need to ban fighting. The whole town despises it, you see. Really? Even though survival of the fittest is the law of the land there? Don't worry. Bargas' take on survival of the fittest isn't quite what you're thinking. You'll see when we get there. All right then, Manchester it is. Trust me, it's a lovely place full of peaceful wildlife. There won't be any fighting there whatsoever. I give you the Regibit guarantee. Oh great, all right. Time to do a whole lot of fighting then. Oh god. A fairy voice.
Woo! You tourists look really strong. This is awesome. Get him!
I like that little violin jingle at the end. The horror movie jingle.
Get him!
Did we just get into a Pokemon battle? Yeah, probably. Yep, probably. Okay, let's see. We'll throw in Ozzy here. Oh, excuse me. And then, of course, Morgan. Actually, we'll just give her a Heaven's Feel. Okay. And then we'll just throw in 2 servants back here. 1 and 2. And give them the bond CEs. And we're good to go. Our eyes met. We're fighting now.
任せなさい。ふさわしい敵であればあまりない
地上にあってファラオに不可能なし万物万象我が手中にあり。
はち切れそうでし
褒美をやろう光なき者。
ょ。目を背けないで。
全能の神よ我が業を見よ。我が無縁の好機太陽はここに降臨せる。ラムセウムセンティス
モルゴ
もろい。この程度か。
無駄ですよ。
ファラオの真意を見地上にあってファラオに不可能なし万物万象我が手中にあ
暗き
り。
湖よ来たる。そういいでしょう。
He actually ran out of medals for the first time thanks to the fairy knights. Yep. That's why Grand Neurofest can't come at a better time.
つまらん。この程度世が出る必要もなかった。
You're in need of blood drops, yeah, the bloodstone tears. Surprisingly, I've been seeing more bloodstone, or I've been needing more bloodstone tears myself too. Speaking of blood, it's the same dream. It's the same dream I've had several times before. I'm crying. I'm crying while eating what the remains of what used to be my lover. They're delicious. I'm so happy. This is wonderful. It hurts. I'm heartbroken. This is madness. Predation is a fact of life for all wild creatures. It's natural for us to seek out others, love them, and become one with them in order to survive. Living by the laws of the wild is also a source of pride for me. I'm blessed with an exceptional spirit origin, even for one of the Fang clan. For as one who was born strong, I have a duty to govern and protect the weak. I have to be strong. I have to eat the strong so I can grow stronger. Why are they censoring the word eat? You see, my rules are right. I only love the strong, and I eat those I love so I may become an even better wild creature. That is my lot in life. That is how I have had many strong meals so I can defend Britain and protect the weak. But deep down, I have no idea what this is. Having another good cry, Bargas? Why don't you come over here? You don't have to stop crying. Just tell me what happened today. Did something painful happen? Something sad? Did it happen to you while you smiled? Did it happen to someone else while you got upset? Whatever it was, please tell me. I want to know how you feel. It's okay. I promise I'll never stop liking you, no matter how embarrassing it might have been. His body seemed as though it could fall apart at any moment. He could barely speak above a whisper. He was the weakest creature I've ever known, but yet he helped me tremendously when I was on the verge of a breakdown. You know, there's nothing like a fun story to cheer you up in hard times. Why don't I tell you another tale of your favorite knights at the Round Table? I'll tell you a story of Flotsam that drifted here as a changeling, a florid, proud, and slightly somber story. A story of the brave knights you've always looked up to. The knights of those stories were not compelled by anyone to be righteous. They were born righteous. They were proud. They were wonderful. They protected the weak and did good deeds wherever they went. They may have only been stories from another world, but I still admired them more than anything. Even though a despicable fairy like me had no right to do so. But whenever I shared my trepidations through my tears, he always responded with a gentle smile. There, look out at the garden. Those flowers you planted have grown in beautifully. and I see you plant another one for me today, so I can enjoy them even though I can't walk. Thank you. That's so kind of you. I only hope that one day you'll be free of the pain you carry in your heart. That's right. That's right. Her love runs true and deep, and with every new relationship, she's certain she can prevail over her need to consume. Wait, this isn't Bargas narrating it. It's probably Merlin. Whatever. I'll just speak in a normal voice. That's right. Her love runs true and deep, and with every new relationship, she's certain she can prevail over her need to consume. But she has never succeeded. Now she's at her limit. No, she reached her limit a long time ago. I don't know how many times she's thought of putting herself out of her misery. But despite that urge, her strong sense of responsibility forbids her from taking the easy way out. So she lives with the guilt of devouring her lovers, and as penance, continues to protect Britain even as it tears her up inside. She's an example to all of us. That's why I want to help her any way I can. You're the only fairy possessed of true nobility. It will be a tragic loss for you to take your own life. So let's make a deal, Bargas. It's still a little too soon for you to take on the curse after all.
Sorry, so sorry.
I really am sorry about that, everyone. I hope you can forgive them. I promise I'll give these idiots a stern talking to later so this sort of thing doesn't happen again. They're very susceptible to trends, and you see, and, well... you know they're talking about Camelot preparing for war these days, right? And that made them want to have a pretend war of their own. They were satisfied with board games until you walked in, but...
Well, come on. Those fairies and humans just look so strong. I knew it'd be a blast to fight them.
Don't be daft. Don't be daft. Don't be daft. Have you forgotten that Lady Bargas is back right now? If you louts ever get someone killed and she finds out about it, she'll have your heads and mine. You ought to be thanking your lucky stars that these people are so strong and understanding. Also, no more alcohol for you until I say so.
Oh, come on! Don't be like that! I can't go back to not drinking human alcohol now that I know how good it is!
My bootleg cha-cha voice. Well, read your bit. Care to revisit your read your bit guarantee? Huh, that's strange. I distinctly remember Manchester as a town bursting with smiles, kindness, and violence.
Oh, don't be silly. There's no violence here. The rule of Manchester is survival of the fittest. I'm Jenny. I was just born near here recently.
Oh, I see. That explains it then. So you must not know much about Manchester yet. Do you happen to know where the Lord's house is, Jenny?
Oh, you mean Lady Bargas? Sure, it's over that way, at the end of the big road.
Oh no, the Fae have discovered hard alcohol. Yep, we're all doomed. Actually, no. Don't they specifically mention human alcohol? Yeah, not drinking human alcohol now. Like that kind of implies that fairies can make their own alcohol, but they just prefer human ones. I mean, makes sense because, you know, whatever the fairies produce of human civilization, it's just a cheap imitation, so. Oh yeah, I see it now. It looks like it looks like it's a big mansion with a beautiful garden. Anyway, I thought Manchester was a Fang clan, a Fang clan town, but I guess it has fairies like you too. Are there Earth clan fairies here as well?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen many Earth clan fairies. There's lots of humans here though, and it's about half fairies, half humans.
Really? So far, I've only seen fairies walking around. Are there really that many humans here too?
Of course. It's survival of the fittest here, so the strong have to protect the weak. I know, since I'm one of the ones being protected. Lady Bargas might be strict, but she's also really kind and really funny.
So that's how she defines survival of the fittest, huh? Now I get it. I had my suspicions given what we've seen of her. But it does look like, to Bargas, survival of the fittest ain't about the strong preying on the weak. That's right. She's been like this for as long as I can remember. The strong should only eat the strong. The weak aren't worth eating, so they must be protected. She'd say that all the time. Of course not. Don't be silly. I mean, you saw how Bargas didn't even recognize me, right? Nope, certainly haven't known her for a long while. No, sir. Haha. 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 Surely not. Haha. In fact, I don't know a single thing about her. Nothing.
I know about Lady Bargas. She's back at her mansion right now. Everyone in town keeps congratulating her over coming back to visit her new lover all the time.
Are you kidding me? All her talk about being a proud and noble Tamlin, and she still has the time to keep lovers? Bargas's lover. I don't even want to think about it. You can't take what rumors say too seriously. It's not like she's ever confirmed any of them herself. And even what they say is true. That's between her and the lovers, right? If they're all okay with it, who are we to judge? Well, true love or not, crimes are crimes, but this is also the land of the Fae, and we know different areas have their own very different rules. Still, now that we've come this far, we can't leave without seeing her. If you're scared, Regibit, it's okay. You can wait here. Besides, we're the ones who wanted to talk to her. No, that's okay. I've come this far. I've come this far with you. I'm not about to part ways with you now. Besides, I can't help it if she sets her sights on me as her next dish. That's just the burden someone as popular with all ages as me has to bear. So if things should take a turn for the worst, I can at least be bait. A meat shield for the rest of you while you make your escape. And now come, let us be off to the demon's lair. I'm certainly not afraid of any horrific fairy-eating black dog. Welcome to Manchester, everyone. What a wonderful surprise to see you take me up on my request less than a day after I made it. We don't kink shame. Gorgeous. Who in the world would call such a beautiful lady horrific? Now I see you are nothing less than a true noble. Nay, a true champion. Personally, I, Regibit, feel as though I've just been hung out to dry in the final corner. Thank you for your kind words. May I ask who this Fang Clan fairy is? Don't worry about him. He's just another hapless horse. Habicat, would you mind taking Regibit outside for a bit? Sure thing. Come on, Regibit. Let's go out to the yard. I noticed there was a fun-looking plaza out there. It's called a paddock. It's called a paddock, Habitrot. There really is nothing like a clan mansion. They always have so many luxuries, even when the owner has no particular plans to use them. Bargas's baggies. Of course, it is incumbent upon every good lord to show their guests proper hospitality. All the more so when it was I who invited you to begin with. If anything, I should be thanking you. Anyway, I'm glad you let us in here without even patting us down. Now that we know for sure you don't mean to fight us, can we relax and get down to Bargas? Well, I'm afraid you're mistaken in that. While I certainly bear you no ill will, as you can see, I do have every intention of fighting you. Huh? What's the meaning of this, Bargas? Would you kindly stay out of this? My business is with you. I'm pretty sure there's that this line is not translated properly. Shouldn't she be saying my business is not with you with a period, not a question mark? To Master of Chaldea and Leonardo da Vinci, her faithful servant. I know this is unbecoming, but I would like to ask you, with all respect, for a duel. Would you be so kind as to show me your strength once again? Now I see. You want to find out if Chaldea can walk the walk before we talk the talk, huh? I gather you won't trust us unless we can prove we're able to beat you without the Child of Prophecy's help. That is true, yes. But more than that, I am interested in you two. I want to see just how far a mere human can go against us fairies. No. I'm going to see for myself whether your victories so far have been more than a fluke. We duel in bed, oh god. Oh god. Oh god, oh fuck. Do I have any Buster single targets with a battery here? Actually, I don't think so. Other than Melusine, but she's obviously AoE and, you know, class advantage, so, or class disadvantage, so. We could use Aussie again, I think. Actually, I think I'm gonna do this. Super Orion time. Where is my Victor of the Moon? There we go. Let's see. Actually, we're gonna give my Koinskaya that, and we'll also take mages here for the card shuffle in case we need it. Yeah, I know I could probably use Kentoki here. It'd be super easy. Punchos, boobas, oh no. No! Not the boobas! 6-turn cooldown. I could actually could have brought Mage's Atlas Academy and get his all his skills back, I think, except for his guts, I think, because his guts should be a 7-turn cooldown. Yeah, so standard. Alright, let's see here. Let's see. We have to make the most out excuse me, we have to make the most out of this crit, so let's do this. Oof. Delicious. All right. Unfortunately, this means that I'm not sure how well our crits are gonna go here. Because if Super Ryan doesn't crit at all, well, too bad about that. Thanks, we didn't have to worry. You were saying? I mean, this is FGO we're talking about, so I don't exactly trust anything that's lower than a 100% crit, right? Not a duel to the... Yeah, we only need to break her first two. We didn't have to fully kill her or anything. Whoa, these nachi are so good. I love how versatile potatoes are, no matter what world they come from. These oysters are amazing too. I was a little shocked when they came out on that huge plate piled up to the ceiling, but damn if I couldn't eat these things forever. Oh, don't let the fancy presentation fool you. It's not nearly as impressive as it looks. Just look at all these meat pie. Just look at all those meat pies dominating the table. There must be enough to cover Garrett's entire shield. That makes it pretty clear how vain Baggy is. She's obviously trying to break our concentration by overwhelming us with quantity and flourishes. Won't work on me though. Oh man, this is really good though. Don't deny your true nature, Saber. Don't deny it. Pull your own finger. There. I changed back to my usual armor now that I'm done with both fighting and cooking. I do hope you like the food. I apologize that I couldn't make anything more than these simple dishes. Normally I would have had my chefs do the cooking, but I had to give them leave of absence as part of my house arrest. That's right, but it's nothing too impressive. 2 multi-Mothman. Hey, congrats, man. After your Malusian rolls and coin rolls, you'll take it. Hey, yeah. Any early 5-star is good in our books. But yeah, congrats on early Oberon or early Mothman. I merely imitated flour. I merely imitated flour-based human culinary techniques and drilled them into me. Drilled? Huh? It's a far cry from the gourmet cuisine they serve in Camelot. Is that so? I didn't think you Tamlin were so, domestic. Wow, Castoria. If you had said that as a guy in proper human history, you would have gotten canceled on Twitter. It must have been hard being the lord of a hick town like this if you had to do your own cooking. I don't understand. Shouldn't everyone who plans to get married someday be able to do all manner of housework? Baggy 5-star Michelin chef, yeah. Bargas, Bargas the type of girl to have the skills of a 5-star or a 3-star Michelin chef and be like, nah, I'm just gonna run a hawker stall, because what isn't there a Singaporean hawker stall guy who got like a Michelin star or something for his his chicken, I think. I forget what kind of chicken he makes, but it's not fried chicken. It's like roast chicken, I think. Something like that. Castoria proven to be a leech/mooch. I mean, you know, no matter what world she's in, Saber be Saba. Saba will be Saba. I love charisma breaking Castoria. It's always so fun to see. Indeed, now that we come this far, I will be completely frank with you. I want to keep the residents of Britain safe. That is why I pledge my horn to Her Majesty. But Her Majesty does not share that goal. In fact, she is actively working to worsen the Great Calamity. She only cares for Fairy Britain itself, not the Fae who inhabit it. So, here's my proposal to you, Child of Prophecy. If you mean to ring the bells of the pilgrimage so that you may truly save Britain, I am willing to fight for your cause. If need be, I will even rise up against the Queen herself during the Battle of Camelot that is sure to come. You're serious about this, aren't you? I don't mind having you on board, but what about your pride as a knight? You really want to join our side even after you destroyed the human ranch and burned down the Welsh forest at the Queen's command? That's right. Even if it is too little too late, I still wish to join you. As to my crimes, you are welcome to convene a court-martial after the Battle of Camelot. Rest assured that I will expect no mercy. I will accept whatever punishment fits my crimes. But first, I want you to promise me one thing. To who? Da Vinci. You said it was, but you have both said it was possible for Fae Britain's residents to immigrate to proper human history. If that is true, and you two are willing to tolerate fairies living among you, then I would ask that you please give the matter some thought. Her Majesty has already told me that our Britain is what is known as a Lostbelt, a world that was meant to disappear to make way for proper human history. I believe it. I have no doubt that this Britain should never have come to exist. What makes you say that though, Bargas? You want to protect Britain, right? So why do you think it should have never existed? Aren't those two ideas mutually exclusive? Because we fear this land, every one of us. I suspect you could ask any fairy in this land, and they would have given the same answer. At any rate, under Queen Morgan's reign, every fairy will perish by the end of the year. I naturally have no notion of what our lives would be like under the Child of Prophecy's reign. But if there should be fairies who, under her reign, wish to move to the outside world, or to move outside the world, I would hope that you would take them in. If worst comes to worst, and this Britain really does disappear, I could ask for nothing more than to have the fairies born here, live in your world. Amogus. Well, I think it's a great idea. In fact, I can't come up with a single reason to refuse. The storm border is big enough to hold up to 500 refugees. It's that fucking big? What? Well, then again, yeah, we should have known it was really big because after reading 4.5, I think it was, right? The Lostbelt interlude chapter where we met Yang Yihuan and Van Gogh for the first time. Yeah, like we've known it was super big, but yeah, thought never just crossed my mind. How did the rolls go? For Oberon, it took me 8 multis, but we got him. Still technically under average, so I'll take it. They will have to live there until we resolve the bleached earth phenomenon, of course. But as long as they're okay with that, they should be able to get by on the border just fine. Besides, this is exactly what the storm border was designed for. It's a modern-day Noah's Ark. While there aren't very many of them, there have been a few vessels like that in proper human history. They served as literal lifeboats to preserve the future of the species they carried. Well, 500 ain't a whole lot compared to the fairy population at large, though. You gotta be okay with that, Bargas? Yes, saving even a small number is far better than failing to save anyone. As long as you remember this promise. No, my wish, then I will gladly become a filthy turncoat for your cause. Of course, I am sure Sir Gawain would think poorly of me for this. However briefly I use his name, I admit the very idea of betraying one's lord must be unthinkable to him. I see. So he really would scold me. But I have to ask, are you sure about this, Bargas? Never mind the politics, are you sure you can trust us, your enemies? Well, I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure. You said something like this before yourself, too. Even if the world is about to disappear, you didn't want to let what might come tomorrow ruin today. And you were exactly right. Instead of worrying about what might happen tomorrow, I should focus on what I can do today. Murmas's K-Kona. Alright, I can't possibly turn you down at this point. Forgetting for a moment how in the world I'm going to have to explain this to Oberon. Tamlin Bargas, if you really want to help the Child of Prophecy, you can do so in Camelot. Once the fighting there begins, you're to refrain from attacking the Round Table army. That part is absolutely non-negotiable. Aside from that, well, if you feel like neutralizing some of the Queen's army for us, I'm not going to stop you. Anyway, those are my only instructions. Any thoughts, Bargas? I'm surprised you didn't ask me to open the castle's gates from the inside for you. Did I not say you need not hold back on my behalf? Well, I know, but I just don't trust you enough to rely on you for something so crucial. All you have to do is fight within your means. We can break down the gates ourselves. Good point. If I were lying, you would certainly be in dire straits if you trusted me to open the gates for you. You made the right choice, but I must admit I didn't expect you to be so severe. Yes, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Well... Oh boy. Yeah, surely Bargas still has their significant other still lying around, right? Surely. Aware. Yeah, I'd love to meet them too. We heard all about it in town. They say you come back to Manchester all the time just so that you can spend time with your new squeeze. It's not all the time. I just come here as often as I can. Besides, he's not my significant other at all. He's just a human boy that I take care of. Oh god, she's a Shotokan! Oh god. She's a fucking Shotokan. Run, boys! Literally, boys, run! I only love the strong. I would never even dream of taking a lover as weak, incapable, and devoid of a future as him. Huh. You sure about that? They say love is blind for a reason. You could just as well end up falling in love with the last person you suspect. Yeah, Bargas grooming, oh no. I could? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that proper human history's culture is so advanced. Choice words. But, I digress. Adonis is very weak. He's been sickly all his life. He's currently recuperating here in my mansion. While he was very excited to meet you when I told him about you two, I'm afraid he's been struggling with an unrelenting coughing fit recently, and I haven't been able to get him the medicine he needs thanks to the imminent great calamity. So I want to at least let him get all the rest he needs. Me when Bargas uppies. That said, I would be very grateful if you could come here to meet him after the battle at Camelot. Oh, so in other words, he'll be dead by then. I may not be able to come back myself, but I know you would all get along very well. Gotcha. Sorry for the uncouth request. I guess fairies aren't the only people you want to keep safe, then, huh? Of course not. I may not hesitate to discipline uneducated humans, but even that is no more than basic training humans need to survive in this world. Fairies and humans are two halves of one whole. You cannot treat them separately. Protecting fairies means doing the same for humans. Well, this has been a really productive talk. I'm glad we stopped by Manchester. I think this has been a good respite for you too, Artoria. You must have enjoyed getting to talk with an old fairy friend of yours, right? Sure, you might have been acting all huffy, but you also clearly enjoyed enjoyed the meat pies, seeing how you ate so many. A respite? Hardly. This wore me out even more than acting the part of the Child of Prophecy around the Round Table Army. Now, if we're done here, let's get going already. We still have to make to the Lake District by nightfall, okay? The Lake District? I see. So you're going to Orkney. There may not be very many moors up north, but each individual moor is stronger than what you are accustomed to. And those in the Lake District are especially strong at that. Be careful out there. Bargas meat pies. What is it, Bargas? It's still got something on your mind? Yes. I was just thinking about the relationship between master and servant you told me about during our meal. Her Majesty has told me about servants as well. Servants are spirit beings that are retrieved from the chronicle of human history, a place beyond time, known as the Throne of Heroes. They come into being when their master summons them for a particular purpose. These servants then stay by their master's side, and should their master die, they vanish. Do I have all that correct? Well, pretty much, yep. Why? Then, it doesn't make sense. What? That a servant would obey a master when the master is weaker? I've wondered about that too, but no, that isn't what I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about Barrel Gut. He claims that High Queen Morgan is a servant he summoned himself. But Queen Morgan has never called Barrel Gut her master. And above all, he only came to Fairy Britain a few months ago, while Queen Morgan has been queen for over 2,000 years. And that's what doesn't make sense. Her Majesty was alive and well long before this man came along. Unless, is it possible to summon a servant version of a currently living person? Yeah, Merlin. Well, I can think of one possibility. There have been a few cases where the future forms of heroic spirits with exceptionally complex histories have been summoned in the present day while their original selves were still alive. And since in proper human history, Morgan was known to have 3 separate personalities, it could be that one of them was summoned here. But of course, if that were the case, it would also mean that there are 2 Morgans here in Fairy Britain. I don't suppose you've seen any signs of a second Morgan, or even heard rumors to that effect. No, I haven't. There's only one Queen Morgan, and she is not a servant. I have served Her Majesty for 200 years. I am absolutely certain that she is a fairy. That's why I wish to ask you about this. Is this Barrel Gut truly Morgan's master? Dun dun dun! Circumstantial change confirmed. The price has now been paid. I have a proposal for you chosen ones, an offer for those of you who were cast aside. If you desire acclamation, then choose rebirth. If you desire indolence, then choose eternal sleep. Oh yeah, this is the foreign god, right? It makes no difference to a god. It makes no difference. Well, it sure as shit makes a difference to me whether I live or die. Living inevitably means struggling, while dying takes those struggles right off your plate. I've always preferred to keep things simple. I can't even dance if I got too much on my mind. Acclaim, power, the future of humanity, being the best version of myself I can. Fact is, I don't care enough about myself to get worked up about any of that. Okay, Mr. Foreign God, I hear you, but before I give you my answer, can you tell me one thing first? I asked if there was anything in this world that actually mattered to me. And he answered me without a second thought. Guess that's a god for you. Hey, Knocknorea, so you made it back to life too, huh? Well, hey, that's awesome. I thought I'd be the first one out, but I guess that was dead wrong. I mean, we're talking about a foreign god here, right? One who says he's gonna refute all of human history. I figured the only ones who jump on a sweet offer like that would be me, Pepperoncino, or David. Not at all. I have as much desire as the next person. What could be more enticing than the prospect of creating a new human history? You'd have to be mad to refuse. Huh, well, damn, I stand corrected. So you've finally shown your true colors, huh, Wodime? I mean, there's been times before when I couldn't believe the stuff that came out of your mouth, but still. Anyway, you got a real nice smile now. I like it. It's a big relief. That smile says, I'm gonna abandon all of human history, or all of humanity to the death, so I can be the king of the goddamn world. If you were all broken up about this while pretending to be one of the good guys, then I have some serious reservations about sticking with you. Do I really seem that different now than I did before? Nope, you don't. That's why I'm so happy about this. You've actually been off your rocker this whole time. Oh well. At least I already knew on some level that the members of Team A misunderstood me in many ways. Hey, don't get all gloomy on me. I like this new you. So, what do you want me to do, Wodime? You're the team leader, yeah? And hey, now that I finally get what the whole crypto thing was all, now I finally get what the whole crypto thing was all about. That's right. You were there. Oh yeah, didn't I give Knocknorea that I remember now. I gave Knocknorea the noble southern accent, right? Or like, yeah, the noble southern accent or whatever it was exactly. That's right. You were brought here into the singularity. You were brought into the singularity repair missions for emergency contingencies, weren't you? You knew about our secret Sirius lights and how to use them. You also know how they're designed to deliver the decisive blow to ensure the preservation of humanity. When the foreseen singularities appear in the 7 points in human history we expect them to. I thought only me and Marisbury knew about the Sirius lights. Guess you did too, huh? Or maybe the foreign god told you? Either way, you sure cut my work out for me. Well, you guessed it. I'm the cleanup guy. It's my job to dispose of anyone thinking about deserting their post. So, what are you gonna do with me now? Gonna kill me here while we're all alone so as not to wreck team morale? No. I think your ruthlessness could be useful. I want to use it. Eventually, everyone from Team A will be resurrected and assigned a Lostbelt. From there, the foreign god will give us each a ticket to potentially become the king of the world in exchange for growing our Lostbelt's tree of emptiness. And I would like you to tear your ticket. I would like you to tear your ticket up. You don't mind, right? It's not as though that ticket will actually be good for anything. However, you can't be reckless about it. You'll need to do it in secret, while making it seem as though you're still giving it an honest try. Huh? Hang on. You're telling me to betray the foreign god too? And what was that about tearing up my chance to become the king of the world? Are you shitting me with? Are you shitting me with? You'll be assigned the Isle of Britain. I took the liberty of choosing it for you. I assume you don't mind being it being your homeland. And if I do, not even Marisbury was this unilateral about his decision making. You know. I see. Unfortunately, now that I've already brought this up, I can't pretend it never happened. If you refuse, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to kill you.
What? Seriously? So I got no choice in this?
Thank you, Beryl. I'm glad we understand one another. You're the only one I can ask to do this. I don't know what that Lostbelt is like, but I do know Britain is crucial to the magecraft world. There's no telling what could happen if the foreign god were to inhabit something which came from there. It's the one Lostbelt that must be cut down before it can grow to maturity. How you choose to go about it is your business, but...
Basically, you want me to just slack off like I always done, right? Okay, pal, you got it. Besides, I never had that much interest in competing to be king of the world anyway. This gig's way more up my alley. That said, Wodime, this is still a deal we're making, so I expect you to keep up your end of it too. Once you become the king of the world, you better make damn sure I live it up in the lap of luxury, all right?
Well, he's dead, so... Well, actually, no. Beryl, Kashtari is only dead because Beryl told Morgan to fucking roast his ass.
Shit, there isn't really a goddamn thing here, is it? Is there? Well, apart from all the phantasmals and fairies and assorted nasty beasties running around, how's a place like this gonna be any threat to the new human history? I guess even Wodime gets it wrong every now and... No, wait. I remember that look on his face. Whatever's here, he was positive it was gonna be a problem. Maybe he knew about something funky going down in London. The rest of us didn't. Ah, well, no sweat off my back. That just makes my job even easier. Now I can take care of I can take care of the tree of emptiness without anyone getting in my way. Speaking of which, I should probably go about summoning my servant. Thanks for making sure each crypter could summon at least one servant, Marisbury. I mean, it was the least you could do after inscribing us with something as dangerous as the Sirius Slights, but still. Of course, I still don't know exactly what kind of servant I'm gonna get. But I think I can make a pretty good guess. Whoever I summon, my only condition is that they are capable of destroying the world.
I am Morgan the Fairy Queen, a ruler. I have come in response to your summons. You there, descendant of witches, are you my master?
That was a good nap. I knew I made the right choice stopping here before heading home to Darlington. Whoops, sorry, Queenie. Didn't realize you were still hard at work on the throne all by your lonesome. Still, don't you think it's time you chilled out just a bit, Morgan? The Tree of Emptiness is dead. Krishtara was our biggest enemy, and we defeated him, too. The foreign god never got a hold of the spirit origin she wanted, and she never will now. There's nothing for us to be afraid of. We've practically already won. So why not just relax? It's not like Chaldea or the Child of Prophecy are any threat to you, right?
Of course not. I have never considered either of them to be my enemy. My only enemies are the humans who once rejected me, and the Isle of Britain that would reject the fairy Britain I've created. Proper human history itself is my enemy, and so I will not relinquish my throne until it has been truly, utterly destroyed. Know this, Barrel Gut. Actually, before I continue, since Morgan is since now it's confirmed now that Morgan is a servant and Barrel Gut summoned her like God knows how long ago. What would happen to Morgan if she destroys proper human history? Yeah, if she's actually successful, like what happens then? Because like, doesn't she still need wouldn't she be destroying the throne actually? Or would the throne still somehow exist? Can servants still technically survive or still be a thing if somehow, some way, the Throne of Heroes were to be destroyed? If it even can be? Or is that not even a possibility? Like the Throne of Heroes will always exist, and there's no way to destroy it. Interesting. Know this, Barrel Gut. The fault for Balban Sith's failure in Gloucester lies in part with you. If you are so inept as to be unable to babysit a child, I will be forced to reconsider your position as both my husband and master. Tell Balban Sith she has had her final chance. I have clearly been soft on her. I have clearly been too soft on her. It is time she learned to carry herself in a manner befitting my heir. Well, whatever you say, Morgan. She'd be a lot happier to hear that from you, but I guess that's too much to ask. You really don't love anyone, so you really don't love anyone, so there's no chance you'd allow an heir to take over for you. Man, I almost feel sorry for Balban Sith being adopted by a woman as cold-hearted as you. Alright, Fragment 8. Going back to hang out with Ash again. Ash and Mash. After the incident at the pit, Mash and Ash began investigating ruins all around Britain. Their only leads were the stories passed down within the Mirror Clan and the murals left by the Rain Clan. And so, they set out from west to east on a great adventure in search of written records left behind by humans. Between running into Moors, getting attacked by anti-Londinium fairies, and fighting the occasional giant monster when Ash felt like it, things weren't always easy. But when all was said and done, these travels became lovely memories. Of course, it helped that Mash was always so strong and awesome, no matter what. Of course, our strong Smashu Mashu Kohai. Hey Mash, didn't you call me by some weird name when we first met? I guess I did. I'm sorry. You, looked so much like someone else I know that it just slipped out. Really? There's someone out there who looks just like me? What are they like? Well, I only spent a little time with her, but that was enough for me to know she's a wonderful person. She's brave and kind and dependable, and she spent a lot of time in her workshop making all sorts of clothes. Her name is Habitrot. She's a very happy fairy who wants nothing more than to be a friend to brides everywhere. Whoa! So there's a fairy like that in the future, huh? I guess her name does sound a lot like mine. Maybe it's a fake name, like Ash's. Maybe she's trying to cover up her true name. That's enough, Mash. You agreed to not to tell us too much about the future, remember? You're right. I'm sorry. I thought that would make Habitrot happy, and I didn't stop to think about what I was doing. Gotcha. You can be pretty careless sometimes, huh, Mash? I'm sorry too. Still though, I like the idea of being a friend to brides everywhere too. That sounds like a great life to me. Well, they had a lot of conversations like that, so I thought I'd include one for posterity. Anyway, their search through ruins lasted about 5 months. They didn't learn much, but they didn't give up either. They kept doggedly pursuing the threads of Britain's history and eventually arrived at the priestess's prophecy. It was Britain's first prophecy of destruction, a curse left behind by the first human, the priestess of the enshrined deity. It predicted there would be 4 major wars named after the 4 seasons, but the War of Winter had not yet happened. They never did find out what it meant. Really, all we got from our expedition was a lot of fun memories. And while I know they've... Oh, is this Habitrot narrating this? Yeah, it is, because it says, while I know I've already written that's down several times, let me remind you once again that this took place in Fey Era 400. Now, there were only a few days to go until the coronation at Londinium, which would decide the fate of all of Britain. And as one of the key figures in that coronation, Ash needed to return to the castle soon. There, the needlework's all done. All I have to do now is make the embroidery motifs. I think I'll make a purple rose for Ash and a blue rose for Mash. Let me see. You did a good job. I have no complaints. You've gone from crybaby to expert. This is why I love it. This is why I love handicrafts. Although, I'm not sure about using embroidery for the brooch. Ash is going to be a queen, so she should have something that shines. I think a pattern of beads modeled after the world tree should do the trick. Here, give me that. Let me show you how it's done.
Wow, have you always been that good with your hands, Black Knight? You're like some sort of sewing master.
Todorot's changed so much since you came along, Mash, and it's all thanks to you. We've been together for hundreds of years, but I've never seen this side of her before. I really am a terrible friend. I was so caught up in the fighting, I never even noticed what Todorot was going through, and she's always been there for me. Oh no, it was nothing. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time, that's all. And the only reason Todorot got interested in making clothes in the first place is the upcoming coronation. She said she wanted to make you a gown so pretty that you'd be the fairest fairy in all of Britain. So I'm sure she would have gone on to become a great tailor even if I never showed up. Ash? Alright. I think you deserve to know at least a little about how I really feel. I'm no savior, Mash. All I want to do is keep Britain itself alive. I no longer have any intention of saving all its fairies, or of protecting humans like you. Huh? What are you saying? You are protecting everyone. I've seen it myself. Well, here's the thing, Mash. For the last 3,600 years, I've been dispelling the calamities that appear every 100 years, and the great calamities that appear every 1,000. Before, when I said I would let the fairies handle the aftermath and go to sleep in a coffin, well, that's not the whole truth. The truth is, every time I saved them from a calamity, the fairies would come after me. I've never known a moment of true peace. The only thing I could ever do was run for my whole life and hibernate for years at a time. I'm sure that at the start I really did want to build an ideal nation, but not now, not anymore. Every time I decide to work harder and finally get it right next time, I only ever end up having more stones thrown at me. I've been imprisoned, crucified, beheaded, drowned, burned. The only thing they haven't done is poison me. So by now, I've stopped putting my hopes in fairies. My only companions are Todorot, the Black Knight, and Rhynek. I'm not even sure about Uther, to be honest. Even they only see me as an important tool, nothing more. So I only fight to protect Britain for myself. It's the only place I belong. That's why I'm going to unify the fairies and give humans the right to build a kingdom. That's the Britain I want. The sort of story proper human history would never allow. I've never been Ash the Savior. I'm just Ash the Witch. But surely there must have been at least one good fairy, right? One who believed in you and understood you? Wasn't there ever a single fairy you genuinely wanted to help? No, there wasn't. Not a single one. That's why things turned out this way. Mash, you came here from the era of the High Queen. I don't know which faction you belonged to in that time. I can never know, for if I did, that would change what happens in the future. I've been vacillating for a long time now about whether to kill you or save you, but I don't think it matters now. This is the Fey era, a history entirely of the Tree of Emptiness' making, and as long as that tree exists, anything goes in this Lostbelt. No matter what may be added to this world, it will simply adjust its history to match. Things don't have to make sense in a world with a Tree of Emptiness. The reason Morgan was so cavalier about using the water mirror to send things back in time to the Fey era is our awareness that nothing which changed in the Fey era will affect the start of the era of the High Queen. So you're saying that worlds created by trees of emptiness can tolerate a fair number of discrepancies without falling apart? That's right, which is why I'm here. The Fey era is the last point in time where things can be so wibbly wobbly. The moment you spoke of the era of the High Queen, I had a flash of insight as to how the future must have played out. She must have used all the magical energy stored inside the Tree of Emptiness to transform this Lostbelt into a singularity. I still won't know why she chooses to do that until the time comes, of course. But in the meantime, Mash, I can tell you that you can only exist while the Fey era lasts. In 400 years, at the start of the Fey era of the High Queen, you'll disappear whether you're still alive or dead. You do understand that, right? Yes, I arrived in Britain in the year 2019 in the era of the High Queen. Since I didn't exist in that era before that date, when the Tree of Emptiness dies. I swear, just because Fey era's history can be changed. that doesn't give her the right to send every problem she can't handle back to the past and let nature disappear it for her. And now she started sending servants as well as calamities? Unbelievable. That's just pathetic is what it is. So I guess the least I can do is make things right. Since I'm mixed up in all of this too, it's my responsibility to send you back in the future where you came from. Are you sure? No, wait, is that even possible? Well, in a way, yes. It should work as long as there aren't any historical inconsistencies leading up to the calamity of Norwich in the year 2019 of the era of the High Queen. So, how do you feel about hiding out in the farthest edge of the world where no one would ever see you? Alright, I believe this is chapter 18? Yes, it is. Okay. Ooh, change of scenery. We're Terminator time traveling away. Well, mashes, but not on purpose. Of course, it's one of the United Kingdom's biggest tourist attractions. It's known for its glacial lakes that seem to stretch on forever, and for its steep, rocky crags that have never been touched by civilization. In stark contrast to highly developed cities like London, it still retains the natural beauty it's had for at least 100 years. Fancy clothes, gourmet meals, and thrilling entertainment are great and all, but there's definitely something to be said for the kind of leisure time where you can just lose yourself in your environment. Hey, Tuhu, Artoria still hasn't cheered up. What's going on? What's going on with her? Yeah, I was just thinking, so, this is the famous Lake District. It sure is pretty as a picture, isn't it? Also, just as quiet. Did I mention quiet? Haha, haha. Damn, you have no poker face at all, do you? You're obviously still thinking about what Bargas told us, right? Don't keep it to yourself. Is this barrel gut truly Morgan's master, huh? That is the question, isn't it? Though, of course, the real question might be, is Morgan actually a servant? It's a hell of a conundrum, that's for sure. Tuhu and I have been going back and forth trying to square that circle ever since we got here. Same. I mean, she'd pretty much have to be if she's been ruling here for like, what, 2,000 odd years. You mean when when Beryl said he was Morgan's master and she didn't deny it? So Morgan's not Beryl's servant, but Beryl is Morgan's master. That's a brain buster, ain't it? I don't even know where to begin. Any ideas as to how that could work, Da Vinci? I'm afraid not. There's just too little information to work with. If Holmes were here, he could string a number of theories together into a plausible hypothesis, but he's not. I do have one idea, I think. I remember what you said about masters and servants, and the kind of things Chaldea's done so far. But I'd rather not think about it any more than that. If I'm right, then Morgan would be... impossible for you to beat? A fairy you'd rather not even fight at all if you don't have to? Habitrot? What's wrong with not wanting to fight her? Who says you have to try and beat her no matter what? Chaldea's goal is to acquire Morgan's Rongominiad, and the Child of Prophecy's goal is to bring the 6 spells. Trust me, I heard Einzel's Child of Prophecy poem in Londinium enough to last a lifetime. And there's not a single verse in there about killing the queen. But Morgan herself told me to defeat her. Did she now? She's just playing everyone's antagonist because she doesn't dare trust anyone anymore. But I'm not saying more than that. All I care about is Mash and 2 finally being reunited. Habitrot is sus. She knows something. She knows. You can't go around trying to please everyone else all the time. Sometimes you just gotta tell them to piss off. No more chit chat. We've already got a few Moors headed our way. Oh, you remember Bargas' warning too? Good. Then don't hold back. We're all counting on your firepower to get us through this. Sausage. Did we have to get both of Morgan's Buster cards here? God fucking damn it. Mysterious biological weapon. Not quite enough. Random ass bio weapon. Nope. That woman's gotta be nearby. What does she think this is? A vacation? Looks like it's gonna take us at least a full day to make it through the Lake District and get to the North Coast. I don't think we'll make it more than halfway today. We should look for a forest where we can make camp before nightfall. Say, Habitrot, do you maybe know this area? You said you were originally from the north, right? Well, yeah, I guess. This place hasn't changed in forever, so I at least know it better than the south. Why do you ask, Da Vinci? You want a history lecture from old Habicat? Well, if you could, that'd be great. We never heard much about the Lake District down south. Gotcha. Okay then, but just until sunset. Long ago, Britain used to be way smaller. Back then, this area was all ocean. At the time, Britain was the only landmass in the world. At least the fairies thought so. So they worked to expand the isle.
Then, one day, when they expanded up to where Manchester is now, they noticed there was a forest on the far shore. That was this place, British Lostbelt's Lake District, a forest in the middle of the ocean. That was where the Northern Fairies come from. They'd been living off the fruits of that forest all that time. The Northern Fairies? So they were Knocknorea's ancestors? Yep, the 6 clans and the Northern Fairies have totally separate lineages. Anyway, back in the Fae era 6000, I guess that'd be 8,000 years ago, Britain had its very first war. In it, the Northern and Southern Fairies fought each other. Nowadays, it's only known as the War of Spring. It happened when the Northern Fairies got jealous of all the land the Southern Fairies had and crossed the sea to invade it. But even though their leader was super strong, on average, the Northern Fairies were still weaker than the Southern ones. Back then, there were no humans on the Northern Fairies' side. Only the Southern Fairies kept humans. So the war ended with the Southern Fairies' victory. Apparently, it was a total massacre. Whenever the Northern Fairies' successors were born, the Southern Fairies would just kill them on the spot. That's where they got all the bodies they needed to fill in the ocean up to the Lake District. They killed so many Northern Fairies that eventually new generations stopped being born altogether. Everyone thought they'd gone extinct, but nope. Turned out they're still alive. The leader of the Northern Fairies was made of much sterner stuff than any fairy from the 6 clans. Well, they weren't called the 6 clans back then, but you know what I mean. Anyway, the Northern Queen escaped, left the Lake District, and went on to make the Western Island all by herself out in the middle of the empty sea. The Western Island, Ireland, became a legendary island that no one could see, but existed all the same. It became the final hope for fairies who were exiled from Britain, a sort of last bastion of castaways. Later on, there'd be another war between the North and the South called the War of Summer. But that has nothing to do with the Lake District. So I'll just skip that one. Anyway, after the first war, the War of Spring, the Southern Fairies claimed the Lake District all for themselves and began developing their civilization even further. The fairies that would go on to become the Mirror Clan, and the fairies from Britain's northernmost area that would go on to become the Rain Clan, each built thriving cities here. Or there. Yeah, here. Though, of course, as you can see, they've long since been wiped out. Not sure thriving is the word I'd use then. But then again, the idea of a single country enduring for more than 1,000 years doesn't really fit for us non-Brits in the first place. The idea of a single country enduring for more than 1,000 years doesn't really fit for us non-Brits in the first place. Does Muramasa not even count his own country? It's not like Japan was ever like once the ethnic Japanese were settled in Japan. It's not like they were technically ever conquered by anybody, right? I mean, unless you want to argue the Americans did, but it's not like Japan, like even when the Americans won World War II, it's not like they like wiped Japan off the fucking map. I mean, we could have with nukes, but what do you think of the jump scare banner that they dropped compared to what everyone expected? In hindsight, it probably kind of made sense. But yeah, it certainly caught everybody by surprise, because after myself included, because once I wasn't sure if Oberon would come out the same day that Lostbelt 6 Part 3 dropped. So when I saw that he didn't, I was like, oh, okay, I guess he's next week then. So even China technically, well, I know about China, yeah, because China during the Yuan dynasty, yeah. Like, the Yuan dynasty wasn't, like, they weren't technically Chinese. They were Mongolian. Well, Morgan's Fairy Britain has lasted for more than 2,000 years. Remember? Of course, you can't really call it thriving either, since it hasn't advanced any in all that time.
The Rain Clan. I see. Britain's skies are always cast in twilight, so it makes sense that there would have been fairies who control the rain and other weather. But why did the Rain Clan go extinct? Did they disappear? Did they disappear naturally, or? I'll tell you that once we get to Orkney. All you need to know for now is that the Rain Clan and the city Orkney were destroyed in Fey Era 4000. Yep, they built the city in around Fey Era 5000, so it was one of the few British metropolises to last over 1,000 years. Now I see, so that's why our Ireland's nowhere to be found then. The Northern Fairies must be of Irish descent, and the only Northern Fairy to survive the War of Spring was their queen. But then, what happened to the Western Island? Why is that gone too? Oh, why do you think? It's because the Northern Fairies migrated to Britain, of course. Maeve made that island to keep her fairies safe. She took it all back into herself just before she invaded the British Isle. That was the War of Summer back in Fey Era 2000. Ash the Savior and the first Tamlin fought in it too. Man, you guys wouldn't believe how strong Queen Maeve was. After their failure in the War of Spring, the Northern Fairies coexisted with humans in Ireland for 4,000 years. The Southern Fairies only saw humans as tools for producing entertainment. The Northern Fairies, though, they saw humans as partners, and together they built a real civilization. So even though the Southern Fairies had the numbers advantage, the Northern Fairies were still overwhelmingly stronger. At first, Queen Maeve wanted to wipe out the Southern Fairies as payback for what they did to the Northern ones, but eventually Ash managed to broker a peace between the two sides. As part of the deal, the Northern Fairies were ceded the north part of Britain as their territory and welcomed into the fold as the King Clan. That's when the 6 clans we have now first came about. The rest, you guys already know. Anyway, with that kind of bad blood between them, it's no wonder the fairies of the north and the south don't even get along. Still don't get along, even in the era of the High Queen, right? Basically, all you have to remember is that there was a big battle between the clans in the last years of the Fey Era, right before the era of the High Queen began. What about the start of the Fey Era 14,000 years ago? Do you know anything about that? Nope, there's not a single record of Britain's genesis. Ash and the first Tamlin tried their hardest to track one down, but all they learned was the story of the six fairies. So you already know about it. Yep, it was that mural. I don't remember all that much about it either, but if you want, I'll tell you what I know as a bedtime story. Not that there's all that much to it. At best, it only makes for a decent lullaby. All right. Oh, excuse me. Where are we up to now? We are on chapter 18. Making decent progress here.
お勘定なさいまし。やっちゃいます。願いましては。よしよし。シロは偉いね。やっちゃうね。慌てない慌てない。このカラスの底に秘された太鼓さは汝を測り見定める今しめとなる。水泳にグラズ。
Well, that's awkward. I still need to use what is it? Still need to use one of Sittonite's cards because she still needs a little bit of a charge somewhere, and of course we don't get either of her other cards. Classic.
エリザリウス手伝う。気にしない。よしよし。シロは偉いね。お買い得です。さあ、
Let's do that then.
サーチライトを当てなさい。
Yep, 1% off.
気に入ったわ。あなたは念入りにめちゃくちゃにしてあげる。泣いて許しをこいなさい。ウエストゼロエビテイでしょ。
And no cards whatsoever. Cool. Whole ass command spell just to fill 1% MP.
やっちゃうね。
98%. The hilarious part is it sounds like Sittonite's Buster card hits 3 times, but it only hit twice.
制圧終了です。ふん、焼け野原にされなかっただけ。幸運
So
と。
that's pretty bullshit. Okay, this spot looks perfect. Okay, guys, let's enough walk. That's enough walking for today. Let's go ahead and set up camp. I'll go gather brushwood. Firewood. I'll go write a report for the border. I'll go laze around for a while since I'm just plain tired. Then I'll put up a bounded field to ward off animals and insects. Gosh, camping is so much fun no matter where you do it. Yep, I think now it's a good time to call it a night. There don't seem to be any dangerous creatures here, so... hold it! I still haven't told you guys about the 6 fairies like I promised. Oh, right. I'm sorry, Habitat. Please, go right on ahead. Don't worry, I'm listening. It sounds pretty important after all. Okay. Now, which diary was it? Here it is. Habitat's History, page 153. It became ocean at the end. There was ocean at the beginning. After the shooting star passed, the land all ran into rivers. Long, long ago, as far back as time can go, 6 fairies went outside to find the world had become an ocean. There was no land, no rocks, no fish, no birds. And, of course, there was no mountains or forests, which the 6 fairies loved more than anything. The 6 fairies didn't know what to do. They grew sad and thought of going home. But where is home? This is awful, they thought. How terrible how our world has become. Then a large shadow rose up from the ocean. It belonged to a giant fluffy creature. On its shoulder stood one of the animals the fairies believed was gone. The animal on its shoulder was called the fluffy creature Cernunnos. Cernunnos, the animal, then the 6 fairies soon became friends. It wasn't easy living on the ocean. There was nowhere to go and nothing to do. But Cernunnos made things better for the 6 fairies by sheltering them from the waves. However, the animal said that Cernunnos was a god and that he needed offerings. So the 6 fairies offered Cernunnos their joy. And they offered Cernunnos their wish. The ocean without waves is nice, but we still miss having land. And so the fairies' wish was granted. Then, after their rejoicing ended, the god grew tired and fell asleep. The 6 fairies revered Cernunnos for granting their wish. They made grateful use of everything that was left behind. Thus did the Isle of Britain come into being. May the first 6 fairies find salvation. And the end. So, was that helpful, Artur? Wow, you're amazing, Habitat. I can't believe how much you know. Is she talking in her sleep, pretending to be awake? What about the rest of you? Muramasa? Da Vinci too? There's no such thing as dream school. But seriously, that really was helpful. It seems pretty clear now that the giant beast from the mural, Cernunnos, really did exist, along with the 6 clan ancestors. Also, what do you think that animal riding on Cernunnos' shoulder was? I think so too. Gods do like having mouthpieces. My guess is that this human was Cernunnos' priest. A priest. They were probably there to share their god's word with the world. I see. So that'd mean when Britain was first created, there was a god, a priest, and fairies, huh? But now, there's no god, no priest, and the only humans that exist were made by fairies. There's gotta be something more to this story. Maybe that's what Morgan's hiding. Seeing how any story related to gods completely died out in the era of the High Queen, you're probably right. But that leaves us with yet another question. If this story is true, it'd mean Cernunnos gave the Southern Fairies, the 6 clans' ancestors, this land. But then, who gave the Northern Fairies the land with woods on it in the Lake District? Oh, I know that one. This is a secret only the Mirror Clan and those born before the era of the High Queen began knew. But a certain being's corpse lay somewhere in the Lake District. Even if the world had become totally blank or an empty sea with no life, it remained all by itself without decomposing until it eventually transformed into a small forest, out beyond the border, the last dragon. The corpse it left behind when it failed to return to the paradise of Avalon became the Northern Fairies' homeland. Alright, next. Hopefully I remember to, actually no, I shouldn't switch this, because I'll most likely forget to switch it back to, Alice Academy. So I think instead what I'm going to do is I'll leave this on Morgan. Give her back K-Scope. I'll just use this. This fairy Britain is full of corpses. They're all corpses. Corpses everywhere. Thanks, too, and I'm sorry again about falling asleep last night, Happy Cat. It's okay. I'm not mad anymore. Besides, I did say it'd make for a decent lullaby. It sure did. I just slept great. I haven't dreamt so peacefully in a long time. She's probably serious about it, too. Or she probably means it literally. So just how amazing was this Albion thing anyway? In proper human history's archaeological circles, it's thought to be the name of Britain's prehistoric civilization. In the Magecraft world, it's also known as the Dragon of the Age of Gods and the last pure-blooded dragon. So to put how amazing that is in more concrete terms, well, while servants, that is heroic spirits, could be said to be super beings that are way beyond humanity, both physically and spiritually, not all servants are equal. They're ranked based on the scale of their spirit origin. The heroic spirits at the very top of the tier, the ones that even other heroic spirits would consider astonishingly powerful, are known as grand servants. By that token, Albion would probably be considered a grand dragon by other dragons. I mean, if it was around when Earth was formed, that alone would mean it possessed 4.6 billion years worth of genetic information. It's not a god that was modeled on human perception or one discovered through faith. It's a primordial supernatural being. That said, humanity's no slouch either. In just a few 100,000 years, we took the accumulation of all 4.6 billion years' worth of life on the Earth and deciphered it, acquired it for ourselves, and are actively trying to develop it even further. So while a single human might not compare to something as amazing as Albion, as a race, there's nothing out there that surpasses humanity. We are the most advanced life form on Earth, you know? Well said. We might be enemies, but just now, I'm real glad we're on the same side. Thanks. You might be our enemy, but I love how you give credit where it's due. And yet, they still think of themselves as enemies. Weird. I know, right? Since ancient times, boys have and always will be boys, huh? What the fuck? Who the hell are you? that Nintendo jump scare soundbite again. Who the fuck are you? Yeah, I thought we were playing FGO, not Pokemon Go. Or Pokemon Geo. Okay, that's enough of that. You're the fairy who's been following us since yesterday, aren't you? That's me. Hi there, I'm Mirror the Nightcall. I've been watching you guys since I picked up your lovely auras. By the way, unlike the original, my gender isn't exactly a secret, okay? Nightcall? What was that comment for? A Nightcall? So you're a spirit who didn't disappear after dying? But that's so weird. I don't sense any hostility or malice or anything from you. Nope, I don't have any regrets or grudges. I'm just too strong to disappear, that's all. I've been stuck like this for years on end now. Honestly, I'm not entirely too sure what to do about it either. Gotcha. Sounds like a real problem. Would it help if we left some food on your grave or something? You want to leave food on my grave? Even though there's nothing there? That's so funny. But thanks. You guys are really nice fairies. Man, you sure are a cheerful Nightcall, aren't you? Guess you didn't die because you lost your purpose then. How'd you bite it? Was it sudden, or did you have an unlucky accident or something?
It was more of an incident, more than an accident. We were all massacred by the fire and wind 6 years ago, just like Ainsel predicted. Ainsel died then too. Now there's no one from the Mirror clan left. At least I'm pretty sure there isn't. Or was there? That's odd. Oh well, everyone forgets things sometimes. Anyway, you guys look like you're a lot of fun. So I have a little request that I'm hoping you can help me with. See, a few days ago, a weird fairy showed up and started living in a really important place we used to protect. Do you think you might be able to chase her off for me? Well, while we're usually willing to help fairies, night calls in need, we kind of have somewhere to need to be ourselves. But just out of curiosity, what does this weird fairy look like? Well, she's wearing a fancy upper-class fairy dress, and she even wears fancy glasses. And she has a whole bunch of subordinates and a pink tail. Hang on. That sounds like... Ugh, excuse me. Coin Sky is the servant we saw with Murian, right? Oberon seemed to think she was dangerous, but does that mean she's a problem Chaldea has to deal with too? Oh, there's no doubt that she's fundamentally incompatible with humanity as a whole, but we've also never faced her directly just yet. She did try to kill us during the attack on the Chaldea base, but that was probably just her following the foreign gods' orders. She's also made a habit of toying with the local populace in each Lostbelt, but I think that's just her way of enacting retribution. She basically took the existing systems of exploitation in a given world, like, say, the relationship between the ruling class and lower class, and exaggerated them. She may hate humanity, but she's never tried to obliterate it, per se. That said, though, she's been making a point of collecting creatures from each Lostbelt which never existed in proper human history. Also, that she is the immature form of a beast, an evil bent on destroying humanity, would put her pretty firmly in the evil camp. If Koi and Skya were just acting as Murian's bodyguard, that's between them. We'd have no business interfering. But if she's adding to her collection here too, then we can't just sit back and do nothing. It's really only a matter of time until she turns those creatures against us. Stopping her now is just a kind of self-defense, so we don't have to fight them off later. I see. I think I understand why she's so dangerous now. In which case, she must be after... Mirror, are we headed to the bog where the dragon's remains are now? We sure are. That weird fairy came trundling up to that pitch-black pool one day with an umbrella in tow, even though no one besides us should know about it. Then she kicked out the Moors, and last I saw, she was doing something nasty to the dragon's corpse. The dragon's corpse. She's after Albion. Damn it, has she no shame at all? That thing's gotta be like a national treasure. No tourist like her has a right to take it. Mars! There's a whole bunch of Moors here. Run for it, everyone. Forget about the dragon's corpse. Don't throw your lives away. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Luckily, there aren't many pure fairies here, so we can handle a bunch of Moors. But make sure you stand back, Habitrot. We don't want to risk a worst-case scenario. Don't be daft, you idiot. There's no time to be worrying about me. Their poison is super deadly. Make sure your healers are ready to go, Tuhu. If I have to, I'll go fight these things myself. Yeah, you tell him, Habitrot. More, scatter!
こやんすかや登場。雑魚の皆様、お覚悟のほどを。すべて見つめる。はち切れそうでしょ。はち切れそうでしょ。
Oh, excuse me.
宝具を目をよく言いました。そういいでしょう。私の足元で許しを乞います。落ちよ、ロードレスキャメロット。逃がす者か潰れなさい。多くに巻き込む。ってあげましょう。くらい目を背けないで。慈悲神戸を垂れよ。恐怖は希望もない。何人通るにあたわず。無駄ですよ。やっと血がたぎってきたのに終わりだなんて。いつの世も。
Give me 1 second, chat. Something's not right here. Moors wouldn't gather on their own like this. It's gotta be a trap Koyan Skya set. She must really not want anyone getting past here. You mean she's already got Moors under her thumb? This Koyan Skya lady must be even more trouble than I thought. In fact, now that I think about it, I can't believe you knew what she was like and still greeted her and glossed like it was no big deal too. What else could she have done back then? Marion was there too, you know. Now quit grapping and get back to fighting. If you can't end this, I'm gonna end up using my Noel Phantasm until I'm drained dry. Keep those enchantments coming, Artoria. I'll pull out 3 Sumikati in a row and see if that's what it takes. Even I have to burn my own spirit origin for fuel. Huh? Does that mean servants' spirit origins are flammable? Well, I can't speak for everyone's, but mine is. Look, don't worry about it. Like I said, just keep them coming. When you've been standing at the forge as long as I have, losing an eye or a leg stops seeming like such a big deal. Look who showed up. Tamlin Lancelot, what are you doing here? Never mind that. I'm going to clear out most of these moors. Stand back, child of prophecy. You're only getting in my way. Wait, no way. No way. That's a child of prophecy? Now that I'm a night call, I couldn't tell it was her. But now that I'm getting a better look at her, I can sense it too. Yay, she finally made it back to the entrance to paradise. This is great. What a relief. Now all our purposes have finally been fulfilled. Hello, Britain's Belle of Ending. So you're the one with the highest callings, the second Avalon LaFay. Hey, Fear, how's it going? Have you also got an Oberon? Yeah, Fear. Yeah, I got Oberon last night. I see none of you were hurt or killed. Not that is any of my concern. You didn't come here to save us, did you? No. I suppose I could have just left you all to your own devices. But this place is special to me, so I didn't want Moors ruining it, that's all. That look on her face. Yes, I will, but not now. We all know there is going to be a war eventually. When there is, we Tamlin will lead the charge against the Child of Prophecy and the Foreign Mage. There's no need to rush things. When the time comes, I will make your deaths so excruciating that your souls will flee your bodies from the pain alone. So cruel and sadistic. You're pretty ugly on the inside for a fairy who's said to be the most beautiful in Britain, aren't you? Me? The most beautiful? Well, that's very kind of you to say, but no, I'm not the most beautiful fairy in Britain. Well, maybe if you value function over form, but true beauty has nothing to do with combat ability. Why am I bothering to talk about this? I really need to learn what is and isn't appropriate for fairies one of these days. Anyway, I take it that you're all here to ring the bell of pilgrimage. If you are, then I just turn around and leave if I were you. There's nothing like that here anymore. Anything that used to be here has long since been burnt to— Ah! Jump scare. Yikes, you scared me. You see a ghost or something? Yes, I'm looking at one. Have you guys really not noticed until just now? That's a night call. And if it's here, it must be from the Mirror Clan. I see. So that's what was calling to me. Huh? No. You got it all wrong. We don't begrudge anyone anything. We already did everything we had to do. We have nothing left to tell you. More importantly, are you sure you don't want to hurry to the bog? Otherwise, you might be too late to stop that outsider from taking your homeland for herself. Come on, Lancelot or no Lancelot, we can't let Koyan Skya get away with this, right? Why is there keep out tape? Huh? Did Koyanskaya set that up herself? That's cute. What are these hideous bindings doing here? How dare you wade into our lake with your dirty feet? Dirty feet? Of all the nerve. I'll have you know I'm very fond of this dress Lady Murian gave me. So I've been toiling away at this excavation from the air, as you can see. Unfortunately, these moors I just acquired have been unable to either transport or destroy it, so I was nearly on the verge of writing the whole thing off as a loss. But luckily, even though these bones are just worthless junk to me now, it seems mistreating them a little was the right choice. Now I'll get my hands on the Tamlin I've been waiting and hoping for. This aura, you must be an immature beast. Well, of course I do. Why do you know about them? Oh, I see. Proper human history must be having a tougher time than I thought. Those bones must be what's left of Albion's corpse. Whatever Koyanskaya wants with them, we can't let her get it. Oh, come on, Tuhu. We need to help Lancelot. I don't know what Koyanskaya is after, but whatever it is, it can't be good. This time, we're gonna cut off her tail and send her packing. What was that? How dreadfully crude. Not all of us world-class beauties ruin nations, you know. Why, if anything, I'm doing humanity a favor. I'd say what I'm doing here is philanthropy. But I suppose trying to get you all to see reason is a fool's errand, since you can't even see what a blight this thing actually is. Ugh, all that hard work I put in to acquire this fine specimen of a weapon, and you've all ruined it. You know, I think this may be a fine occasion to finally get rid of you all. Stand back, everyone. Something huge is coming out of the bog. Is that a dragon? Could it be Albion itself? No. What are you, blind? It's just another Moors. You're all brawn and no brains, aren't you? Aren't you? You'll never be a match for Morgan like that. Kaisora like, shut up. Hey, you can't blame Artoria for being confused. These magical energy levels are insane. They're as high as the calamity in Norwich, if not higher. You're right. I didn't want to believe it, but this water is all made up of the same stuff as Moors. It's literally dripping with animosity towards fairies. We're basically surrounded by Moors now. There's no escape. That's right. This is where Albion's dead flesh rotted away, becoming the most foul substance in all of Britain. And that's not all. This is also where the northern fairies were massacred in the War of Spring. For 8,000 years, their hatred has festered away in this natural cauldron. Albion itself may be no more than a pile of bones now, but it's no trouble to collect all the magical elements that were left here and make them into what they used to be. What are you saying? Are you planning to steal Albion's corpse, even since it perished all alone in the sea of nothingness? Of course not. My clients wouldn't be interested in acquiring a zombie. No, this is strictly a one-time deal. I'll return it to its old, decayed flesh once all of Chaldea is dead. Besides, you're the thing I'm really after. Haven't I already mentioned that? You see, Lord Beryl gave me a juicy, super secret bit of info. You're a living Albion, so I'm just gonna take you away from here and keep you all to myself. Now, as much as I hate to cut short a chat about my fabulous products, I'm afraid I must. Good day, Chaldeans. Thank you so much for your patronage these last several months. Now, allow me to escort you down to the depths of hell, where you can wait for Britain's destruction. This is way worse than it was in Norwich. It's suicide to fight a Moors of this scale without Mash's protection. The hell it is. Don't be fooled. This thing's all bark and no bite. Sure, this bog's curse is powerful, but it's not a real calamity. That weird lady up there is just giving it temporary form. You guys can take this thing easily. Now come on and kick its butt, Tuhu. There's no time to be hanging out here. Mash is waiting for you to come get her in Orkney. Well, in that case... Say less. Say no more.
Damn. Just when I thought I'd broken their spirits. If only that odd little fairy hadn't stuck her nose in it.
Fine. I'll help you all here. Just this once, I'm going to disable the name and gift Her Majesty bestowed on me. Because if that really is Albion's animated flesh, then I'm the only one who can burn it away. Hear me. I am not the knight known as Lancelot. My true name is Melusine, Melusine of the Dark Bog. I am the descendant of Albion, given my name by the most beautiful being alive. What do you guys do with those CEs that give like 50 Mystic Code XP? It's just something nice to look at. I don't know if anybody really uses it. Like the plus 50 bond CE, that's useful because you don't get a lot of bond points comparatively. But for things like the plus 50 Mystic Code XP or plus 50 Master Level XP, those aren't, nobody really uses them. Yeah, mostly just for collection. They're just something nice to look at, I guess. Okay, so, how does this fight go? I'm assuming we can't pull them back. Oh, yeah, actually we can. Cool. But it seems that we have to put Lancelot up in front, so that's what we'll do, I guess. Tell me this, chat, real quick. Does Melusine have her AoE MP here? Should you use them for a CE for your XP bombs? I'm not sure if they even give that much CE XP to begin with. They might, but yeah, if you really don't care about if you really don't care to have them around, like you don't care for their art or anything, then like I guess you could just use them as CE fodder. But yeah, like the problem is I don't know how much XP they're even gonna give. They might give a decent bit. I don't know. I wouldn't know though. Okay, she has her AoE MP available, then we'll just rely on her then. Hey look, guess who I have? Though to be fair, this is assuming Melusine will actually be able to one-shot this wave. We'll see if she does. Oh, excuse me. Alright.
していきます。断ち切れそうでしょ。好き放題、好き放題、扱ってあげましょう。不良ですけど。
I guess she doesn't really need guess she doesn't really need the batteries here. Isn't it better to grind out 1 or 2 star Cs for CE bombs? Technically yes, because it saves a lot of QP over time. Actually, Melusine could have had 300% overcharge.
もっといいでしょう。早く。無謀。この名はアルビオン。
I think you lost. I mean, maybe. I don't know how the guts losing mechanic works.
時を締めて行けいたいと。何。暴れる。
Music heal with MP. Oh, I didn't read that. Streamer lacks critical information. You know what's also lacking critical information? The FGO wiki. Because nowhere here does it say that you must use Melusine's MP to kill them. All it says is that enemies have like that guts skill where Melusine will remove it with their AoE MP, but it doesn't specifically say that she must kill with it too. So, oh well. FGO wiki missing critical information. That's a new one to me. Not.
私が次はハイアングルから巻き上げる。遅ねえ、復唱する。新面偽装展開、精錬たるコメント、月光を返す。沈めミオセンスアロンライト。そこだ。冷たく噛み砕く。無駄ですよ。
I ended up going after the wrong target there, so that's fun.
Ski放題扱ってあげましょう。ねえ、
Let's see, 50-50.
しとめ復唱する。ここから砕く。一撃一瞬で終わらせる。石灰剣撃開始。つなげミオセンスアロンライト。ここから砕く。これで噛み砕く。
Alright, let's see if this is enough now. Barely not. Try that again. Bro, just use the AoE MP. Oh, I did. Didn't work though. Bro, just use your AoE MP. It's that simple, man. She'll one-shot everything, I promise. You have Oberon, right?
戦闘ですね。大好きです。打って打って打ちまくって差し上げますわ。
Ugh. Shitty starting hand.
この私があくまで華麗に。次はあくまで華麗に。ジェイルはお好き？浮気現場か行くよ。アロンナス無駄ですよ。はち切れそうでしょ。お参りしていきます。
うまい手を考えよう。
じゃん、もっと早く。この名はアルビオン。教会を開く最後の竜。ドフロアからプロモへ。時を締めて行けいたいと。弱いと。火の火薬の匂い。このもっと早く。この名はアルビオン。教会を開く最後の竜。ジョフロアからプロモへ。時を締めて行けいたいと。弱いと。無駄ですよ。さも早く。この名はアルビオン。教会を開く最後の竜。ジョフロアからプロモへ。時を締めて行けいたいと。無駄ですよ。
終わったかい。敵対しているものだとはいえ、倒してしまうのはちょっと忍びなかったね。
The rolls go 8 multis. I only have an MP1 Oberon. I'll stay with that for the time being. Because I have the summer servants to worry about. Coming in soon. Beast. Yep, that's Lancelot's Aronite. She just destroyed Koyanskaya's spirit core, no question. Did she now?
She's gone. What happened, Melusine? I thought you killed her. Or I thought you killed her.
Lancelot. In this form, I am Tamlin Lancelot. I will tell you nothing unless you call me by that name. Not that there is anything I want to tell you in any case. Well, okay, Lancelot. We won't mention that other name again. But it looks like you're just as strong even without your gifted name. In fact, you might even be weaker as Lancelot. So if you want to go by that name, you won't hear us complain. Exactly. Thank you for being so understanding. No problem. I'm flattered to think you. I'm flattered to hear you think so. But anyway, what happened to Koyanskaya? Should we assume she got away? Well, maybe. I should have gone for her head, not her heart. That beast was still weak since she wasn't fully grown, but she had vitality to spare. If I had to guess, I'd say she has several lives, though she should be at least incapacitated for a few days. Oh, good. I knew that, of course, but I'm glad to see you do too.
This is great. Now old Lord Skelly will stick around for a long time yet. Without Lord Skelly, the lake would have filled back in with the regular ocean. Then the border between the surface and the spirit cavern would fall apart, like Lady Ainsel would be sad.
Lord Skelly? Is that really what the Mirror Clan called Albion?
Yep. It's easy to tell who you mean by that way, right? Anyway, why don't we go back? The longer you stay here, the worse you're gonna feel.
I'm getting that, yeah. This poison is strong enough to affect spirit origins. I don't even want to think about the genetic effects it could have on living creatures. Besides, while I'd love to investigate Albion's corpse further, we have something else that needs doing right now. Well, you need to ask. I've helped you already, so it's only right that I stick around a little longer. So you want to keep an eye on us to be sure we don't mess with Albion's bones, huh? I guess that is a more direct way of putting it. Thanks for clearing that up. What? What is it? Stare all you want, you're not going to find a weakness. Well, it's not that. I was just wondering what you being a living Albion means. Also, I have to say, Melusine is a lovely name. I can't believe she just blurted that out. Even Habitrot knew better than to bring it up. That has nothing to do with you. It's not worth talking about.
Lancelot is Albion's left claw. When the planet turned into the Sea of Nothingness, Albion, who didn't make it back to paradise, exhausted their strength and died when they fell from the sky. But even though their core, their heart, had stopped, their flesh lived on. Right before their body completely fell apart, they cut off their left claw. That left claw was Melusine's before this new life. It was here in this lake for a long time, not even sure if it was alive or dead. But I didn't see anything like that last time I was here.
I'm sure you didn't. Before I looked like this, I was just a filthy clump of flesh. I had no muscles, no bones, no cilia, no hair, no joy, no fun, no sadness, no suffering. I didn't even know I was a dragon or what I would have liked to be. I may have been alive, but I wasn't truly living. I was just a thing wriggling in the darkness of the bog. But then, one day...
Please, stop this, Lady Aurora. You're gonna dirty yourself. Any creature living in a bog like this must be even filthier than the Moors.
Why would you say something like that? Just look at how much it's been struggling to reach the light.
It's okay. This lake is quite shallow. I'm sure even I can help it. Ew! Oh, what is that thing? It looks like rotten fruit. Please get away from it, Lady Aurora. Oh my, you poor thing. You must be so cold. You're not a water fairy, are you? Hello there, darling one. Or good morning, I think. Yes, that's better. My name is Aurora. What's yours? Now that we're friends, could I offer you some tea? Oh, only if you like tea, of course. Bonding with the cute and funny? Sausage. I met someone who had no reservations about cradling a creature like me in her arms. It was the first time I'd seen something beautiful. That was when I had gained this form. I was no more than a bunch of cells, but once I saw her, I knew I wanted to be just like her. It was the first thing I ever wanted. And now I have this body, along with the name she gave me, Melusine. So you didn't have muscles or bones or even cilia to transport cells? You must have been something like an amoeba then. But then, once you saw a model for a new way to be, you transformed into a fairy? Yes, that's right. Amazing, isn't it? It truly was a miracle. Nobody else would have ever thought to go into that dark, muddy bog, let alone cradle me like that. That's why my life belongs to her. My whole reason for being is making her wishes come true. But she had duties she couldn't neglect, so we couldn't be together forever. 100 years ago, the Earth, Wind, King, and Fang clans were so afraid of the calamity that they began fighting amongst themselves again. So at High Queen Morgan's suggestion, I became Tamlin Lancelot to bring the fighting to an end. So that's why you're the only Tamlin who doesn't have her own army or domain. Tristan, Balban Sith hates fairies. Gawain, Bargas loves fairies, humans too. What about you, Lancelot? How do you feel about them? Did you just start caring for Percival on a whim? No, I didn't. I love Percival deeply. Love? I watched over him for 10 years, ever since he was a little boy. Every time he grew bigger or stronger, my heart felt like it would burst with joy, uncertainty, loneliness, and gratitude. I wasn't the best mentor or sister or even friend. But I've dreamed of a future where Percival could live happily, like the humans in proper human history, so many times though. But not only did he decline High Queen Morgan's invitation, he went on and formed that silly Round Table army. I don't know how he turned out to be such a delinquent. I certainly didn't raise him that way. Oh god, she's a groomer. I can't do that. I have to be a Tamlin. That's why I obey High Queen Morgan. Whether the Child of Prophecy's cause is just or not doesn't matter. I made a deal with her Majesty. I had my reasons, and I'm gonna honor that deal. Alright, this should be far enough. Besides, it's time I return to Camelot. I'll see you later on the battlefield as enemies. He chose his path for himself. I have to respect that. But don't tell him you talked to me. It'll only be painful for him. Bye. Good luck in the battle at Camelot. Well, there she goes. She left as quickly as she came, just like last time. It's okay. It's all in the past now. I'm not upset. Everyone in the Mirror Clan can see the future. We all know when we're gonna die, and it's hard to tell the present from future. We feel like we're dead from the moment we're born. So we have no regrets, no desire for revenge, or anything like that. Dying just hurts. Dying just hurt, that's all. I do feel bad for Ainsel, though. She was our leader, our princess, so she was always worried about the whole clan's future. She put so much pressure on herself, always worried about how to find a way for us all to survive. She put that all on herself. She kept apologizing to the whole clan right up until the moment we all died. The truth is, she's the one who's supposed to become a night call. But I didn't want her to keep having to apologize to us even after we all died, so I volunteered to be the messenger instead. Messenger? So you have a message for the Child of Prophecy? Yep.
There's no Bell of Pilgrimage in this city. Only the clan heads have those. And since Einzel's was destroyed along with her, I'm afraid you're gonna have to find a replacement somewhere else. Also, this is kind of hard to say, but the last thing Einzel had to say was, "The child of prophecy will come here twice. The first time will be to live, the second time will be to die." I see. Thank you, Mirror. I'll remember that, I promise. Take care of yourself, okay? I'm glad you turned out to be such a kind child of prophecy. Make sure you don't hold anything back or second guess yourself. Just go out there and save Britain. Save the rest of us fairies. Oh god, I thought that was the end of chapter 18. We still have fucking one more chapter. Ow, 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 ow. I can't believe this. How could she have crushed my heart through the six-tailed clone I sent out? Ugh, what a disaster. All that work I did to raise one of my tails, gone just like that. The plan was to send one of my 9 lost tails to each Lostbelt so they could all learn and gain unique experiences. And once all 9 tails had matured, I was going to become a beast that could have easily surpassed that smarmy fox maiden. But now the whole thing's ruined. Oh well. Guess I'll just have to give up then. Really, now that I think about it, I couldn't have actually grown all 9 tails anyway, since there are only 7 Lostbelts. Alright, let's try and look on the bright side of this. Do I cut my losses and move on, or do I stay put? Albion's body was just a pile of bones, and since it doesn't have any fur, there's no way for me to control it. And Lady Melusian is no longer a beast, but a fairy akin to a heroic spirit. It's too late for me to acquire her either. It'd be a pretty big loss if I pull out of Britain now, but I don't see much of a reason to stay at this point. Well, at least I found some good reference material for the private casino resort and private primate zoo I plan to build one day. I do feel bad about leaving Lady Murian in the lurch, but leaving so soon? So you are every bit as heartless as you seem. Oh my, look what the moth dragged in. Well, if it isn't the so-called Fairy King who asked me to wipe out Woodrose's reinforcements without Lady 2 finding out, in exchange for telling me where I could find Albion. Of course, you didn't say at the time that the information you were peddling was worthless. You knew Albion was no good to me when you made that deal, didn't you? Huh, of course I did. Why would I go out of my way to help one of Chaldea's enemies? Besides, I only told you where you could find Albion's grave. You getting what you want from it was never part of the deal. Now, would you cut the sickening slander before I get forcibly reacquainted with my breakfast? Oh, very well. It may have been no more than a rotted corpse, but it was still the last pure-blooded dragon. Even if I couldn't make it my kin, I was still able to extract some valuable information from its bone structure. It should at least provide a good base structure for the Grand Tamamo Shrine, the AAA, or the Advanced Avenging Armament currently under construction at NFF Services headquarters. Now then, if you'll excuse me, Prince Devious, I must be going. I do hope you enjoy playing guide to Chaldea. You're looking for a weapon that can destroy the world, right? I really didn't want to tell you this, but right now, we need all the help we can get, even from a beast. I have an idea where you can find an even stronger product that's right up your alley. So, if I were you, I wouldn't cut my losses in Britain just yet. She knows about the shrine. Alright, we're going to visit the World Tree. Fragment number 9. Oh, excuse me. Totorot? Where did Ash go? She went to check on the World Tree. I mean, the Tree of Emptiness. She said she's going to wither it until it dies, and then she'll end the Fey era and create a new land. I see. I wish there was something I could do for her, but there isn't. It's all gone. All of it. Everything everything we all worked for, destroyed. Just like that. For no reason at all. I guess there really isn't any way left to save Britain. It doesn't feel fair that I'm the only one who gets to survive. That I get to stay behind in the future. Mash. You've got that all wrong, Mash. You're not staying behind in the future. You're going back home to it. Remember, you never belonged to the Fae era in the first place. So it's good that you're going back. Even Ash said that this would wrap up everything nice and neat. Hey, Tylen, welcome back. That didn't cheer you up? Fine. If you're that worried about it, I'll make you a special promise. A promise that'll prove that you coming here to this era wasn't a mistake. A special promise? That's right. I used to be a real jerk before I lost to Ash. I was violent, selfish, and everyone else in the Wing Clan hated me. But then I joined Ash and went around Britain beating up bad guys with her. It was a lot of fun and all, but it also always kind of felt, it also always kind of felt empty, like there was a big hole in my heart. I used to wonder what it was I really wanted to do, what I should do, and what would bring me real joy. But then you came along and filled that hole for me, Mash. Remember when you told me about Habitrot, the fairy from Scotland? I don't know which me is right, this Lostbelt me or me from proper human history, but I don't care. The other me you described sounds so happy I decide that's who I want to be. You gave me a dream worth living for, Mash, and I don't mean the dream of becoming Habitrot from proper human history. No, my dream is to see you in a bridal gown, getting happily married. Now that you've given me that dream, I'm gonna hold on to it forever. I'm always gonna be grateful that you came here. So you just wait right here, and don't worry about a thing. While you're sleeping, I'm gonna become a great tailor and see off at least 100 brides. That way, maybe my own little wish will come true too. I mean, if I can make 100 brides happy, that'll definitely help me become a real grown-up. Right, that's right. Knowing you, Todorot, I'm sure you'll become the best seamstress in the world. Alright, so there's the promise. It's okay if you forget it as long as you keep waiting here. Next time we meet, I'm gonna be able to make a wonderful dress that'll look absolutely smashing on you. Smash to mash. This is a free-to-play player's fucking dream? Yeah, good luck getting here in the first place, though. And so Mash, the first Tamlin, entered her slumber. It would be wrong for a human girl named Mash to exist in the Fae era, you see. So by insisting that the figure in this coffin was actually the first Tamlin, there wouldn't be a paradox in the era of the High Queen that was to come. Great thinking, Ash. That's probably Merlin. Ash, I still don't get why you're helping Mash. I'm not too smart, but even I can tell you won't gain anything from it. She has a special spirit origin. Having someone like her working for me will be useful in the future. Gotcha. Well, I don't know about that kind of stuff, so I'm not gonna ask anything more. You're about to kill the tree of emptiness, right? And a whole lot of fairies are gonna die, right? Then our journey together is over. I'm gonna go back to the south and work on my fairy training. And this time, I'll do it for me. See you later, Ash. It's been fun. I see. Goodbye, Todorot. Training for your own sake is all well and good, but don't forget what I taught you either, okay? Oh, you managed to get her MP5 and 700k? Yeah, it should be pretty damn lucky. Also, as a free-to-play, I'm amazed you even have 700k friend points. But, hey, good on you. You did the right thing. My diary, page 14,800. It's been 400 years since that day. I'm now known far and wide as a first-class seamstress. I've even seen more than 100 brides off, but my wish still hasn't come true. Of course it hasn't. After all, I still haven't been able to make a dress for my first bride, the one I care about more than any other. My legs don't work so well lately. My eyesight is fading, and I can barely hold this pen. Meanwhile, Britain hasn't changed one bit. Ever since Ash quit being its savior, war between the clans has resumed, worse than ever. Now it's the year 12,000, the year of the great calamity that occurs once every 1,000 years. Ash said that this is when Britain is supposed to come to an end. But I know that it won't. Mash told me it still exists in the future.
Okay, nobody should find me in here. I sat down in the corner of a northern cave. As soon as I did, my eyes stopped working, my mouth stopped moving, and my mind started to go blank. Huh, I must have been even more tired than I thought. Let's see, 2019, Sheffield's Castletown. I sprinkled the petrification powder Grimmer made for me on my head. I hear the world breaking apart far off in the distance. I hear the screams of fairies as they perish. It's the winter storm ringing the bell of revenge. Ashes return from Orkney, the world's end. The last war. There's no more Uther, no more Round Table, no more Ector, no more Grimmer. It's just her and the war of winter. Sorry I couldn't be out there with you, Ash, but fighting just takes too much out of me. This is the end of the Fae era, the moment that makes our entire pilgrimage meaningless. The time a savior vanishes from history and disappears from everyone's memory. God, this is gonna be a long-ass chapter. I think I'll make chapter 19 the final chapter for tonight. And then I will try to finish Lostbelt 6 the next time I stream, which may be tomorrow, but we'll see. Actually, maybe I'll talk about this later, assuming that I don't forget, once I'm done with chapter 19. About damn, we made it. So this is the northernmost point in Britain, huh? If this were proper human history's Britain, we'd be right around Edinburgh, I'd say. But it looks like this is as far north as this version of Britain goes. I've heard it was cold here, but I still wasn't expecting it to be this cold. It never gets anywhere near this chilly in the south. Those are the tears of the Rain Clan. They're all that remain of the Rain Clan after it was wiped out in the Fae 4000. Or 4,000. They're a song of grief and admonition to the other clans, and an apology meant for the Fairy of Paradise. I'm sure. Sorry I didn't say anything sooner. Hang in there. It won't be much longer now. An apology meant for the Fairy of Paradise. Come to think of it, why did the Rain Clan die out? Was it Moors? Northern fairies? Nope. The Wind, Earth, Fang, and Wing clans all joined forces to wipe them out in one night. An alliance between 4 clans, that definitely would be enough to wipe out a single clan, but I thought the clans all hated each other until Morgan united all of Britain. So how and why would that many disparate clans form an alliance like that? A good question. It's hard to imagine that happening unless they all hated the Rain Clan more, a strong common enemy and all that. Were the other clans were just that afraid of the Rain Clan? Were they just that powerful? Well, not at all. The Rain Clan was a quiet, peaceful clan, just like the Mirror Clan. The whole reason they took up residence here in the north was out of a desire not to fight the clans in the south. Then, why? Because they helped the Fairy of Paradise. They took pity on her when she washed up here from Paradise, and treated her like as their princess, like she was one of their own. The other clans, well, they didn't like that at all. They were all, no way we're letting her go on her pilgrimage. All those traitors need to die for this. Sorry, no more chit chat for now. We got someone here to welcome us to Orkney. Hey. Oh wow, what a beautiful wolf, and its fur looks so warm. Yeah, there's almost something godly about it. Wait, it actually has real divinity? But there's no gods in Britain. Does that mean there's a divine spirit somewhere nearby? It's heading off that way. Do you think it wants us to follow it? Yep. And yeah, there's a little boat up ahead I used myself a long time ago. We can take it up to Orkney. Don't worry, it's only a 30-minute ride. And once we get there, my adventure will be over. 07 Habit Trot. Okay, fight 2.
Oh, this is just a single wave. Then I'm thinking maybe I can get away with the black rail then. Yeah, and there's another wolf there already there, along with... Hey there, Frecky. Want some of this fish Moonin caught? What voice did I get Caster again? Oh, didn't I give him the California surfer accent? That's a servant, too. This mean there's been another proper human history servant besides Oberon here? Hey, Tuhu, about time you got here, dude. I was beginning to think you'd never show up, dude. Kuhulin? Whoa there, mind not calling me that? It really drags his spirit origins output down, my dude, or man. Around here, I've gone by Grimmer for a long time now. Don't forget it. Don't forget it, dude. Grimmer? Come to think of it, I do remember there being an old fairy by that name in Europe, but wasn't that also another name for the Norse Allfather? Oh, what? You didn't tell them about me, Habitrot? Dude? Not even after I bailed you out in Sheffield, dude? Yikes. Oh, there was so much happening back then, I didn't realize at the time, but you've really gotten old, Grimmer. Oh, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm as young as I ever was, dude. I don't know what my predecessor was like, but I'm sure I'm the second generation. Sorry to disappoint, dude. Man, I had no idea time could be so brutal. Ash should drop dead in shock if she saw you now. Sure, I'll be glad to fill you in. Not like this is our first time meeting now, is it, dude? But first, I gotta see if the child of prophecy there is the real deal or not, dude. Damn, this guy means business. Is it alright if we fight back, Tuhu? Got it. It seems this man's much less nice than your usual acquaintances, Tuhu. I don't know why, but something about this guy really rubs me the wrong way. Come on, let's get him. Yeah, let's get his ass.
任せなさい。ふさわしい敵であれば容赦なく。断ち切れそうでしょ？そのように簡単に終わらせる。完全敗北。よろしくて。あまり悩ませないで。楽しくなるでしょう。ひなたの火薬の匂い。そのように。失礼。こちらの話です。いい判断です。慈悲だ。神戸を垂れよ。恐怖は希望もない。何人も通るにあたわず。分断する。潰れなさい。王子に
1 million, and that was without Oberon too. So, the child of prophecy likes to gang up on heroic spirits she's never met before, huh? Alright, I see how it is, dude. I have nothing to say to a kid who can't even be civil. Go on, get out of here, dude. But you were the one who said to bring it on. Isn't that right, Tuhu? Hell, you were the one who said we should fight him. Huh? Seriously? Now you're starting to sound like Oberon. Yep, that's great. Yep, that's Grimmer, all right. He might be all grown up now, but he's still as mean. He's still as mean as ever. All right, Grimmer, tell us what's going on here. How long have you been back in Britain? How long have you been back? That sounds like, Grimmer. This wouldn't happen to be your second time being summoned here, would it? If so, would the first time be long ago, back in the Fae era, and the second time will be, well, now? Huh, oh, we got a clever one here, dude. Alright, yeah, I guess you'd have to be, since you already saved humanity once, dude. Anyway, I think that's enough joking for now, dudes. Now that I've crossed staves with you, I can tell for sure that you're the child of prophecy, the fairy of paradise, dude. Allow me to introduce myself again, dude. I'm Grimmer the Sage. My true name is Cuchulainn. I'm a heroic spirit from proper human history, dude. 6,000 years ago, I was summoned here as the divine spirit of Odin, dude. This time around, I've been standing guard here all day and night for the last year on Odin's behalf, dudes. Dude. A divine spirit? So then, is this one of those god beings you told me about, too? But he's so affable. He's not the least bit majestic. That's about the reaction I was going for, dude. You're a lot more amiable than I expected. You're right. I'm not at all majestic. I might be Odin's proxy, but I'm still just another heroic spirit, like that old man over there, dude. So how about you just call me Grimmer, you know, like a friendly older brother sort. Huh, older brother. If you're here as a divine spirit's proxy, then you're just as much of an old man as on the inside as I am. No way. No way, dude. I'm young in mind and body. Know why? Cause I bit it before I got old, dude. I wonder why those two get along so poorly. But never mind that. I've got some explaining to do first, don't I, dudes? Unfortunately, my role here is more than a little complicated, dudes. So I think I'll start by clearing that stuff up. Listen up, Tuhu. You too, child of prophecy, dudes. First up, my relation to Chaldea. I'm the same heroic spirit you formed a contract with in Fuyuki, dudes. Yeah, I did get reset. Yeah, I did get reset when I went back to the Throne of Heroes. But I retained my records of you, Olga Marie, and King Arthur, who's still holding her ground here. I see. You're talking about Singularity F, or Singularity X, as Chaldeus defined it, the one that took place in Fuyuki in 2004. I've seen the data on that incident, too. And I'm pretty sure any servant that's been dismissed would never bring any records back with them. You can thank my divine spirit for stepping in on that, dude. Hell, in my case, you could even call it the counterforce. The god who gave me this authority explicitly said he wanted me to watch out for you guys from Chaldea, dudes. He's also the god of magecraft and wisdom, you see. And apparently he looked into the future and saw we needed to do something before we needed to do something here before things got real bad, dude. All right, Crusader, thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next time. Hopefully you enjoyed Audiobook Sim so far. And by here he meant Fuyuki in Britain, and by do something he meant. Well, it seems to come down to, in a word, recovery, dudes. See, this god's had his eye on his Lostbelt for a hell of a long time. A multi-dimensional eye, specifically, dude. He first summoned me here 6,000 years ago to aid the Fairy of Paradise. That was the first Grimmer the Sage. He was a pseudo-servant possessing a local fairy's body, dudes. I remember. He was about 14 years old, and he had a sword instead of a staff. Satanta? Did he now? Well, ain't that something? Well, ain't that something? What kind of kid was he, dude? He was a real brat. Always getting into trouble. Ash leaned on him a lot, though. So you and I used to be battle buddies. That's good to hear.
Yep, after we parted ways with Ash, the two of us talked a lot. Oh, you made that magic powder for me and came up with a plan, then disappeared during the Great Calamity, right?
Yep. The previous Grimmer disappeared either because Ash revoked his contract or because she killed the Tree of Emptiness, dude. But before he disappeared, Odin left some insurance in the form of a countermeasure to be implemented if this Lostbelt swapped places with reality. He knew that once humanity's everybody dies ending, the incineration of humanity, had been resolved, there'd be no avoiding the bad ending, the reconstruction of history, dude. All the necessary conditions were in place. So he figured the least he could do was handle the issue here to take some of the load off of Chaldea, dude. And I'm the pseudo-servant he chose to help resolve that. In the first phase, he conferred his authority upon me, making me a caster. Then I showed up at Point X, Fuyuki, and formed a bond with Chaldea, dude. After that, he sent me here to Britain, where humanity would be in real dire straits if somebody didn't step in, dude. Though I had no idea about Grimmer the Sage before I got here, dude. The only thing I inherited was my duty as a divine spirit of proper human history, dudes. I didn't know the first thing about this place. I was in the same boat as Tuhu in that regard, dude. So after I was summoned here, I spent a year investigating what had happened in the era of the High Queen, dude. I learned about the calamities, the clans, Morgan, the Tamlin, the transition from the Fey era to the era of the High Queen. And once I saw that in the bell tower here, I put most of the pieces together, dudes. I knew then that my job was to wait for you guys here, to ensure that the pilgrimage succeeded, and to get the Fairy of Paradise back to paradise, dudes. Oh, don't overthink it. It's just like Fuyuki, dude. From here on, I'm gonna accompany you on your journey. I'll act as one of your servants and all that, dude. In exchange, I'm gonna do whatever it takes to fulfill Ainzel's prophecy, the promise Ash couldn't keep. I guess Kid Me was too soft to get the job done, but that's Grimmer the Sage. That's the job Grimmer the Sage is here to do, dude. The read alter rolls go pretty terribly. I had to basically use all of my resources that I'd saved up to roll read. So pretty bad. It's an awfully roundabout way of summoning a servant to help, but I'm glad to have you on board, Grimmer the Sage. First off, we'd love to hear what you know about the Fey era and the era of the High Queen, but before that, you don't gotta tell me. You're here looking for the shield girl, right? Right, dude? You're more worried about your trusted partner's safety than about fixing humanity. I know it's not very sagely, but personally, I couldn't agree more with that stance, dude. Besides, I'm sure she knows way more about the Fey era than I do, so you might as well hear it from her instead, dude. Oh, a grateful two-handed handshake, huh? Now that's how young people ought to be, dude. So you know where Mash is? Then does that mean? Yep, she's by the Bell of Pilgrimage, dude. See that broken down castle over there? The bell tower is right at the top. Well, that makes it simple. Come on, two. Let's go get her. Unfortunately, it's not that simple, dude. We got some real nasty things to get past between here and there. They look like they look like the kind of ghosts you'd see wandering around the foggy woods, but they're all way tougher than you'd think, dude. We still gotta get past them, of course, but don't go thinking they're weak just because they're ghosts, dude. In fact, if things go wrong, you might find these creatures much harder to fight than any other enemy you've faced so far, dude.
お参りしていきますね。そうでしょ。手に入りたい。大変な手に入りたい。好き放題扱ってあげましょう。日向の火薬の船をいい判断です。それは絶えず見た滅びのよう最果てにありながらトリガースーパーロードレスキャメラ人間の火力ではどうあっても私には及びません。おとなしく我が社に入いいね。
Don't be hasty. The bell tower's not going anywhere. We need to take it nice and slow through this fog if we're gonna stick together, dude. Hey, Grimmer. We covered enough ground by now that we ought to be at the bell tower. Hell, we just went up a big staircase a little while ago. So why are these things... What can I say? This stuff happens. Druids aren't usually the ones to commune with the dead, but what the hell, dude. They're asking you if you're qualified. Looks like they really don't want you going on ahead, dude. What do you say, Tuhu? Want to wait here until the fog clears up, dude? You heard it, lady gents. We appreciate your warning, but you needn't have bothered, dudes. What are you guys still doing here? What are you guys still doing here anyway? Souls are supposed to reincarnate. Here, how about we help? Here, how about we help speed that along, dudes? Dude, it's the Round Table Knights. Dude. Huh. I like how the battle music is Camelot's map theme from the Singularity. Nice little callback. We made it to the top. There's the bell tower, just like Grimmer said. And over there... This reminds me of, since I played Sengoku Rants before, at the end of Sengoku Rants, Syl Plane gets encased in, like, ice or something. I forget exactly when that happens. Like, somewhere towards, like, the end of the game. So... Kind of reminds me of that, actually. That's right. She's been in this coffin for the past 2,400 years, since the Fey era 400, dude. Your guess is as good as mine. You'll have to ask her about that yourself, dude. But according to the notes, the first Grimmer left, the coffin spell should be lifted once her master touches it, dude. You made it. You made it. You two are finally reunited, dude. Preserved eggplant, yeah. However... Looks like there's still one last obstacle left to overcome. You won't be able to get near that coffin or the bell unless we do something about those things, dude. Give him hell, Artoria. You're the only one who can beat him. Are you okay with this, Habitrot? Even though they're calling your name?
I'm fine. You're just hearing things. Go on, Artoria. Get him. This terrace, beloved by a group of gentle, peaceful fairies, is Orkney's holiest place. The ancient era these spirits belong to is long over. It's time they left.
Wow. Habitrot being uncharacteristically cruel. Wow.
出陣します。私の後に続きなさい。
Okay.
お参りしていきます。そのように。すべて見つめます。こちらの話です。よろしい。さて、どこから潰したもの？
Kind of wish I got some. Kind of wish I got some, at least one bust card here, but because the arts card is not exactly what I need. So I think what I'll do here is... Really, huh? She had guts and he still acted twice? That's pretty bullshit. Well, at least we have a Super Aura in the back. You did good, Artoria. I think you've both come to terms with things now, dude. Once you ring the bell, Orkney's role will be over. But first things first, dude. Go ahead and touch the coffin too. Once you do, she'll be back to normal. Lickety split, dude. Pog plant. Why? This is supposed to be the greatest day in Britain's history. Everything was supposed to change for the better. But they killed Uther. They killed my entire round table like they were just trash. They asked the world of us. They thought the world of Uther. But now, they've poisoned him. They were too afraid to even face him. Cowards! Uther, talk to me, Uther. Uther, say something, please. Say anything. Just open your eyes. I never let failure stop me. I've kept trying all these thousands of years. Am I doomed to fail here too? Is it still not enough? Am I not enough? Is it not... Can I not save Britain? Is there no Britain that can be mine?
Peace, equality. I never should have tried for either. How dare they? How dare they? I will never forgive them ever.
Welcome to Britain, basically most of Europe's history. I was born in this Britain over 3,000 years ago. I've defeated every calamity I faced until today, but I was always hated afterward, never praised and never loved. Then, one day after I awoke from the latest of so many hibernations I've been forced to undergo to hide from the fairies, I finally understood. My enemy wasn't the calamities. It wasn't just the calamities. It was the fairies of Britain as well. They were pure and innocent in the truest sense. They enjoyed both good and evil things alike without losing either that purity or innocence. They are, at their core, no different than those loathsome humans who drove me from Britain. So I crushed every possible source of malice, vested interests, discrimination, oppression, envy, mockery, all of it. I tore up every weed to prevent malice from taking root, and all with their knowledge and consent. Maybe not every fairy agreed, but by and large they understood what I did to create a better future and supported it. But just enough malice remained. A few fairies took one look at the foundation of peace so many had worked so hard to build, and tore it apart because they didn't like it, because they could. I give up. Even if all this has failed, if it's all come to nothing, that I can never believe in people's so-called goodness, nor ever understand it. Even if I did, what would be the point? Everything I did, everything I worked for, was just a waste of time. After all the times they betrayed me, I should have known better, but I still clung foolishly to a sliver of hope. And now, because I wasted my time caring about something so utterly absurd, I failed yet again. If my intent was to keep Britain alive, if that's what I want, then I was a fool to think being its savior was the way to accomplish it. No more. I will find another way. A better way. That's it. I won't deliver the fairies' absolution. I won't deliver salvation. Enough of this fairy of paradise of being Avalon LaFay. I should have ruled this land from the start. There she is. It's Ash the Agitator. Capture her alive. The clan heads have ordered that she be made stand to trial. Wait, stop. I'm not Ash. I'm not. But wait, who am I? Who am I? I heard a fairy screaming in the distance. She wasn't me. She was the one who sold us out to the clan heads. I used my magecraft to erase her memories and make her look like me. Once again, everyone will believe Ash the Savior is dead. This time, she won't come back. Why concern myself with the calamities? I can't be bothered to stop every little act of destruction. I have a more important task to focus on now, and 400 years before the next calamity arrives. The Tree of Emptiness, a needle made on a foreign planet to close the seam in the universe. I already know how it works. It's beautifully designed, but that is of no consequence to me. Take the rest of the universe for all I care, Celestial Sphere, but Britain is mine. I'm going to end this cosmic fantasy and make my own dream come true. No more of this Lostbelt what-if absurdity. I will make my Britain real, even if I must stitch it to the fabric of this planet myself. Londinium is destroyed. The Savior has no doubt been executed in Salisbury by now. Ector has already gone his own way. It is only us heading to Orkney. You were right all along, Mash. Our whole pilgrimage was for nothing. What? No, that's not... please don't look so sad. I've grown used to this. Besides, everything, all of this, even the conversation we're having now, is merely a hypothetical of the Tree of Emptiness is creating. It doesn't matter what we do. The Fey era is going to end, and the era of the High Queen will begin. Ash's failure was probably inevitable. I just couldn't handle the way things ended. That's all. Ash. Londinium is destroyed, Ash is executed, and the first Tamlin goes to Orkney along with her coffin. That's how the Savior's tale ended in the era of the High Queen you came from. So, we need to make sure that's exactly how things turn out, or there will be paradoxes when you wake up. The Fey era will last for 400 more years. Then, in its 12,000th year, The next great calamity will destroy everything, and the era of the High Queen will begin without the Tree of Emptiness. Once the era of the High Queen begins, you will be unable to act as MASH until after the calamity of Norwich in 2019. If you do anything at all as MASH, the world will see you as a paradox from the Fey era and erase you. I see. So the moment I was sent into the Fey era with the water mirror, I was bound to live out the rest of my life in it. And to get back to the time I came from, I need to be inside a quantum coffin. That's right. Even though we know how ray shifting works, we can't travel through space-time without a coffin. That is probably exactly why Morgan only sends calamities back in time to the Fey era. The Fey era can tolerate a few inconsistencies. As long as the era of the High Queen remains intact, nothing else matters to her. I doubt she cares at all about the suffering, the calamities she sends back to the Fey era causes, or will cause. Besides, to be perfectly honest, I knew how this was going to turn out. Even if you had never come from the future to make it clear, I've always known that the Savior will fail. Huh? So, you already knew that the Fey era would end and the era of the High Queen would follow it? No, that part I didn't know. But by the year you came from, AD 2019 or 1419 or 14,019, in Fey era terms, Britain would already be destroyed. That's what happened in the first Lostbelt Britain, the real one. But I didn't like that, so I came to the Fey era from the future, like you. From my perspective, this has always been the second version of this world. Though now that you're here, I suppose you could call it the third. Or maybe it's just a slightly different take on the second, since we kept the basic chain of events the same. Can I ask you something? Does that mean your real name is... Oh good, looks like Totoro found us a small boat. Come on, let's go, Mash. That is Galahad, first of the Tamlin. That is your name, now that you're going to the coffin. Have you said your goodbyes to Totoro? I see, so she made a promise to you. I think I'd better explain something to you, Galahad. When the Fairy era transitions into the era of the High Queen, all the information that was added in this new second version of the world will be destroyed, will be erased. The era of the High Queen will be a continuation of the events from the original second version. The first and second new versions, first and new second versions will have never existed. The only thing that will carry over is you, sleeping in this coffin. In 400 years, when the era of the High Queen has begun, I don't think even I will remember you. More precisely, I will become the second version of myself once again. So if a fairy were to try and bring the memories from this new second version into the era of the High Queen, then the world will perceive that fairy as a foreign element, a being who was never part of the second version's Fey era. You mean, it'll be as though she never existed in this history? I'll do my best to prevent that from happening. I'll do my best to prevent that from happening. As long as no one perceives the contradiction in history, she should still be able to exist. It's no trouble. I already intended to have you forget everything I'm about to tell you for as long as you remain in Britain anyway. Listen to me closely, Galahad. What I'm about to tell you now is for after you wake up from your slumber. If you and Chaldea should succeed at excising Morgan's Fairy Britain, then the battle that awaits you in the next Lostbelt will be the same as the one I face. It will be a battle to make peace with your own heart, a battle to understand life itself. As good as your reasons to fight have been, you lack the will to do so. You may not have been aware of it, but you've been thinking of the power to hurt others, to hurt the world as something bad. Consequently, you've been running from it. But everyone has the ability to cause harm, and the responsibility that comes with it. It isn't that what humans want to do. It isn't that what humans want to do is good, or it isn't that humans want to do good. They just keep choosing things that they think will give them the best possible future. And there's no right answer in those choices, no matter how many people they may end up saving. Since there are no right answers, you must decide for yourself what to protect and what you will fight against, Galahad. You will come to know many hearts and minds, and all will be different. Some will try to understand, some will refuse to give up. Some will be accepting, and some will refuse to succumb to hate. Some will even try to shake the hurt off. Some will refuse to be corrupted or influenced. But no matter how wonderful a person may be, they will never have a conflict they will never have a heart that's completely free of conflict. Every heart has its battles to fight. So please, try to stop running from that. because when the hole in your heart is filled with a reason to fight that's all your own, then Galahad will once again entrust you with all of his power. And no heart is free of conflict, no matter what sort of person you are. That's right. You'll probably have forgotten this by the time you wake, but when the time comes, I will make sure you remember. Though, even I can't say whether you'll become someone different, like I did. Or if you'll remain yourself as you continue to grow. This is goodbye. Oh, one final thing. You should know that even if you meet me after you wake up, I won't know you. I may think of the coffin I left here after you are caught up in the water mirror in Norwich. I may think of the coffin I left here after you are caught up in the water mirror in Norwich. I may even realize what it all means. But I'm quite sure that the me you meet then will no longer be Ash. Thank you so much for everything, Ash. Even if you knew how things were going to turn out, I still think your journey did the name Savior justice. Well, sure. We gave it all we had, didn't we? Farewell, brave knight of the future. In light of your achievements, I'll let you in on a secret. Ash the Savior isn't my real name. My adopted mother gave it to me after Orkney was destroyed. My true name is Morgan. I'm Avalon LaFay, the fairy of paradise who washed up here from the planet's inner sea to save Britain. I'm also King Arthur's arch-enemy, the witch who destroyed all of Britain in proper human history. That is the name of the Lostbelt's king, who awaits you in the distant future, the one Chaldea must defeat. So, as a matter of fact, there were multiple versions of Morgan, huh? And now it finally makes sense why Morgan looks like 3rd Ascension Castoria. You mean 2nd stage? No, I mean 3rd stage. Oh, excuse me. Is this Orkney? I think I was just told something very important. Senpai? Right. I'm back, Senpai. I've been on a very, very long journey. There are so many things I want to tell you. There's Sheffield, the Fae era, and Ash the Savior, the one who sent me back here. Hey Draco, how's it going, man? Mashu is back. Yeah, the Pock Plant is back. Why did they use the same CG of her breaking out of the ice to show her crying? Shouldn't they have made another CG for that? Like us hugging it out or something? Okay, whatever. And so, at long last, she and Tuhu were reunited. Finally freed from the coffin, she took in her arms and held her tight. They embraced warmly but quietly, each treasuring the other's presence. Upon seeing this heartwarming and eye-searing sight, I found myself letting out a sigh of relief and disappointment. The mage from the world of humans, a young woman upon whom others placed a crushing burden, regardless of how she felt about it. Sure, she isn't perfect. She lied, obfuscated, and made plenty of mistakes. But it was also abundantly clear that she was doing her best to hide her dissatisfaction, no matter how much she tried to cover it up. That's why I couldn't help but come with her all this way. But now, I can see that she has a true friend, one that she really cares about. That's great. It makes sense, really. She would have never made it this far if she hadn't put her trust in others. Of course I should have known that she and I were nothing alike. For what you heard, they had to rewrite the story at this point. They probably didn't have the time to make the new ones. I mean, Nasu takes his sweet ass time with everything, so why did they feel like they had to rush? That's everything I experienced here in Britain. To sum up, there have been 2 iterations of the Fae eras. Ash the Savior has been alive for 6,000 years, and she's also actually Queen Morgan. And while Ash wasn't capable of it, as Queen Morgan, she's able to race-shift things. Finally, Ash also referred to herself as the Fairy of Paradise. Does any of that help? Definitely. If nothing else, I now have a pretty good idea as to how the era of the High Queen, that is, the current era of Fairy Britain, came about. You do? I didn't get it at all. My only thought after hearing all that was, I guess Japan ain't the only island nation whose people had nothing better to do than fight each other. Believe me, that's got nothing to do with being island. It's pretty much the same in Europe. Wherever there are territorial, religious, and or class differences, you're just gonna get war. That said, since an island nation obviously doesn't have to worry about invaders as much thanks to its lack of adjoining land, that warfare does inevitably end up being waged among its own people. But even so, there's something off about this Britain. Sure, it's had more than its share of problems, like the lack of land, lack of humans, and a different ethnic group taking up residence in the form of the Northern Fairies. But even so, they should have been able to put aside their differences and come together as a nation sooner. And yet, it sounds like there was no end of war all during the Fae era, no matter how many times the Saviors smoothed things over. Do you know what the cause of that constant discord was, Tuhu? I don't know. I would go with the sacrifices that Kernunos asked of the 6 fairies, but that's right, the Fairy of Paradise, Avalon LaFay, dude. In addition to the clans' turf war, their main dispute was what to do about her. Their opinions were split right down the middle, dude. But before we get into that, I think we'd better clear up what exactly the Fairy of Paradise is, dudes. Isn't that right, Artoria? Go on, then. It's about time you told them the duty you know about the duty you were given when you were born, dude. You mean I didn't tell you already? That's weird. Guess it slipped my mind. Well, okay. I can tell you now, then. It's not like it's any big secret after all. As you can probably guess from the name, the Fairy of Paradise is a fairy that was sent here from Avalon, the planet's inner sea. The duty part, though, that's a little vague. When I was born, I heard a voice telling me venture into Britain and right its wrongs. That's it. That's all I got. I think it must have been the same for my predecessor, the Fairy of the Lake. Apparently, the Fairy of Paradise is a starseed that washed up on Earth's surface from paradise. If she's lucky enough to take root on the surface, then she becomes an infant of sorts, and keeps growing like a human until she reaches her mature form. Most fairies seem to either love her or hate her for that. Ash, I mean Morgan, must have been a starseed when she washed up in Orkney all those years ago. The Rain Clan's leader then raised her as her daughter, which ultimately led to Orkney being destroyed. In my case, I'm guessing I first washed up in the Lake District, after which the Mirror Clan leader threw me out to the sea. It was probably sheer luck that the fairies of Tintagel found and rescued me. Well, yes, but not all of them. If nothing else, the head of the Rain clan raised Morgan like she was her own daughter. Though that also led to the other clans putting aside their differences, just to wipe them out, dudes. It's the upper class fairies with the most prominent bloodlines who hate and fear the Fairy of Paradise, dude. And that's because... That's right, the Fairy of Paradise may be a fairy, but she's not a British fairy. As far as the clans are concerned, both Morgan and Artoria are invaders from a foreign land. Well, more specifically, they see them as the Isle's rightful heirs. The Rain clan heard the voice of Paradise and decided to follow the Fairy of Paradise. They believed Morgan was truly meant to be the Isle's king. For them, the pilgrimage was probably a ritual meant to return Britain to its rightful king. But the other clans, Wind, Earth, Fang, and Wing, refused to accept that. Instead, they all banded together to destroy the Rain clan and their hometown of Orkney. Right, that's the fall of Orkney that took place in Fey Era 4000. But the Fairy of Paradise survived that attack and began a journey to save Britain under the name Ash. Yep, that was probably the key point. How do you mean? Let's go over the whole timeline briefly, just to make sure we're all on the same page. I hope you don't mind, Artoria, but it'll make things easier for us if we use the BC method of counting. So, 12,000 BC, the British Lostbelt, a world comprised solely of fairies, comes into existence. 11,000 BC, this is probably when the first Great Calamity struck. 6,000 BC, Britain's main landmass grows out as far as what we call Scotland. The southern fairies encounter the northern fairies who have been living off the woods formed on Albion's remains, and the War of Spring begins. After the war, the Rain clan and Mirror clan build their own kingdoms where the war was fought. 4000 BC, the Fairy of Paradise washes up at Orkney, which was summarily destroyed by the Clan Alliance. 2000 BC, the northern fairies arrive on British soil once again from Ireland to the west. This leads to the War of Summer, which would have wiped out the clans if Ash hadn't stepped in to broker peace. The northern fairies are then welcomed into Britain as a new clan, the King clan. 400 BC, the War of Autumn. The Round Table, a group of humans and human sympathizers, begin an armed uprising in the name of peaceful coexistence. This leads to Uther, a human knight, being recognized by the clans as the first king of Britain. But then, in Londinium, on the day of Uther's coronation, a group of insurrectionists destroys the Round Table. Uther is poisoned, Ash is executed, and the savior is never seen in Britain again. And finally, we come to 1 BC. The year a great calamity wipes out most of the fairies in Britain and puts an end to the Fey era. That's a rough timeline of the major events of the Fey era based on all the information we have so far. So, what's this key point you mentioned? What else? The point where the timeline diverges into a first and second version. In the first version, the original timeline, the Fairy of Paradise must have been killed in Orkney during the massacre in 4000 BC. In that timeline, Britain experienced a number of catastrophes. And in 1 BC, it ultimately became a completely dead wasteland. There may have been still a few straggling survivors, but the land would never again gain the numbers it needed to flourish as a seed. I'd guess that for the next 2,000 years or so, it became a vast wasteland where lower-class fairies were just barely able to eke out a subsistence-level existence with nothing in the way of civilization. But if the Fairy of Paradise survives the attack in 4000 BC, then we get the Fairy Britain we know now, huh? Gotcha. So she really is protecting Britain, at least technically. That's right. Over 90% of the fairy population was wiped out by the Great Calamity of 1 BC, dude. That's when the debt they incurred at Londinium finally caught up to them. It all happened on an unprecedented scale, dudes. There was the Calamity of the Beast, which devoured the fairies' cities, and the Calamity of the Flame, which razed everything to the ground, dude. According to the first Grimmer's notes, those are the two calamities that ended the British Lostbelt. However, we still don't know how she did it, but it was after that all went down that Morgan began a new era. She must have used a spell powerful enough to wither the whole damn tree of emptiness. That was when she stopped the British Lostbelt from ending there and revived it as Fairy Britain. Yep, and when she did, the fairies who'd been nearly driven to extinction came back as their next generation successors, dudes. And just a few months later, things were back to normal, with the clans at each other's throats again, dudes. That was when an invader appeared, one that had all the fairies quaking in their boots, dude. She came from Orkney, Britain's long-forgotten north, and storms came with her, dude. Once again, the fairies banded together to try and kill her, but she was far stronger than all of them combined, dude. And so, the invader dominated all of Britain's fairies herself, and built the castle of Camelot beside the pit as a sign of her dominance, dude. That invader was Morgan, and the war her invasion began was the War of Winter, dude. It's the event that ushered in the first year of the era of the High Queen, or 1 AD in proper human history, dudes. Dude. But so what, dude? However she might have ended up here, Morgan's still a threat to proper human history, and must be stopped, dudes. So, as another fairy of paradise like her, you're the only one who can defeat her and return Britain to the way it should be, dude. Right, I guess so. What do you think, Mash? Do you want to fight Morgan? Hey, I did think of Queen Morgan as a friend, but I'm still willing to fight her, yes. I promised Bogart, Rob, Wag, Winky, and so many others that I would save the fairies of Britain. I will try talking to her, of course, but if she won't listen and fighting as our only option, then I won't hold back. I may be Ash the Savior's friend, but I'm not one of Queen Morgan's knights. Right, of course. Man, she's so responsible. Fine, I'll do it myself. Are you done talking now? Then hurry up and ring the bell so we can get back to Britain already. I don't know about you guys, but I've had enough of this cold. Plus, the others are probably worried about us. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't catch your name. Habitrot, was it? You must be one of those fairies who've been helping Senpai out on her journey here. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thanks, but you don't have to be so formal. I'm just kind of along for the ride. What's there to say? This is how it is. I mean, when did I say she and I were friends or even acquaintances? I'm just a guide, that's all. And now that my job's done, I can go back to taking it easy. Huh? I mean, sure, you did just kind of show up out of nowhere. And even though you've been great about keeping two spirits up, we never did learn much about you. So why did you know all this? Well, so why did you do all this? And how did you already know Grimmer? Why are we just now interrogating her? Oh, that? He and I met here a long time ago, right, Grimmer? This is all part of your plan, wasn't it? Yeah, I guess so. I probably did plan all this, dude. Nice job, Habitrot. Now everything's wrapped up nice and neat, dude. See, I might just be a weak, lower-class fairy, but I'm worried about Fairy Britain, too. Now, go on and ring the bell, Child of Prophecy. Once you do that, you'll finally be on level ground with Morgan. Alright. I'm still not entirely sure what's going on, but I can't say no to those eyes. Song of Paradise, voice of the inner sea, you who were born to be selected to decide the fate of this land and to see justice done. The bells of the bones of Inception shall show you the way. Forgive us of these sins. Wasn't that the Nameless Woods camp that we just saw back there? Isn't everybody there? They're dead by now.
Dink donk.
Then I take it we're headed to Edinburgh next, like we discussed in Orkney.
Yep, we gotta go talk to Knocknorea. Last time she wouldn't even give us the time of day.
But now Artoria is the leader of the Round Table Army, and she's rung four of the bells of pilgrimage. Between that and the fact that she and Knocknorea are old friends, she should be more than willing to negotiate with us, right, Artoria?
Huh?
Wait, are we at the Ashen Shore? Oh, I see. We already made it back. I guess I zoned out. So, did the bell ring like it's supposed to? Am I any different now? Don't worry, the bell rang nice and loud, and your spirit origin is definitely stronger, dude. You might still be no match for Morgan, but no ordinary fairy stands a chance against you anymore, dude. Yep, Knocknorea shouldn't have any issue with forming an alliance with us now. So, let's march up to Edinburgh and get this anti-Queen coalition underway. An anti-Queen coalition, huh? True, if Knocknorea were willing to join us, we'd have enough of an army to give us a fighting chance. But Queen Morgan's been protecting Britain all on her own for 2,000 years, right? I honestly don't know if I can even look someone so amazing in the eye. I really hope I can do this. Isn't her name Altria? I mean, if your name is Nasu, then sure. But, I'm not retarded, so I'm going to keep calling her Artoria. I'll probably lure my coup casters as a. Do I need to lure coup casters as shit though? Giga coup. Yep. Giga coup. Ugh, that was a long one. Lore the man, he's been there for us to Singularity F. I know he has. And yeah, this is the exact same coup caster from Fuyuki as well. So he's even got that going for him too, but he's already max level. Like, I already have much better options for buster reloaders, so and I can't just like toss around lores all willy-nilly, cause yeah, very easy to run short on lores these days. Okay, what I think I'll do is I'm going to read one more chapter, because I think it's taking me like 5.5 hours to read like just 3 chapters, because when did we start? Where did we start, chat? Did we start at the end of chapter 17 or 16? Like, where did we start today? I forget. Because if we only started on chapter 17... Won't be too long before we'll be swimming in lores. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Cause yeah, I feel like doing one more chapter. So reading through chapter 7. It'll probably take me another hour, but that way, whenever I do my next reading stream, either it's either tomorrow or, you know, whenever the next chance is that I get. we'll be able to finish it in one stream. Because reading 4 chapters is better than reading 5. Started in the middle of 16. Middle of 16? Really? I thought we started on like chapter 17 or even 18. Are you sure we started in the middle of 16? No, that can't be. Are you sure you're checking the right VOD, Makos? Because I know for a fact that I started on like the last arrow of a certain chapter. Because that's where I left off from yesterday's Oberon banner dropping. Like, are you sure about that? The one 6 hours ago? I don't remember starting in the middle of 16. It must have been the end of 16 then, at the very least. Alright, let's take a look at this clip then. Why do I remember me starting at the end of chapter 16? Ugh. I know I call gacha players retarded, but this is just ridiculous. (16, 17, 18, 19). I'll still read one more chapter anyway. Okay. We'll end on chapter. We'll end by finishing chapter 20 then. I hear a bell ringing. I hear bones too. The harbor shall return to empty shore, but the calamity shall vanish into the distant sky. It's a signifier of the fairies' apology, the sound of a soul accepting its sins. The round fortress shall burn, and the bell of water shall appear. Once all of them have rung, confessed sinners shall make the acquaintance of the guillotine. And as for the fairy of paradise, having fulfilled her role, the child of prophecy shall say farewell to her home. Yes, I offer fairies no salvation. I shall defend my land, nothing more. I will save the fairies. I will carry out the duty I've been given. With all the magical energy I have stored in this throne, I have nothing to fear from the great calamity. Furthermore, only a chosen fairy can sit on this throne. That throne is a sign that my pilgrimage has ended. It's key to keeping Britain alive. Avalon LaFay, the anchor of paradise. You are neither like the other fairies nor that foreign mage. You have been chosen. You are neither a rebel nor an invader. You are the staff of selection's chosen wielder. You and you alone have the right to bring me to justice, fairy sent from paradise. Even should you fill the oceans with the blood you shed in the battle against me, you will be innocent of sin. I've been chosen. I'm not like the fairies of Britain or my King of Knights self from proper human history. I'm neither a rebel nor an invader. No matter how many fairies I killed because of a war I begin, I would still be free of sin. If you wish to save Britain, you must defeat me and claim the throne for yourself. Go, then, fulfill that absurd prophecy, if you can. You should know better than anyone that you have no choice. Yeah, that's right. Defeating Morgan, the fairy of paradise who forsook her duty, is my only choice if I'm going to save Britain. But what happens afterwards? What happens after I do something that I don't want to do? Something nobody wanted me to do? I'm a fairy of paradise, too. Is there anywhere I can call home? Sausage combust. Combust. Hello, everyone. You got back sooner than I expected. Senpai, Da Vinci, who is that? And why does he look exactly like Red Hair? Oh, that's Bit. He's a fairy from this Lostbelt and one of our trusted companions. Don't worry, he won't bite. I see. Nice to meet you, Bit. My name's Mash Kiralight. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Pleasure's all mine, sweet lady. How deliciously polite of you. Hang on, though. Weren't you supposed to wait for us in Edinburgh? Yes, I was, but I'm not really one for staying put, you know. I thought I might run into you all soon. I thought I might run into you all sooner if I waited near the entrance to the Ashen Shore. So I just ran up. I just ran on up here. All right then, hop into the wagon. I'll make sure your ride to the Queen City of Edinburgh is as smooth as can be. That sounds great. I was just thinking I was sick of walking everywhere, dude. That's the biggest downside of being summoned as a caster. Your legs get tired way too damn fast. Way too damn fast, dude. One moment, please. I don't think we've met before. Oh, my name's Grimmer. I'm a friend of Two's. Dude. A friend of Two's? Then, does it mean you're also from Propeller Humming Proper Human History? That's the one. Proper Human History. Thank you, Mash. Any girl as thoughtful as you is especially welcome to ride on my wagon. Right. I'm still not sure what your relationships are to one another, but I'll do my best to be careful. So, if you're both Two's acquaintances, and from Proper Human History, Lord Muramasa, does that mean you and Lord Grimmer are two horses of a mane, so to speak? I guess we're in the same category, technically. Why? Oh, it's nothing. My animal intuition tells me that the two of you are best of friends. But I can't help but wonder which of you would win in a fight. Oh no. What, you gotta ask? Me, of course. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Ask any fool, and even they can tell you Grimmer would be the clear winner, dude. Exactly. Who gives a fig? Who gives a fig what a fool has to say? Alright, you, get back, get over here. I'll make it easy on you and use only the back of my sword. Well, I'm impressed you can tell which was which. That thing's so dull it might as well be a club. Haha, dude. Alright, punk, you're going down, dude. Wait, if they're fighting each other, why are we fighting them both at the same time? Say, hold on a damn minute. What the fuck did we do? We're trying to stop them. Oh no. Oh god, I'm tired.
慈悲神戸を垂れよ恐怖は希望も何人通るにあたわず何を喜んでいるのです。私が出たのです。勝利は約束されていたはずですが。
And the winner is neither of you. The truly strong don't need to get into stupid brawls. Hang on, I didn't really lose. The only reason we technically lost is because Grimmer's so-called mage ass doesn't have a single support skill. How was I supposed to know you're such a crap warrior that you can't even defend yourself, dude? Besides, when it comes to guts, I've got enough for a boatload of Vikings, dude. Oh, both of you, shut up and get on the wagon. We need to get to Edinburgh today, damn it. Wow, that worked better than I thought. Anyways, assuming Grimmer's wolves are walking, the wagon only holds 6 people, and there's 7 of us right now. Want me to follow along on my skates? That's okay. I'll just ride on Regent Bit's back. You don't mind, right, Regent Bit? No, that should be fine. A little favor like you won't affect my performance at all. But we're still quite far north. Won't you be cold riding outside? I could always run alongside the wagon instead. Oh, no, don't worry. I'll be fine. I'm used to the cold up here. All right, let's go, too. Didn't she say she wanted to get out of the cold, though? I know there used to be a village in Edinburgh a long time ago, but I don't know what's become of it in the era of the High Queen. Of course, given Knocknorea's distaste for humans, I doubt it'll be more than a handful of people at a campsite. Attention citizens of Edinburgh, Lady Knocknorea has returned to our fair city for a temporary respite. She will be recuperating at the previous queen's grave for the next few days, after which she will once again depart for the front lines. Main street vendors may remain open for business after sundown. Do not let the city's lamplights die out. Remember, Lady Knocknorea loves this nightless city with all her heart. Glory to the King clan. Glory to Edinburgh, the Queen City. Whoa! At long last, it's time for war. I can't wait. I thought this day would never come. It's been 10 years since I escaped from the south. I'm proud to call myself a member of the King clan now. I still can't believe how generous Lady Knocknorea was to share her power with a good-for-nothing like me. I'd do anything to help her. I'm liquidating my whole stock. Go on, help yourselves for next to nothing. Do you have the latest report? Latest daily report? May I see it? 29th military training exercise complete. The victory bell rings for the north. Even as I write these words, I cannot help but tremble with awe at the sheer might of the King Clan's army. Even the giant troops who lack of expertise we feared might hold our forces back have become exceptional soldiers. If the way these fine warriors make quick work of a large moors is any indication, Camelot's ramparts won't stand a chance. According to the first Captain Gerbe, our army could easily overthrow Camelot even if they were to march out today. Once the fighting began, it would be over in 1, 2, no more than 3 or 4 days at most. That last part's a little worrying, but Lady Knocknorea is going to be on the front line herself, right? We can't lose then. Besides, our queen would never pick a fight she knew she couldn't win. Lady Knocknorea can always use another pair of hands. Soldiers, medics, clerics, transport, production, we need all the help we can get. Whatever job you take, you're guaranteed a fair wage. All we want to see from you is motivation. Also, if you know anyone afflicted with moor sickness, please bring them in right away. If the disease is caught early enough, it can still be cured. I know, because I was once infected myself. Lady Knocknorea doesn't discriminate between upper and lower class like Morgan does. All she cares about is whether you have the will to live. That is why the leader of our very own King Clan, who believes in all of his citizens equally, should be the next King of Britain. Wow. I can't believe it. This is the northern village? It's even more developed than Salisbury. What in the world has happened here since the beginning of the fair era of the High Queen? I know how you feel. I was shocked the first time when I came here too, dude. My past self's notes said that the northern fairies used to be basically a small group of nomads, dude. I guess Maeve, the King Clan's last queen, must have been one hell of a leader, dude. In just a single generation, she built a city that rivals the Edinburgh of proper human history, dude. And a city that's home to northern fairies as well as the fairies who migrated here from the south to boot. I don't know where you get off looking so smug about that. You got nothing to do with their success. Still, there's no denying this is one hell of a city. Everything here from foot traffic to the business dealings feels like the real deal. Yep, there's a beautiful church called St. Giles's Cathedral in our world's Edinburgh too. It's probably another one of those human history convergence things. That said, the Edinburgh and proper human history and the one here are built on very different grounds. Namely, this one looks like it's been built on top of a rocky mountain. And unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any Calton Hill or Arthur's Seat here either. Hey, Mash, do you know what Arthur's Seat is? I've only read about it, but yes, in proper human history, Arthur's Seat is a well-known tourist spot. It's a steep, rocky mountain not too far from Edinburgh itself. According to legend, King Arthur himself once sat on it to look out over the land. That's its name. I see. There sure are a lot of legends about King Arthur, huh? Yep, he's brought up in one form or another in all the big tourist spots. Some of the other notable ones include Winchester, Glastonbury, Tintagel and Cornwall. So, getting back to our negotiations with Knocknorea, they did say she was back here now, didn't they? So that probably means she's in the palace then, right? Shall we just barge in there now? Yeah, okay. I guess Knocknorea is technically our enemy. She's probably not exactly eager for an audience with us, but hold that thought for a minute, okay? Hey, Tuhu, I think Artoria is doing her headstrong thing again. Now what do we do? It's too bad Oberon's not here right now. I mean, just look at her. A head-on clash with Knocknorea, huh? Now I'll finally get to let out all those years of pent-up frustration with her. Obviously, there's no way she'd listen to us then. Now, how to go about it? Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt your discussion, but it looks like we have, company. They clearly have us surrounded now. We may have no choice but to fight. There, you see? I knew that stuff about law and order in the city was all a load of bull. Then again, attacking outsiders without even a word of warning is just kind of thing I expect from a nation run over by Knocknorea. Well, alright everyone, get your weapons ready. Once we break through this dragnet, we'll storm our way right into the castle. Thank you for coming, Lady Artoria. We've been waiting for you and your entourage to arrive. I'm sure you must be tired from your long journey, but please do try to compose yourself. Now, if you'll kindly follow me to the cathedral, I can take you to see Lady Knocknorea right now. What? Oh, right, I almost forgot. I wrote a letter to make an appointment for you ahead of time. It said, "Dear Knocknorea, Queen of the North, get ready to see me, because I'm coming for you tomorrow. Cheers." And of course, since I wrote such a nice letter, I got a very nice reply back not long after. It said, "I am prepared to welcome the Child of Prophecy in a manner befitting a king. Best wishes." I must say, I thought the Northern Fairies were all barbarians who tried to solve their problems with violence. But it seems Queen Knocknorea is much more sophisticated than I realized. Okay. If she's extended us an invitation, I guess we should take her up on it? Huh? She actually accepted the invitation? She didn't try to kick in the front gate? Really? Oh crap! All of you, get out here! Get out of here! Oh crap! All of you, get out of here! Take the back entrance. I want you out of this room in 2 seconds. Are you sure about this? Just a few moments ago, you were giddily talking about knocking the Child of Prophecy down a few pegs, and showing her that ringing 4 bells wasn't nearly enough to make a match for you. Change of plans, okay? I mean, how would it look if I were to greet a small group of peaceful visitors with a fully armed platoon? Huh? You're still worried about your reputation? Isn't that about the same level as an apple that missed harvest season? What's that? You're saying my rep already fell from the tree and is rolling in the mud? Is that your way of asking for 100 lashes? Okay, you heard her. Everybody out. My apologies for keeping you waiting. The Queen will see you in the cathedral now. Well, how bold of you just to waltz in here like this, Artoria. Does this mean you've finally scrounged up a bit of manners, guts, and confidence then? You're not fooling anyone, Knocknorea. We could hear your soldiers scrambling to get out of here. Oh, don't be ridiculous. Those are my own footsteps, no one else's. Now, I won't hear one more word about it. 1, 3, 5, 7. I'm not surprised to see Oberon. I'm not surprised to see Oberon's not with you, but what about that other girl? You know, the one who looked like she was in heaven with her cheeks all puffed out full of my chocolate. Gareth, right? Gareth. I mean, Lady Gareth stayed in Londinium to defend it as one of my knights. There was no sense in her coming all the way out here just to see another evil empire. She's already been to Camelot. Well, that's too bad. I was planning to give her a tour of my chocolate factory. Oh well, another time perhaps. Anyway, I know how you guys went up to Orkney without my permission. You know damn well that the North belongs to the King clan and that trespassing is prohibited no matter what your reasons might be. Honestly, what are you, some bandits hiding out in the mountains? I guess you still have yet to learn your place. Oh, hello, Tuhu. I'm glad to see you're doing well. I can only imagine how exhausted you are, having to travel with a Child of Prophecy who can't ever look before she leaps. Would you like me to make you an appointment at my favorite luxury spa later? Can it, Knocknorea? Besides, 2 is made up of sterner stuff than that. Sorry to interrupt your friendly chat, but it sounds like you already know that Orkney's bell has been rung, dude. Good, that saved us the trouble of filling you in. Anyway, yes, Orkney's bell used to belong to the Rain Clan, dude. But now that the Rain Clan is gone, the King Clan are the bell's de facto guardians, as you well know, dude. That means, to an outsider, which is to say, from Morgan's perspective, it looks like the King Clan has officially recognized the Child of Prophecy, dudes. What do you make of that? What do I make of it? Hang on. Who are you? My name's Grimmer. Well, technically, I'm the second to bear that name, but that's neither here nor there, dude. I've been watching over Orkney's Bell on behalf of Merlinus Ambrosius. Definitely not Merlin. Oh crap, I almost forgot when Queen Maeve and Coolin mix. Aha, so you're Grimmer the Sage. The last queen told me you're a cold-blooded bastard, but you'd be bound to show up eventually. You once taught Ash to save your magecraft, right? I see. So if you're here, I guess this so-called savior must be the real deal after all. Huh? Is that all you have to say, Knocknorea? I mean, this is Grimmer, you know. You don't feel any connection to his spirit origin? What are you talking about? You there. Do we have a connection? Nope. Sure don't, dude. You're Knocknorea, the proud queen of the north, dude. You care far more about your life and destiny here than you do any silly ties from human history, dude. Speaking personally, I, for one, couldn't be happier about that last part, dude. Is that so? I don't know what that's all about, but thanks. I'll say this for you. You do have a nice smile. Anyway, that aside, Grimmer is right. Now that Orkney's bell has been rung, I don't have a lot of options here. Just this morning, Morgan sent me a final warning, too. It said, kill the child of prophecy at the Ashen Shore when she returns from Orkney. If you fail to do so, I will consider my treaty with the previous head of the King clan null and void. The end. A treaty with the previous head of the King clan? What's she talking about? None of your business. The point is, if I don't kill the child of prophecy, there'll be war. Of course, I was always planning to fight Morgan at some point, so that part's fine. The only problem is you, Artoria. Remember what I told you before? Get an army of my own, ring at least 2 bells, and learn to carry myself in a manner befitting the child of prophecy, right? Well, if you can rattle that all that off so readily, it must have really gotten to you. Now I'm glad I took the time to deal with you before. Yes, those were my conditions, and you've met them, which means you're worthy of joining forces with me. That is why you came to Edinburgh in the first place, right? An alliance between the King clan and the Child of Prophecy, I like it. It's too soon to celebrate just yet, Tuhu. Knocknorea would never make things that easy. Just look at her. That's the face she makes right before she squeezes some poor sucker for everything they're worth. Hey, I've never made a face like that. Still, you're not wrong. My skin might smell of sweet honey and be wonderfully soft, but I myself am neither. I'm willing to form an alliance, but needless to say, I'll be the only king. If you're willing to join me, you need to pledge your loyalty to me and obey my every command. Also, only fairies are welcome to join my alliance forces, and so as far as the Round Table Army's humans go, I think I'll turn them into bees and put them to work in my chocolate factory. I'm sure they'd be much happier that way, since those pathetic, useless humans would be the first to die when the fighting starts anyway. Wait, Tuhu, you don't have to say anything. Knocknorea, the Round Table Army is the best army in all of Britain. The day we obey you is the day apples start falling back up onto the trees. If you want to command us, you'll have to pound us into submission first. Monk, huh? Phrasing? So, How about it? You and me, fairy to fairy. Unless, of course, you're too chicken to face me. Oh, you're so on. This will be a battle to determine the next king of Britain. A fight for the throne, our pride, and beauty itself. I swear on the name of the previous queen that I'll face you alone and on fair ground, fairy to fairy. The winner takes command of all our combined armed forces, and the loser has to do whatever the winner says. And as a bonus prize, the winner will also get to claim the foreign mage as her spouse. But, I missed that last condition, but fine, whatever you say. So, how are we gonna do this? Another chess match? Don't be ridiculous. This is Edinburgh, the headquarters of the entire British sweets industry. There's only one kind of battle fought for pride and beauty around here. Valentine Maeve match, the ancient traditional art of fire confectionery. What? Huh? You mean you don't know about it? Oh, I see. You really are just a country bumpkin, aren't you? Knock it off with the yokel digs already. Besides, we country girls are tough cookies. Excuse me, I wasn't originally going to say anything since these negotiations are between Artoria and Knocknorea, but now that the stakes have become personal for Chaldea, I have to ask, what exactly does a Maeve match entail? Huh, that girl's got as much magical energy as a Tamlin, but she's also wearing black armor and carrying a great shield. Is she the one from Sheffield? Very well, I'll ignore your impertinence this one time. The Maeve match is the last will and testament of the King clan's previous leader, Queen Maeve. It's a law that says whoever makes the most delectable looking chocolate shall be queen. Pretty sweet, right? Oh god, what voice do I give Karen? And I, Devil Karen, the chocolate fairy, shall be the judge. Bake Off. Yeah, suddenly we are now watching Shokugeki no Soma, FGO edition. A Karen voice? I think the voice I've given her just now will probably suffice. Probably. I like how the chocolate soldier is just Agartha Herc. Oh, I forgot to use my Mystic Code XP or Mystic Code buff. Oops. Yeah. No, wait, I didn't forget. I actually did use it. Well, okay. Too bad I don't have any busting cards, though. Was that a chunk Herc? Yes. The same sprite that they used in Agartha. It seems these would-be contenders have what it takes to compete as the Chocolate Fairy. I declare this Maeve match is now officially underway. The taste testing shall take place at high noon tomorrow. Contestants will have until then to prepare their chocolate.
Both contestants must use the cooking facilities provided in this cathedral and may employ up to one fairy assistant. Any questions? None here. I can't wait to get started since I already have someone in mind to give this chocolate to. I'm gonna make the best chocolate anyone will taste all year. It'll be better than anything Gloucester has to offer. Hang on. Are we really doing this? What in the world does making chocolate have to do with choosing a leader? Everything. This has been the law of the land in Edinburgh for the past 1600 years. Alright, Lady Artoria, you take the Star Kitchen. Lady Knocknorea, you take the Moon Kitchen. I will prepare rooms for the night for the rest of Lady Artoria's companions. I'm afraid you won't be able to talk to the chalk-testants while they're in the kitchen, but you're free to talk about outside the kitchens if you like. Alright, enjoy your chocolate making, and remember, fortune smiles upon those with truly strong hearts. Well, it was nice of them to get to reserve rooms for us, but I know. You'd like me to assist Artoria in her chocolate duel, right? I may be a demi-servant, but the fairies seem to treat me as one of them, so that shouldn't be a problem. And that would be great. Thanks for doing this. But before you get started, I'd like to go over everything we've learned so far, just us Chaldeans. You already told us about what happened after you were sent to the pass in Norwich, of course. But I still want to hear what happened to you after what happened to you before then, and fill you in on what's happened with us. And this should be a good place for a private chat, especially since Muramasa and Grimmer are in the other room. Yeah, they sure won't blow up their room, right? So that's what happened to you after we got separated. Salisbury, Gloucester, Londinium, Manchester, typo, and the Lake District. Plus, everything with the Round Table Army, of course. I never would have guessed that Pepe was here too, and as a count of all things, I'm sure it fits him like a glove. Well, unfortunately, Pepe's not the only crypto here. We saw Beryl in Camelot too, though it sounds like you were actually the first you run into him here. That's right. I saw him in Sheffield. That was when you lost the Black Beryl, huh? And Beryl probably took it for himself. I'm so sorry. All the time and effort you and Scion spent on it, and I just left it there. Again, I'm so sorry. If only I'd. Hey, you still didn't have your memories back after the Nameless Woods ordeal, right? Then there's no way you could have known. Don't worry about the Black Beryl. We can always track it down. The important thing is that you are still alive. And fortunately, it looks like we won't even need it for this mission anyway. Really? I mean, if we don't have to use it, that's great, but... Actually, machines don't work well here anyway. Yeah, that was a damn lie. So that was a fucking lie. Yep, we have even something better than the Black Rail now. What do you mean? Are Director Gordolf and Holmes coming to help us in the Shadow Border? No, nothing like that. I'm talking about you, Mash. The Ortnax may not be working right now, but your Spirit Origin is putting out more power now than it ever has. It's probably the Tamlin rules at work. Bargas and the others were gifted the Round Table Knights' names. But you're gifted with Tamlin Galahad's name on top of already borrowing his power, giving you effectively a double Galahad bonus. No wonder you were able to go toe-to-toe with Lancelot. You're basically a high servant now, a peerless warrior even among peerless warriors. You can feel that too as our master, right, Tuhu? Super Mash, or to contract it, she is now Smash. I see. Then I'll do my super best to help. Haha. Hey, we're gonna go look around the city. You guys want to come? Smash. Artoria might be busy in the kitchen right now, but we've got nothing but time on our hands, dudes.
So we gotta do something to make ourselves useful. How about you, Da Vinci, dude? Oh, I'm gonna sit this one out. Besides, I still have to write my report. Say, where's Mash? Ain't she with you? Gotcha. So sounds like she's got a real shot at winning. Then, if it came to it, I was thinking I'd make the chocolate myself, but maybe I won't need to. Huh, you're way too easy on oratory, you know that? Is that any way for one of the foreign gods' disciples to conduct himself, dude? Oh, shut up, you blue-haired dillweed. Shut up, you blue-haired dillweed. I still owe her my life for saving me from that auction. Besides, I ought to be asking you why you're so easy on Knocknorea. She looked like a friend of yours or something? Well, actually, yes, but even though she's the spitting image of her, they're completely different people, dude. Knocknorea has been living her own life free of influence from any human history connections, dude. I had to go after my destiny, but she took hers by the horns and made it submit to her, dude. I swear, I've never seen such a free-spirited woman anywhere. You can't help but smile, right, dude? You don't say. So for the last Queen Maeve disappeared in the era of the High Queen 400, and Knocknorea was born 100 years ago in the era of the High Queen 1900. So this city went without a leader for about 1500 years, huh? That's right. I thought it was strange at first. I thought it was strange when I first heard about this too, dude. But apparently, the Northern Fairies continued to live by the past Queen's teachings even after she was gone, dude. They say she told them that a new King Clan fairy would be born again one day, and that they were to obey Morgan until that day came. And they went right back to their old ways, of course. Things have been tense between them and Morgan ever since, dude. For 100 years, Knocknorea has been teaching the Northern Fairies order and discipline, gradually turning them into a real army, dude. When Ainsel predicted the Child of Prophecy, Morgan wasn't the only one who was worried. I bet Knocknorea went ballistic upon hearing the news too, at least on the inside. She was probably all, I've been working towards this for 100 years now. No way am I letting some podunk backwater fairy beat me to the punch, dude. Ah, now I gotcha. So that's why Artoria and the Queenie hit it off so well. I mean, they both know what it's like to bear the weight of crushing responsibility. They probably never had anyone else they could curse out without it becoming a big to-do before they met each other. They might be in completely different circumstances, but they're still equals where it counts. The way I see it, things are gonna work out no matter who wins this contest. So let's just let them have their fun. All that aside, you sure know a whole lot of things, don't you, Grimmer? Anything else you know but haven't shared, like say why this place is called the Queen City? Well, I don't know where that name comes from. I already told you everything I could, dude. Huh. We're a long ways from the main road now, aren't we?
Oh, hey guys. You out for a walk too? I don't blame you. Not much to do up in our hotel room after all.
We thought we would take advantage of the opportunity to do some sightseeing too, especially since we almost never come this far north. No, not really. What's with you, Reedra? Not like you to be so hedgy. Well, I'm hoping this is just my imagination, but there seem to be a lot more Wind Clan fairies here than I was expecting. Oh, are you guys new here? Welcome to the Edinburgh Development Ward. This is where all the refugees who haven't been able to share in Lady Knocknorea's power live. Still, we're all treated as full citizens. We all have jobs and roofs over our heads, even if they are just tents. In the meantime, I'm sure Lady Knocknorea will make you guys into King Clan fairies once the war against Queen Morgan is over. So go ahead and put your tent up wherever you like. If you're lucky, you might even get a job in the medical ward. Don't worry, Mora's disease isn't nearly as bad as it's made out to be. Whoa, is that a human? What in the world were you all thinking, bringing a human to Edinburgh of all places? If Knocknorea finds out about this, you'll all be... Wait, don't tell me. Are you guys also... No, we're just travelers. We're just travelers. We're just passing through. We'll be leaving tomorrow, so please don't worry about us. I see. I guess I better be going then. Sorry for taking up your time. Huh, no way that guy actually lives around here. There's something way too shifty about him. He's probably one of the Morgan spies. Lot of room for rats like that in a city this big. Oh, don't bother. We can't snitch on a resident on Murmoss's hunch alone, dude. For that matter, have you noticed how all the fairies in this ward have scars on their shins, dude? I'm guessing they're either refugees from the south, fairies who've lost their purpose, or fugitives who fled the south. So this town's full of criminals, huh? I guess Knocknorea is either really magnanimous or she's really big on cheap labor. Maybe it's both. Every fairy becomes land when they die, regardless of what they were like in life. So having more fairies live here means that her territory will eventually expand. That must be how Edinburgh grew to the scale in the 1600 years since Queen Maeve disappeared. Then something doesn't add up. If fairies have been living here for over 1600 years in the era of the High Queen, then why are the edges of Britain unchanged since the Fae era? Could the city be... I wouldn't put it past Maeve to do that. Turning a desolate wasteland into a prosperous city in a single generation. Her next generation being born 100 years ago. I knew it. Now it's all starting to make sense. Now it's all making sense. No wonder Morgan's left her alone all this time. If she plays her cards wrong, Knocknorea could end up being a calamity herself. Nah, I'm probably just overthinking it. There's no way that could actually be the case. Surely, right? Surely. Anyway, let's head back a bit. It's all wasteland up ahead, so there's nothing more to see here anyway. I see. And I take it you're going to ride on my back again? I was the one who said it. I was the one who said it wouldn't be any trouble, but that was before I knew you were much heavier than you look. That's because I got substance where it counts. Just you wait. Once I eventually grow up, old Habitat's gonna have the most banging bod you've ever seen. Aren't you the type of fairy who never gets any older? Anyway, I wouldn't wander around here too much if I were you either, too. I don't know why Knocknorea let you off the hook, but if you run into any northern fairies with long memories, they wouldn't think twice about ganging up on you. Oh, yeah, I guess you know more about that than I do, since I only had the first Gimmer's notes to go off of, dude. Tell us something, Habitrot. The northern fairies used to be the first group of fairies who coexisted with humans, right? Like in the War of Summer and such, dude. So, why does Knocknorea hate them so much now? Huh, what? You mean you don't even know that? Alright, guess I can tell you. It all goes back to what happened about 4,000 years ago during the War of Summer in Fae Era 2000. Queen Maeve invaded Britain from the Western Island and drove the other clans to the brink of extinction. Word has it that Ashe then stepped in, convinced Maeve to back down and reconcile with the clans, and had her and her people officially recognized as the King Clan. But that's not exactly the whole truth. For one thing, Maeve would never agree to reconcile with the clans when her victory was already assured. Yeah, good point. I always thought that story spun things a little too neatly for the other clans. Wait, don't tell me, dude. Yep, Maeve snatched defeat from the jaws of victory right at the very end, when her human right-hand man and husband betrayed her. And of course, Ashe wasn't about to pass up a chance like that. She backed Maeve into a corner while she was already writhing in pain and gave her the thrashing of her life. Then, she made her swear to join the other clans and never attack Britain again. When it rains, it pours, huh? I know what it means, or I know that kind of underhanded tactic is par for the course when it comes to war, but still. No wonder she hates humans so much. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if she wants us to wipe them all out. Nah, Edinburgh would never be this grand of a city if she just wanted to wipe humans out, dude. I think the real question to that story raises is, why was she writhing in pain, dude? Excuse me, senpai. I'm back on temporary reprieve from chocolate duty. But this chocolate battle is very heated, so I can't stay long. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like you to answer a question for me. What shape do you think would be best for chocolate? I knew it. Thank you, senpai. This was very helpful. Okay, I better get back to the battlefield. Sleep well, senpai. Eggplant shape? Don't know. Woohoo! It's okay, human. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm Icon, Lady Knocknorea's faithful soldier. Lady Knocknorea has just finished the 8th step of her chocolate recipe and is currently taking a break. Once she's finished, she'll be up all night working on steps 9 through 19. But for now, she'd like someone to talk to while she takes her break. Yes, of course I mean you. There's no one else in this room. Just accept that there's no getting out of this, and come with me, and don't even think about trying to escape by jumping out the window. Needless to say, a fairy in Lady Knocknorea's position has many things to consider at all times, so this break she's taking is on a strictly need-to-know basis. There won't be any guards keeping watch. This is as far as I go, too. Don't worry, Lady Knocknorea's hatred of humans may be famous, but she's still not as unreasonable as a night call. As long as you hold your breath, keep quiet, stay perfectly still, and never speak except to agree with her, or you might just make it out of there alive. Alright then, good night, and good luck. Woohoo! There you are. I didn't expect you to come alone. Have you been enjoying the Edinburgh nightscape? We may not be as fancy as Gloucester, but I like to think that our main street is still a pretty sight. Oh, what am I saying? Of course you did. I can tell that. I can tell from that sparkle in your eyes. That's the look of someone who picked up a beautiful insect thread scarf before stopping by a cafe for a chocolate-infused cocktail. My Edinburgh really isn't the best, isn't it? Just look at how it's even entranced the foreign mage with its charms. But I digress. I invited you here for a very specific reason. Tell me about the outside world, what Morgan called proper human history. I don't care about it, of course, but as the queen of the northern fairies, I need to be at least familiar with it. Or are you so scared to be here without your companions that you can't even speak? Foreign mage or not, you're still just a weak little human after all. You could never be the one to make a call about whether to leak classified information to an enemy on your own. Hang on. You covered all that stuff so eloquently that it was actually easy to follow along. I need you to stop here for a moment, though. I need to process all that. Okay. There's Chaldea, heroic spirits, Lostbelt, proper human history. Okay, I basically got it, I guess. Looks like there's not much point in thinking about this stuff now, is there? This kind of thing I can worry about after Morgan's been defeated, right? That's fine then. Thanks for the valuable info. You have my gratitude, the gratitude of a queen. A good ruler does more than just wage war with their enemies, you know. They also need a plan to rule their nation after they've won. I know Britain isn't really surrounded by a sea of nothing. I know Britain isn't really surrounded by a sea of nothingness. There's actually a much larger world out there beyond the water. Of course, fairies typically hide in the woods and don't mesh well with a human world, but with the right motivation, there are a lot of ways to get around that. I can't believe there's still so much to do even after things are wrapped up here. I can't wait to get started. Are you talking about... Surely you're talking about expanding your chocolate factory, right? That's right. If there's another world that rich in resources, I'll have to make another western island. And pay this, you called it North America, right? A little visit. I guess that means you and I will be enemies again when that happens, and that should be fun. Feeling cute might invade a continent. Feeling cute might pull a Christopher Columbus myself pretty soon, or pull a Cortez myself. Oh god damn it, not again. Huh. There. You just made that face again, like the one you did when you made that weird comment about my chocolate fields. Why is that? Is there a version of me in your world too or something? Wait, on second thought, don't answer that. I really, really want to know about this other me, but if I find out now, it's going to make me throw a tantrum. Let's tell her anyway. Phew, that was close, but I managed to preserve my queenly dignity. Dignity preserved, because if anyone saw that, I'd have them executed before they could tell anyone. Very good. A perfect response. Still, maybe I should be at least ask you this. Let's say another version of me did exist in your world. In her final moments, was she not betrayed by her lover? Did she remain a cold-blooded queen to the end? I see. Well, of course I was. There's no way I, of all people, would ever die of a broken heart. Well, I mean, you did die of something else, but... But, you know, we don't have to tell her that now, do we? It's okay. She doesn't have to know. So, what kind... Oh, God, we have to tell her. Oh, God. So, what kind of valiant warrior defeated me? They must have been a really strong fairy, right? Huh? Cheese? As in, the stuff they make, that the stuff made from sheep's milk and eaten with bread? Huh. So there's this cheese fairy in your world. Maybe they're related to Ike and Drum. So, that other me was killed by a human? That's what you're telling me? Did you just take all that trouble to tell me such a ridiculous story, even knowing how much I hate humans? Are you kidding me? You can't say that kind of thing with a straight face. It's a total mood killer. Then again, it was a human that was responsible for the last queen's downfall too. I guess when you're big enough, even a little pebble can trip you up. Thinking about it that way, I could see my other self getting killed by a human. And hey, at least she wouldn't have to put up with any weird curses afterwards. That's right. Losing her lover hurt her so badly that she couldn't fight anymore, which led to Ash beating her. Maeve put too much trust in humans. She thought they were the same as her, and so she loved them too much. She charged onto the battlefield with her most beloved soldier by her side. He did his best to keep up with her, but he couldn't quite make it to the end. Just when they won their final battle against the clans, Maeve turned, intending to celebrate with him, only to see her beloved draw his final breath. It's no surprise, really. Of course a mere human could never keep up with a fairy, let alone an A-rave like Maeve. But he still promised to stay with her, and he broke that promise. That was his betrayal. That was when Maeve lost the will to fight. The moment she realized how foolish she had been, and how much that soldier had really loved her. Still, her broken heart was all healed up by the time the era of the High Queen came around, and she soon set her sights on ruling all of Britain. Maeve never retired after she built Edinburgh, and no new king clan fairies were born for a long time. She left a hole for about 1,500 years until I came along and filled it. I'm the second king clan fairy ever. I inherited Maeve's power and am truly worthy of being queen. I am truly a great fairy. I hate humans because they're useless in war. I'm not going to make the same mistake that Maeve did. I'm going to defeat Morgan with my clan alone. That's why I don't need Artoria's Round Table army getting in my way. It's an eyesore at best. I'd make your peace soon if I were you. Once I win tomorrow's duel, all humans will be mine to do with as I please. And I'm going to put you all to work in my nice, safe chocolate factory with full benefits until the day you die. Okay, break's over. I better get back to work. Enjoy your freedom while you can, Tuhu. This is the last night you'll have it, after all. Made you look. You totally thought I was knocking on your door, didn't you? Well, this time I came through your window. Fucking let me sleep, goddammit. Easy there. Keep your voice down. It's very late, you know. And what's more, I'm traveling incognito today. If anyone asks, I was never here, okay? Why incognito, you ask? Okay, it's partly because I got tired of being the Round Table Army's errand boy and ran off for a while. Really though, it's that it's that the Fairy King never stays in one place for too long. And the real reason is that I was worried about you guys. I mean, we're all friends now, right? Of course I'm going to worry about you. Yeah, friends, sure, Oberon. So on that note, I hope you don't mind that I'm here. So, good evening to you. Congratulations on ringing the 4th bell. We could hear it all the way back in Londinium. The Round Table Army's morale has never been higher. Percival's made a seat at the Round Table for any Fane Clan fairies who want to come over from Oxford. Garrett's been having a great time in Londinium with the kids. They just finished tilling a new field, in fact. Spriggan seems to be up to something, which worries me, I admit. But all in all, the South has been relatively stable so far. Of course, whether it stays that way is up to you guys. It's all up to you guys. You're here to talk to Knocknorea, right? I've been hearing rumors about tomorrow's Maeve match all throughout the city. If Knocknorea joins forces with the Child of Prophecy, that'd be a huge boost to our chances against Camelot. Once Knocknorea agrees to an alliance, and Artoria rings Oxford's bell, we could begin our attack on Camelot in around 3 days. I'm sorry. I've been looking everywhere for it, but still no luck. Still, the bells of pilgrimage are meant to show that the clans have recognized the Child of Prophecy. And since the last one, the Mirror clan is gone now, there arguably isn't much of a point, in ringing theirs. So I think just 5 bells ought to be enough. Something bothering you? I see. Well, that makes sense. You know how she gets stronger every time she rings a bell? At first I thought that meant she was growing, but I've realized it's actually more unlocking her latent power. I think the Fairy of Paradise is probably born with a true power essentially bound, and the bells of pilgrimage are a means to break those bonds. They probably also restored the knowledge and memories she's always had, but were locked away all this time. Every time Artoria rings a bell, she learns more about her duty and her destiny. Now that she's rung 4 of them, she's probably a different person from who she was when we met her in the Nameless Woods. By now, she must have a much stronger sense of duty, and I'm sure her priorities must have shifted a lot too. She's probably making decisions based on what the Child of Prophecy should be doing, rather than what she herself actually wants. Am I wrong? Oh, is that so? Well, in this case, I guess it's a good thing she's so naturally stubborn. Still, I can tell you're concerned about her, and that you're keeping your concerns to yourself so as not to worry her. Do you remember what I said before? In this Lostbelt, you and I are just bystanders. Our role here is to see how things play out. Well, it's still true. We can't save Britain, and we can't save Artoria from her destiny. Once we acquire a means of fighting the foreign god, the best thing we can do is put this place behind us. That being said, I really respect your determination and your commitment. And I'm not just talking about I'm not just talking about to Chaldea. I'm talking about every step you've taken to get here. Once Morgan has been defeated, if you still want to save Britain, no. If you still want to help Artoria, I'll support you however I can, even if it means going well out of our way before helping proper human history. Of course it is. When you get right down to it, the only ones who can do really big things are those who work hard for what it is that they want. Trust me, I've come this far on my own too, so I have some idea of what that feels like. I mean, you've been working so hard for so long. I think you're entitled to put at least a tenth of that effort into indulging yourself. Artoria is another matter, though. I have no intention of indulging her. You know how she's incredibly competitive but has almost no self-esteem? Not a great combination. If we don't keep her in line with her sense of duty, she's liable to go completely off the rails. She's just like me, for real, for real. Well, of course I am. You would be too if you spent as much time worrying about her as I do, only to have her go and do something you never expected. I don't even know how many times I've had to pull strings from behind the scenes anymore. Ugh, if only she'd grown up more like a docile princess and less like a wild boar. I mean, I'm sorry, that's more of a personal preference thing than anything else. Honestly, well, I think Artori is just fine the way she is. There's certainly never a dull moment when she's around. Anyway, that's enough chatter for today. In fact, crap, I've been talking for too long. I need to be back in Londinium by morning, or they'll know I've skived off. Bye. Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, I'm always on the lookout for her, even now. But even in a story with a guaranteed happy ending, she's only the very smallest bit of players. She's a convenient plot device, forgotten as soon as it's no longer needed. No one ever gave her a thought to her happiness when all was said and done. But that's the life of a side character. You can't stop to worry about every little thing, or the whole world will fall apart. You can't expect that kind of imagination from a reader or even the playwright writing their script. Besides, it's all just a fairy tale. She was born to be forgotten with the turn of the page. So it's okay. My queen is the sort of woman who shouldn't ever actually exist. Ugh, there's 3 more fucking arrows. Good day, distinguished guests, and thank you all for coming. This is the moment you've all been waiting for. The Valentine Maeve match to determine which of these 2 fairies is prouder, more dignified, and just overall better than the other. Why is Karen here anyway? In the Moon Kitchen, we have Lady Knocknorea, leader of the Northern Fairies and daughter of the last queen. Huh, damn, is that all the chocolate she's carting around behind her? There's nothing there to make a chocolate Orkneys. Dude. In the Star Kitchen, we have Lady Artoria, the child of prophecy who has made even Queen Morgan sit up and take notice. Uh-oh. Is that stuff she's carting behind her really chocolate? Even Mash's shield looks more appetizing. Are both contestants ready? You now have 1 hour to complete your finishing touches here in the cathedral. Remember, chocolate is toxic. Be sure to go out with a fiery finish. What is this, Street Fighter? Please direct your attention to Lady Knocknorea in the Moon Kitchen. As you can see, she is both calm and unhurried, even as she remains constantly in motion. A sure sign of someone with eyes on the prize. When I stopped by her kitchen this morning for a comment, she said, and I quote, "My chocolate isn't merely a delicacy, it's art designed to melt your very soul." And looking how it's coming along now, I believe it. I only wish all of you in the mezzanine could see this too. Oh, we can't even see it from the ground floor. Don't you guys have any screens around here? Unfortunately, only those in the box seats can see the action unfold for themselves. If that interests you, you can always reserve one to the next Maeve match for 60,000 more pounds. 10 times the price of the mezzanine seats, Sounds fair. Next, please direct your attention to Lady Artoria and her dazzling collaboration with her assistant in the Star Kitchen. Is that a cake? I've never seen such wonderfully intricate decorations on one before. Her assistant is practically glowing in magical energy. I mean, sheer concentration. In the midst of all this chaos, she's adding details down to the millimeter. What an absolute madwoman. We may have a dark horse on our hands. Word on the street was that Lady Knocknorea was a shoo-in to win, but at this stage, it looks like the odds may actually be favoring the star. Whoa! It already looks good enough to eat. You're really good at the smash. Okay, time to add a pinch of my secret ingredient. Yeah. Are you an idiot? I do beg your pardon. Please continue to enjoy this unique form of chocolate making. So we should just run for it now, right, dudes? Nah, I can't believe I'm saying this either, but we still don't know how this is gonna go. Valentine chocolate's more about feeling than flavor. Feeling than flavor, right? So there's still a chance that she could pull ahead. Time's up. Excuse me. Alright, contestants, let's see what you've got. First, Lady Knocknorea in the Moon Kitchen. Magnificent, truly magnificent. The sheer artistry and technical skill on display is a sight to behold. This chocolate Edinburgh castle is with a special 19-layer coating perfectly captures the dignity of a queen. If there ever was a chocolate to take its recipient's breath away, this is it, though I think actually receiving this could be a bit too much in more ways than one. It's all true, of course, but there's no need to be that effusive with your praise. I couldn't have done this without my capable assistant, Icon Drum. Thank you, Lady Knocknorea. Now, it's time to see what Lady Artoria's made in the Star Kitchen. I can't imagine why you made such a bold choice for your chocolate, but let's see it anyway. No, it can't be. What the meow? What's the meaning of this? Whoa, who? All of a sudden there are Wubbabos? Everybody's a Wubbabo? I understand how you feel, everyone. I'm right there with you myself. But as your MC and as judge, it falls to me to be the first one to say this, and so say it I will. What an incredible shape! It's smooth, plump, and seems to be practically pulsing with this warmth. Okay then. We're sure that she was a nun, right? I mean, I know that Karen is supposed to be, you know, Kirei's daughter and all, but really? Did she have to word it like that? Anyways. Now, that's what I call a Valentine. We are all witness to the birth of an all-new chocolate design. Huh? Whoa! What power! What strength! I can feel my blood boiling with excitement just looking at it. I simply have to ask you, Lady Artoria, how did you come up with this design? Why did you abandon that lovely cake your assistant made in favor of this? That shape is the Northern Fairies' most venerated symbol. It means prove thyself the strongest. What made you think to use it for your chocolate? Are you some kind of genius? Oh no, definitely not. Mash just taught me how to make it, that's all. She said it also represents the heart, even though it looks nothing like the real one. And since it's so simple to make, it's easy to put your own heart and soul into it. Easy to put your heart and soul into. What a beautiful expression. I can't believe I, of all fairies, forgot about the single most important thing that goes into chocolate. That's right, it doesn't matter how expensive your ingredients are or how fancy the brand is. What truly matters is the feelings you put into it. While Lady Knocknorea's chocolate is undoubtedly more beautiful to look at and surely more delicious, there's no question that Lady Artoria's chocolate is the clear winner when it comes to sheer passion. And as of this moment, I have nothing but the highest respect for her. And so, we have our winner, Lady Artoria of the Star Kitchen. Huh. That's it, Artoria. That's it, Artoria. You finally found your own forte. Taking credit as her mentor, despite completely being uninvolved. Despite being completely uninvolved. Well, I'll be damned. I had no idea you had an ace like that up your sleeve. Would you consider selling me the rights to the idea? Why does the concept of copyrights even exist here, huh? You did it, Artoria. It's all thanks to you, Mash. This makes the 212 practice chocolates we made worth it. Oh no, big Corpa Fae. Yep. I mean, Maeve is literally Corpa the fairy. Well, actually, you know, if she were Corpa the fairy, then she wouldn't give humans good pay and full benefits. Well, sure looks that way. Either that or they just don't associate that symbol with the heart or the soul. I mean, just look like Knocknorea's magical energy aura. Huh, this doesn't make any sense. The castle should have won. The castle should have won no matter how you slice it. How did they make that into some kind of feel-good story, dude? Now, let's just call this a one-of-a-kind fluke victory. And besides, knowing Knocknorea, I'm sure it'll just be a matter of time until she incorporates heart shapes into her next beautiful Huh? Hey, Artoria, how come your chocolate looks like it's pounding? Did you do something to it? Just to be sure, it's not about to explode, is it? Of course not. Not even Artoria would mistake gunpowder for sugar. Nope, I definitely didn't. Trust me, I tasted every ingredient and only put in the yummy ones. All of them. Haha. All of them? What exactly do you mean by all of them? I mean all the different ingredients, of course. You guys had so many good ones for us to use that it would have been a waste not to use them, right? It's true, I saw it myself while Mash was cleaning up the mixing bowls. Lady Artoria used some shifty technique to squeeze all the ingredients into the chocolate. That gave the chocolate a massive amount of magical energy, fusing its ingredients and creating a new life form. And now, as you can see, it's created a calamity that threatens the entire world. And now Karen is dead. The child of prophecy made a super weapon. Run for your lives. Ah! Scatter. Ah! It's damaging my cathedral and it's turning my fairies into chocolate. What in the world were you thinking? You can't just mix anything in everything. Let me guess, you're the kind of fairy who thinks anything that takes 10 minutes at low heat to cook can be cooked in 2 minutes at high heat, aren't you? Master, we need to fight to preserve Artoria's honor. I mean, to cover up the evidence. Some hearts just can't be saved. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear. But please, don't beat it up too badly. I promise it should still be really yummy. Why is she protecting it like it's her child? Hey, look, this dude has instant death. Lovely. Lovely. Oh god. Oops. Oh god. I can't stay like that, otherwise I'm gonna fall asleep. Artoria taking out everyone before the war starts. Yep. More or less.
地上にあってファラオに不可能なす万物万象我が手中にあり
よーし、そこ狙うからね。待ってました。
Shit, I forgot to stun this guy. So if he hits Ozymandias, then we're kind of screwed. So let's see if he does or not. Yep. That's okay. We have Flying Sky here. Save the day. Give me 1 second, chat. Huh? What's she even doing just standing around? Knocknorea? Yeah, we just killed a child. Yeah. 5 years ago in Gloucester, an incident took place several days after my humiliating experience at Faria. Or this is Artoria talking. Wow, you're the King Clan Fairy, Knocknorea? I've never seen one of you before. Well, that's no surprise. I don't have any subjects in the south yet. But just you wait. One day, all the South's major cities will be home to King Clan fairies. That's what the Northern fairies all want, and it's the destiny I've inherited from the previous queen. So, you're carrying on the last queen's purpose, huh? But you're the only King Clan fairy around, right, Knocknorea? So even if you do get the Northern fairies to move here, that doesn't mean there will be more King Clan fairies. Sure there will. Any fairy I share my blood with becomes part of the King Clan. Huh? Is that a sort of like mindset thing? Like the difference between being a bully and a victim? Huh, wow, you really are just the worst at analogies, aren't you? Queen Bee and drones were right there, or even a king and her vassals. Anyway, there's always only been one King Clan fairy ever since the King Clan began. Maeve was born from the corpses of the many northern fairies who were killed in the War of Spring. Sure, their bodies became a part of Britain itself when they died, but they also refused to be reborn as the next generations. Well, it was more like since there was no land where they would have been born, they would have just died and been born again right away. So, rather than subjecting themselves to a cycle like that, they decided to pour all themselves into a single king. That king was Maeve, the Great Fairy. She was kind of like the Northern Fairies' version of Queen Morgan. Maeve was all of the Northern Fairies combined into a single fairy. Her rules focused on control and prosperity. That allowed her to share power with anyone who swore loyalty to her. So she did just that with the fairies who sought her out, and created a place for them to all to live on the Western Island. Of course, creating a whole island took a lot out of her, so she was pretty weak by the time it was done. It just goes to show you never know what life has in store, right? If Maeve hadn't grown weak, she never would have taken on the bodyguard who eventually became her spouse. A spouse? And let me tell you, they could barely keep their hands off each other. It was like a never-ending spring. Oh god. Looking. And that's why you should always avoid spring. Stick to autumn and winter. At any rate, anyone who swears loyalty to the King Clan gets to share in their power. That means any fairy who's given some of my blood becomes part of the King Clan for as long as they remain loyal. As the Queen Bee, I have my drones to show their loyalty by performing labor, and the drones in turn get my power for themselves. So the more Northern Fairies I bring together under my command, the more the King Clan grows in number. I see. So when you share your power, does that power eventually come back to you? No, it doesn't. That's the one big downside to the system. I don't lend them my power, I give it to them. So the more King Clan fairies I make, the weaker I become. But obviously, that wouldn't be sustainable, right? So of course Maeve thought of a solution. She expanded her Fey domain to encompass all of Britain, and made a new rule to go with it. As long as her subjects remain part of the King Clan, the clan's combined power shall be her power as well. So even though she was pretty poor after doling out her money to all of her subjects, she hadn't actually lost anything since the whole kingdom belonged to her. She chose to empower her nation rather than herself. I think she was really onto something. A nation can't grow by the hand of one person alone on one set of values. You need many working together to make it as rich and beautiful as it can be. Gloucester here might be a little twisted, but it's still a prime example of what I'm talking about. That's why my duty is to claim Camelot's throne for myself and unify all of Britain. It would have been a lot easier if Morgan had named me her successor, but instead she chose Tristan, right? So as long as that whack job's around, what choice do I have but to take it by force? I couldn't believe my ears. She talked about seizing Camelot's throne with the same nonchalance as someone talking about going out for a walk. As far as I'm concerned, she was already a great queen at that point. Even as she talked about what the last queen wanted, she still chose to be her successor. She spoke of her ambitions greedily, selfishly, and without a hint of shame or concern as to what anyone else might think. That's the Knocknorea I knew, the most hard-working fairy in all of Britain. That's one hell of a purpose, but are you sure it's okay to tell me that? I mean, you're talking about revolting against the queen, right? Oh, are you going to report me? I mean, could you even do that even if you wanted to? Especially when you're practically radiating death to all clans' energy yourself? Am I? You are. I know I'm something else, but you're pretty impressive in your own right, you know that? You see yourself as being apart from every other fairy clan out there, right? Hell, everything about you is out of the ordinary. I'm not talking about the kind of lower class and upper class distinctions that Morgan chose. No, in your case, it feels more like you're an entirely different being, a different kind of being altogether. Basically, you're looking down at every fairy in Britain. Are you nuts? I'm the one who's being looked down upon. Huh, that's it. That's the spirit. Being reasonable is all well and good, but pieces of you will die if you take it too far like I did. Huh? Are you saying that you're dead on the inside, Knocknorea? Even though you're so, well, brazen? She's just like me, for real, for real. Oh wait, I get it. It's the other way around. You're brazen because you're dead, like the Darlington zombie incident. Oh, don't be ridiculous. Ow, 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 stop that. There's no need for violence. That was just an example, or rather, that all happened a long time ago. I saw you apologizing to that fairy you were with in the hall earlier. Was that your village's leader or something? Now, forget that. That doesn't matter. The point is, you kept apologizing, saying you were sorry you're so weak and promising to try your best next time, right? Well, cut it out. At least when I'm within earshot. Hearing that crap really pisses me off. What's wrong with being weak? So who gets hurt if you can't? Who gets hurt if you can't do it? You're the only one who's gonna get upset about you being weak, and it's not other fairies who will be doing their best next time. Of course, it's natural to have regrets over failures, mistakes, overeating, and so on. But never, ever apologize just for being weak. There's no greater waste of time. And just so you know, I'm not telling you this because I feel sorry for you. I'm mad because apologizing for your weakness doesn't help anyone, least of all yourself. With that kind of power, you should be holding your head high and fighting for what you yourself want. You're a real fiery fairy deep down, right? Like a dragon pretending to be a house cat. So, quit worrying about what everyone else thinks of you and sink those fangs into your dreams. Because believe me, there are plenty of people out there who don't have the power to even do that. Those words were what really astonished me. She was born to luxury with incredible power at her disposal, but despite that, or maybe because of it, she also understood exactly how much she and her fellow fairies were truly blessed. Huh. Easy for you to say when you're not the one who will have to live with all the consequences. Alright then, if you're gonna lecture me about dreams, what about yours? You probably already sunk your fangs into them, but still. My dream? You even need to ask? It's romance. When I find someone who rocks me to my core, or our romance is gonna rock the whole damn kingdom to its foundation. Are you crazy? Besides, that's no dream, that's reality. I mean, you must have had a lover for ages now, right? Well, that's just it. I don't. Hold it. You just laughed at me in your head, didn't you? Huh, don't get me wrong, I'm not lacking opportunities. I could have anyone in Edinburgh if I wanted. Right, of course. Like, how could you not when you're so pretty? But then, why aren't you dating anyone then? I guess this is my way of setting myself apart from the last queen. You know how depriving yourself of the thing you want depriving of yourself the thing you want most lights a figurative fire in your belly? Well, I'm going to use that fire to claim the throne and save my romance for after I'm the king of Britain. It was so ridiculous I couldn't help but laugh. She didn't even realize that she had her purpose and her dream completely mixed up. She didn't want to become king so that she could then have a romance. She just wanted the romance and felt like she had to get her predecessor's wish out of the way by becoming king to do it. Huh, what's so funny? What's your dream then, huh? Is it that much better than mine? I guess mine's not too far off, actually. I want to try walking around the city as an upper-class fairy. I want to be proud and stylish, just like you are. I can only imagine how great that must feel. I remember thinking I wouldn't mind having her for a rival. I'd have to go out with I'd have to go without a lot of things in my life, but at least in terms of someone to compete with, it looks like I got everything I could have asked for. You idiot. This isn't pride. This is fashion. I don't mind helping you with that side of things, but that's not what a real dream is. Anyway, first we need to see who can put down the burdens we're carrying the soonest. Should we see who gets there first? That night, I took in the same night sky as my incredible friend, a fairy who spoke of her dreams with pride and nobility. I thought I'd sealed that horrid memory away. Why are you all staring at me like that? Did I miss out on something? Did I miss out on something fun? Or... Oh, right. That's right. I remember now. I took a direct hit from that chocolate. How dared that thing revolt against its creator? Come on, everyone. Let's smash that thing and eat it like the sweet treat that it was supposed to be. I guess you really were knocked out for a bit. Have pleasant dreams. Have pleasant dreams, since it seems like you were up all night. No, I didn't, and I wasn't up all night either. I slept great, if you must know. Now, do you give in or what? Yes, I give in. You won the Mave match fair and square. Lucky for you, the judge made a decision before all the spectators ran for their lives. Why no cam, bro? Oh, never mind. I see the cam now. Hello. See what I said at the beginning of the stream, like 7 hours ago, chat. If I turn the cam off, somebody's gonna ask me about it. But hey, how's it going, man? Welcome back. I think I need more water. Payne, hey, what's going on, man? Thanks so much for the brand new sub. But yeah, my cam is up on the upper right, obviously. But yeah, I know my cam can sometimes bleed into the background, especially with this kind of background, because I think the colors are kind of similar there. But yeah, thanks so much for the brand new sub. Greatly appreciated. As promised, I'll let the child of prophecy command my forces, and I'll go along with whatever you tell me to. I look forward to seeing what you're capable of. Huh? Are you feeling okay, Knocknorea? Did you eat something that didn't agree with you? Hey, Tuhu? Do you ever think you might be giving Artoria too long a leash? Also, Payne, thanks so much for gifting a sub to a Vin Spirit. Greatly appreciated. Thank you so much for your generosity tonight. Huh, at least stop feeding her pies after midnight, okay? She needs all the brain power she can get, and those things clearly aren't doing her any favors. Hey, what's wrong with the midnight snack? Artoria, I think Knocknorea is talking about your alliance. Oh, right. Still, are you sure about this? I mean, given what a horrible mess this turned out to be, it doesn't really feel like I won. Oh, good. So you do see what a mess this was. I'm glad to know you still have some semblance of rational thought left in that thick skull. Anyway, while it's obvious I would win a rematch, we don't have any more time to waste. Especially since the Queen's probably known you were in Edinburgh since last night. And once she realizes we're teaming up, she's going to assemble all her forces scattered in Camelot. So we need to take her down before that happens. Are you ready to do this, Artoria? You need to hurry back to the south. Bring Oxford's bell, and then bring the Round Table Army and any other troops you can gather to my camp. In the meantime, I'll have my forces march to Camelot's main gate. But I thought that you said you never joined forces with the Round Table Army. I just don't want to see them dying in front of me. I can't ensure their safety since they can't join my clan. But I will admit that human knights, Percival included, are a good match for the Queen's knights. My subjects certainly can't use Moore's poison weapons, so I suppose I can make an exception, especially since I've been told humans aren't as fragile as I believed. Isn't that right, Tuhu? Oh, well. How nice to see you two became friends while I was up all night learning how to make chocolate. By the way, Knocknorea, do you still remember that night in Gloucester? Of course I do. What do you take me for, a fool? How much longer am I going to be online? Not too much longer. I just want to finish reading this chapter, and I'm going to call it a stream, because I bet I've been streaming for 7 hours, 7.5 hours already, and it's already past midnight here. So, I want to wrap it up soon. But yeah, not too much longer. I'll finish chapter 20, and I'll either come back tomorrow or in a couple days, depending on what I want to do tomorrow, to finish part 2 of Lostbelt 6. At any rate, you have my word that the Northern Fairies will fight alongside a Child of Prophecy. Now get going. We don't have any more time to spare. Okay, okay, that's fair. I was the one who rang Orkney's bell. Tuhu, Mash, Da Vinci, Muramasa, Habicat, Ritra, and Grimmer. Please, pack your bags as soon as you can. We need to hurry to Oxford. No, I'm gonna stay put here. You'll need someone to coordinate communications with you in the north, right? Right, dudes? Besides, looks like these guys don't have a mage of their own, so I'm gonna teach them some basics they'll need to know when going up against Morgan, dudes. You will? Well, as long as you can be useful, that's fine with me. Oh, don't you worry. I'm gonna inscribe runes on as many of your soldiers' shields as I can, dude. Morgan's spells pack a serious wallop, so we gotta make sure they can take at least one hit from them, dude. Okay, I'll make you my official court mage and tactician then. This is great. Now I'm really starting to feel like a queen. Well, see you later, Arturia, Tuhu. I would have liked to show you around Edinburgh, but that'll have to wait until another day. Next time we meet, it'll be on the battlefield. Let's make sure we're both dressed to kill. Okay, mate. Yep. Thanks for being so understanding. And if you want to watch the rest of the, if you missed out on most of the stream, don't worry. There's always the VOD that'll obviously go up once I'm done streaming, of course. Oh, phew. It was a lot of work getting here, but we finally have lots of good news to share. I can't wait to see the look on Percival's face when I tell him Knocknorea agreed to do what we say. Well, look at you giggling like a schoolgirl. Really enjoyed your match with Knocknorea, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Plus, maybe it's because I stayed up all night, but I didn't have any weird dreams. Still, now that I think about it, I have been enjoying myself a lot. And not just in Edinburgh, this is for this whole journey, actually. In fact, once we defeat Morgan and this is all over, I think I might even miss traveling around like this. Oh, right. You said Ash and I look identical, didn't you? And saying that kind of thing probably doesn't make it any easier for you, does it? I'm sorry. This whole experience must have been a lot for you. Still, in a way, I'm glad you're mourning her loss. We were both lucky to have you as a companion. Not at all. I'm the one who was lucky to have such great. I'm the one who was so lucky to have such great companions. There was Ash, the Black Knight, Rhynek, even though he was a little scary, and I could have sworn there was someone else with us the whole time, but I can't seem to remember them. We're under attack. Someone's been waiting to ambush us. We're surrounded. Everyone, please get out of here. I need you to defend the wagon. Can't believe we're running to the High Queen soldiers even out here in Knocknorea's territory. Let's go, Da Vinci. Tuhu, Mash. Damn it. I know what I just said, but you better stand back, Tuhu. You shouldn't even get near these things. You shouldn't even get near these things. Tuhu, Habitat, or Da Vinci, Habitat. We're gonna take care of them ourselves. Got that? Works for me. Tuhu, Mash, you two keep your distance. I'm guessing those things are... Pain, thanks for giving another sub to Aussie Manny. And yeah, Aussie Manny lurks a lot, so greatly appreciated, man.
今日も元気に始めちゃおう。黄金律にも種類があるのさ。
調子は悪くねえ。
There are 20 enemies in this battle. Wonderful.
やることは変わらねえよ。
このアングルバッチリ。
折れんなよ。
任せて。
あの辺りだ。真髄解明、完成収束、鍛造技法臨界。これが俺の素向かい村正だ。
せーの。
Maybe I should have used his Karmic Eye skill now that I think about it, because he hit his I think he hit a crit there somewhere. This way, Master. We should get away from the wagon for now. I think those creatures that attacked us are living humans who were afflicted with the Morse curse. The Morse curse affecting humans? That shouldn't even be possible unless someone... Look out! Wow, that was amazing. You deflected my magecraft yet again. How did you do it? How did you know what I was up to? Why are you the only ones running away after all the trouble I went through to scatter all that human trash around? Don't you dare say that name. It's not my fault. It's not. I remember you. You're Tamlin Tristan. Yes, that's right. I'm Mother's only daughter, the only fairy in all of Fairy Britain to inherit her magecraft, which is why I'm gonna kill you pieces of shit. No pathetic little shits like you are gonna take my rightful place from me. Alright, last fight. Let's get this over with. Actually, I think honestly it would be better if I brought Oh yeah, that's right. I have to use this Castoria here. Okay, let's see if this works or not. Did you see the 4-turn Chengong clear? No, and I'm assuming what you're talking about is spoilers, so I'd rather not hear about it.
ほらほらまだまだ未熟者ですが頑張ります
Scotty probably would have been nice here.
もちろん物積みのままにねを復唱するここからくれ神明偽装展開精錬たる湖面月光を返す沈め身の絶アローサイトやめて行くよアローサイトお前だ連れて行ってほら敵次はそれはいつか来る兆しの星誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょうアラウンドカリバーン君はもう私のものだ血も肉の小別にバイ皆そこに連れて行こうやめてやめてやめて今回はうまくいきました
I lost. Poor, pathetic Baoban Sith. Everyone loves Baoban Sith. Of course I can't beat you. You're the child of prophecy. You and I are nothing alike. Nothing alike at all. So, since I can't beat you in a fair fight, I'll just have to make the human my toy instead. What was the point of fighting us first then? Oh no, Tuhu! Huh? Where did Senpai and Artoria go? That was perfect. Now that's one hell of a bonus. I knew the child of prophecy would dodge that, so I was just gonna trap the human to have some fun with her. But she walked into it right into it herself. What a dumbass. But hey, they're both trash anyway, so what better place for them than a dumpster? Then they're in that jar. What was that? You trying to avenge Bogart or something? As if I'd ever fight you again, idiot. Mirror, oh mirror, show me my reflection. Sucks to be all brawn and no brains, doesn't it? The child of prophecy and the foreign mage are finished. Britain belongs to mother and no one else, damn it. She's gonna be so happy with me. It's Artoria, it's Altria. Sorry, I didn't know we had a Nasu shrimp in here. Wait, stop, get back here, Tristan. Okay, finally, we're done with chapter 20. All right. Also, I just looked forward at the future sections, but then I saw that Morgan's NP BGM was unlocked by completing Lostbelt 6 Part 2. So why the fuck were there NA players bitching about how Morgan's NP was quote bugged because there was no song playing? Was that actually a thing, or was it just NA players just being retards again? The second one, okay, figures, yeah. Because if the FGO wiki has it listed down here as completion reward for part 2 of Lostbelt 6, unlocking Morgan's BGM of her Noble Phantasm, then yeah, either people just didn't know or they're just fucking stupid. Yeah, because I swear I saw some people back when Morgan first came out, on Twitter or something, complaining about how, oh, Morgan doesn't have her NP, the song playing or on her BGM, or the song playing or Noble Phantasm, fix it now, Aniplex, or whatever. So yeah, let's just assume that they were fucking stupid, because at least I don't hear about that shit anymore. So those people must have figured it out by now. Wiki has the critical info. Yeah, unfortunately not all of it, but most of it at least. Anyways, chat, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm tired, hungry. It's fucking already half past midnight. So yeah, I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm dead tired. Ugh. It's just like when they thought that Oberon can't be 3rd and 4th ascended because it's quote-unquote story locked. Huh. I guess they just didn't know. But then again, like, yeah, I guess I'm assuming it's just because they didn't know. But whatever. Anyways, guys, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out for like what, the past 7.5 hours. God, it took me like 7 hours just to fucking read like what, 5 or 6 chapters. Jesus, man. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Almost fell asleep there because I'm just so fucking dead tired. So yeah. I'm gonna just let you guys go. No raid or anything. If I yeah, I'm really feeling dead right now. It like my room being as hot as it is right now because, you know, summer and then having 2 PCs running, that doesn't help either. So ugh. Still have a long way to go. I mean, we're well past the halfway point now. At least I'd say we're like two-thirds of the way through, probably. Copium. But yeah. We're inside of the finish line at least, or at least when we finish part 2. So, yeah, either I'm going to I don't know actually when I'm going to finish Lostbelt 6 part 2 actually, because this is what I wanted to talk about earlier in the stream, but I decided just to save it for the end. I want to work on Selly's guide for Star Rail over the weekend and have it out before before Blade comes out for Star Rail, because once Blade is out, everyone's going to be talking about him, right? So, yeah, I want to get out a video for Selly by the time Blade comes out. So, because I've been streaming basically every day for like the past, I don't know, week or 2 or so, I may take a break from streaming just for the next couple of days to get that Selly video out. And yeah, if I don't stream tomorrow, then you guys will probably know why, since I mentioned it here. But yeah, if I don't decide to stream tomorrow to finish up Lostbelt 6, then it'll be after it'll be after I finish my Selly guide, and hopefully I can finish the Selly guide over the weekend or something, so that way we can take like the Monday or Tuesday or something, the Sunday or Monday to finish Lostbelt 6, at least part 2, and then so that way we can deal with the Blade and Star Rail. So yeah, that's the plan, so keep that in mind for future streams. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, boys and girls, of course. And yeah, I will try to clip out the other audiobook simulator parts and put them up on the channel as videos. But until next time, boys and girls, peace. And yeah, enjoy the rest of your weekend, because I believe tomorrow is today Friday? Yeah, today's Friday, so yeah, weekend's almost here. So hope you guys are looking forward to the weekend, and yeah, hope you guys enjoy it.